그럼 지금부터 글로벌 바이오 포럼 2020을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
I'm Hwang Do-kyun, MC for today's forum.
글로벌 바이오 포럼은 코로나19 팬데믹 상황 속에서
We are holding this event in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic.
글로벌 포럼은 코로나19 팬데믹 상황 속에서 코로나 이후 바이오 산업의
We are holding this event in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic to think of the future of the bio industry. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Lee Baek-kyu, CEO of News1, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
It's great to see you all. I am Lee Baek-kyu, CEO of News1. It's great to see you all.
환영합니다. 코로나19
I truly welcome all of you. Now we are seeing almost the end of COVID-19 pandemic, and Pfizer is taking the lead in the development of a vaccine, and we are seeing a greater future even in the Korean bio industry.
방금 서회장님의 티타임에서
For instance, South Korean,
오늘 새벽 4시 327명 확진자에 대한 환자
around 4 a.m. today,
완료를 했습니다. 임상 이상을 위한 투약 완료를 했습니다.
and about 327 patients, the people were dosed with the Celltrion, the therapeutics.
이
Congratulations.
항체
This is a remarkable milestone.
와 계시면 당국에
So, plasma therapy, we see, okay, as I know of, this therapy is going to apply for a conditional approval from the government. And as I know of, the production is almost ready. As soon as the government approval is in place, they will be able to distribute the therapeutics.
제약사가 개발한 치료제를 생산해
Samsung Biologics is going to produce the vaccines and therapeutics developed by other global companies. Now we are seeing a turning point.
제품으로 돈 버는 건 반도체가 마지막이다.
The president of Samsung Electronics, Lee Gun-hee, pointed out that the Samsung should prepare for the future with
서정진
regarding the bio industry.
실행에 옮기면서
And Celltrion, the president of Celltrion, took the lead. Mr. Seo founded Celltrion, and he
한국을 바이오시밀러
continued his R&D in the biosimilar sector. So he played a critical role in the development and growth of bio industry in Korea.
더 올라서야 합니다.
Now it is time for the Korean bio industry to step forward again.
한국이 만든 치료제로
Massive diagnosis with the Korea's the domestically developed diagnostic kits.
한국 바이오
That is a great movement. Now,
4강의 입지로 나가야 합니다.
the Korean industry, Korean bio industry should prepare for the future. To develop the global market.
지원이
To that end,
생각을
collaboration among
무엇보다
the academia, industry, and the government is required.
백신 신약에 대해서는
More than
유효가
others,
기준을 글로벌 기준에 맞추고
We need to first set the domestic level to match the global level.
바이오 유니콘들이 생겨날 수 있을 것입니다.
By doing so, we'll be able to see an increasing number of bio-unicorn companies here in Korea.
진정성이 있는 소통, 많은 이해관계 조정이 있어야
Sincere communication and adjustment among the stakeholders involved will be required to that end.
국회 보건복지부
Mr. Kim Kang Lim, the Minister of Food and Drug Safety,
기대어 주시기 바랍니다.
He is making a great effort to make a success stories in K-Bio.
기대가 큽니다.
We have high expectations in his journey.
정병선 과기정통부 1차관께서도 큰 힘을
And Mr. Chung Byung-sun, the first Vice Minister of Science and ICT, will of course provide a full support in that regard.
강연과 토론을 준비해 주신 국내 전문가들께 감사드립니다.
I'd like to send my appreciation to all the experts from home and abroad who have prepared for today's BioPharma.
희생자 가족들과
Before wrapping up my speech,
불안해하는 분들이 용기와
I'd like to extend encouragement and hope to those, the victims of COVID-19 worldwide.
부장님께서 말씀하신 대로
As Mr. Seo
안심시켜야 할
said,
우리와 여기 계신 여러분들에게
now we are obligated to relieve the people of Korea and the people of the world.
강팍해져가는 우리 자신과 우리 사회가 코로나19 이전에 원래처럼
To
이해하고
return to the times before COVID-19, we should relieve one another and we should deliver hope to one another. In that sense, I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the participants of this BioForum. I wish all the best to all of you. Thank you.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a round of applause.
예, 개회사 말씀해주신 이백규 대표이사님 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. CEO Becky Lee for your
다음은
opening remarks. And now we're going to invite the Minister Kim Gang-nip, Minister of Food and Drug Safety. Let me invite him on the stage. Please give him a round of applause.
반갑습니다. 제가
Nice to meet you all.
식약처에 부임하고 오늘
Since inaugurated as a Minister of Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, I've been working for 2 weeks, and now it's the 3rd week. Since then, there has been a lot of changes. Almost every day, I've been facing a new news. And also, News1 provided a very significant venue today. Thank you very much. Due to the COVID-19 global pandemic, we are also wearing masks in this forum.
일상생활 전반을 뒤흔든
But COVID-19 just influenced the day-to-day lives of the people, and also it made a greater changes in the economy, and also great impact on the entire world. Due to this outbreak, how countries are going to change, and also how our society and also lifestyle will be changing. There are a lot of concerns over this. In particular, the biggest change is going to be made by a bio industry, and also the crisis should be changed to the opportunity by the bio industry and pharmaceutical companies. From this perspective,
바이오 제약 산업이라는 주제로
the post-COVID-19 era bio-industry is a topic of this BioForum. So this BioForum is very meaningful. So I'd like to send my thanks to the
최근의 이 대표님 말씀 중에도 있었습니다.
Becky Lee, CEO of News1, and also those working for this BioForum.
긍정적인 또 그리고
As CEO indicates
빠른 속도의 진행
that
상황과
there have been a rapid changes in terms of developing vaccines, and also
되기는 합니다만
the vaccines.
긍정적인 보도들이 이어지면서
We are having a very positive information and news about the vaccine development, though it is not finished with the 3rd phase of the clinical trials. Frankly speaking, as a minister of the
공존하는
Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, this news provide me a positive looks as well as concerns. And also, you need to know that the vaccine development is still in a trial. not finished.
내일이라도 당장
There's a product yet.
백신을 믿을 수
So due to those news,
서로 돌아갈 수 있지 않을까.
the citizens having a hope that they can get vaccine sooner or later and then get back to the normal life.
필요한 조치들을 이행하는
But that could be a
것을 누그러뜨릴 이런 걱정이
decrease the caution for the people, and also the people might loosen their caution against the COVID-19. So we need to be very cautious and also very cool-minded,
의 관행보다
and
총력을
we need to make our best efforts to prevent
백신에 대한
COVID-19 from spreading across the country, and also
심사를
we need to
가고 있는
undergo the very thorough screening for the vaccines
가운데서도
and also therapies
시각처에게 주어진 이런
for COVID-19.
첫 번째의 허들을 정확하면서도
So as a minister of the
접종하거나 복용할 수
food
있는
and drug safety,
백신을
I would like to provide a safe and
두
efficacious
가지의
effective
공존하기
vaccines
어려운 동시에 해결해야 된다.
as a task
최대한 안전성에 있어
falling on me.
우리가 가지고 있는
And vaccine should be the safest.
최대한 활용으로 해서
with-
안전성에 대한 철저한 검증과
We need to make the best use of our
빨리
science and technology
현장에서
to verify the safety of vaccines. So we are hoping that these vaccines will be used
신속성,
to our people as soon as possible.
공존하기 어려운
So safety and also speed should be achieved, but this
방안과 투자가
challenge is difficult to be resolved.
저희들 정부 내에서는 이미
So within our government,
제품의 개발 지원을 위해서
we have been making best effort to support the vaccine development and product development.
범위를 때로는 뛰어넘어서까지 지원하고자 노력하고 있습니다. 오늘 자리 같이 해주신
Even beyond our normal the restrictions of the support to the bio industry. So I'd like to extend my thanks to all those people, including the government officials and also private sectors.
참여하고 있는 기업들과
We are asking your
지혜를 모으고
support, and also we need to muster our wisdom
만족할 만한
to
성과라고 말씀드릴 수 없겠습니다만
fight against
최대한 국민들이
COVID-19.
수 있고 보다 일상을 회복할 수
So
있는 미래를
we
하기 위해서 저희가
trying to make
하고자 합니다.
the safe word
이러한
earlier
정부 차원의 노력과 더불어 시각처에서도
without almost efforts.
오늘 아침 저도 사실은 셀트리온의 진행 상황을 거의 요즘은
I heard that
두 번씩
there's
보고
progress of Celltrion regarding the therapy development
힘들어 하고 있습니다만
as often as possible. I know that the frontline officers having difficulty
사전에 검증할 수
coping with the current situation.
하거나
So we are going to verify that what we can do in advance and provide a thorough validation and verification.
후에
And also in the progress,
여러 지연 요소들을 최대한
we're going to
노력을 기울이고
have a thorough consultation with the relevant parties. And also in terms of manpower, we're going to provide the excellent manpower to the screening of this
셀트리온
therapy approval. I'm going to make a visit to Celltrion to discuss with the chairman of Celltrion. It's not supporting a specific
국민들의 염원
company,
국민들의 불편
rather it is
숙제를 해결한다는
it's resolving
사안에
the challenge we are facing for the people.
다만
However,
국민들께 꼭
I'd like to ask the people of Korea
신속성의 가치와 더불어 아까 말씀드렸던
that
안전성을 확보할
we
수
need
있는
to
신뢰를
secure
국민들에게 드리는
the safety and reliability as well as
것도 하기 어려운
the speed of the vaccine provision.
백신에 있어서
So that is very important value that we need to keep.
시험이 외국의 몇 개 회사들이 진행되고 있는 제품들이
So several vaccine products
보고입니다.
are providing the interim report of the
되면
third phase of clinical trials.
약효가 소위 예방 효과가 얼마나 지속되고 있는지
how the prevention effects are going to be lasted, and also what kind of conditions will be needed, and how the injection needs to be done. Those considerations should be made
새롭게
by
도입된
us.
형태의
So our
새로운
ministry
플랫폼에 의한 그 백신들이 이번에
is going to look at the platform, new platform of the vaccines.
처음으로
A so-called mRNA vaccine will be used for the first time in Korea.
저희로서는 낯선
And also vaccine, the method is also, modality is also very new to us. So what we can do is that we need to learn things, what we can learn as soon as possible, and also make exchanges in terms of information with the relevant private sectors.
준비 작업을 최대한
And also we are going to make a very quick preparation for
주어진
the vaccine approval
단시간 내에
from
실시할 수 있는
the government side.
해결하기 위한 노력을 기울이겠습니다.
So we're going to make a best effort to provide a safe
더불어
the
코로나19
products
이후에
of vaccines to our people
새롭게
on our
전개되는
side.
새로운 세상은
The
2019
the COVID-19 post-COVID world will be different from the pre-COVID era. Definitely.
융복합의 제품
New convergence products and technologies
건강 관리 분야에서 더 많이
will be emerging more in the medical sector,
식약처가 이러한 기업과
and our ministry is going to
꺾는 부처가 아니라
support
뒷받침해드리고
the research sectors and also industries rather than
시장 진입을 위해
the dampening their
함께 고민하고
the willingness or
기울이는 것이 이
effort.
시기에 식약처에 주어진 소명이라고
That is our mission
이 점에
as an industry, as the Ministry of the Food and Drug Safety. And with our the government officials, I'm going to do my best effort in that endeavor.
안타깝게도 김민석 위원장님께서
We also need a legal support, but legislation support. Unfortunately, the lawmaker Min Kim was not able to attend this BioForum.
산업계가 학계가 가지고 있는 고민들과 숙제들을 함께
So National Assembly also share the concerns and worries with the industry to discuss how they can help industry to do more and grow further. And in that effort, also the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety will be together. So we're going to continuously communicate with you. So I hope that we can have a better future tomorrow. Thank you very much.
김강림 처장님 말씀
Thank you very much,
감사합니다.
Mr. Kim Kang-nim.
정병선
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Chong Byung-son, the first Vice Minister of Science and ICT. He is going to deliver a congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello everyone, it's great to see you all.
뉴스1에서 그 글로벌 바이오 포럼 2020
Today, this Bio Global BioPharma 2020 is being held thanks to the support by the News1. Thank you very much for your support.
앞으로 코로나19 이후의 시대를 우리가 어떻게 준비해야 될지
And
글로벌 그 리더들과 함께
in the global leaders, okay, we had some time to discuss with the global leaders on the post-pandemic era in the OECD. I mean, among the OECD member countries, this is the first time for the OECD to face, to have faced this kind of global issues. So.
지금 바라보고 있는 STI 아웃룩이라는 과학 혁신 아웃룩이라는 그 책 발간을 통해 제시하고 있는 세 가지
And the OECD is suggesting some solutions through its STI Outlook book.
모든 나라의 경제 침체와 고용 위기와
Due to COVID-19, we are experiencing some crisis in jobs and the industry. However, this will provide a new opportunity to make a great transformation. The first two should be the digital transformation, and the second is green transformation, and the third
소외되고 힘들어하는 사람들을
is
끌어갈 수 있는 inclusive policy,
the
그러니까
inclusive
포용적 정책을
policy
자,
that
세
to
가지
embrace
제안을
those
해주셨는데,
isolated due to
저희가
COVID-19.
이 방향에 맞게 지금 정책들을 좀
I
설계해
think
나가고
we
있고,
are
그래서
now in line with this global policy, global direction. So many OECD member countries are taking interest in the Korean government policies and programs.
복지부 차관으로 계실 때 워낙 방역을 정말 잘 지휘해 주셔서
Mr. Kim Gang-nim
방역이
made
한국이
full
잘하고 있다라는 게
support
이제 확산이 되면서
when he served
한국
as the head of
정책까지
quarantine
관심을
process in
기울였다고
Korea.
생각이 이러한 세
And now
가지의
he is
큰
continuing his
변환
support, of
속에서
course.
저희가 기대하는 것은 결국은
With the
바이오
three
인더스트리가
main
우리
directions,
한국
we
국제적으로
hope
끌고 갈 수
that
있는 계기가 됐다.
okay,
바이오
this
인더스트리를 제가 바이오
COVID-19
이코노미라고 하는
provided a
단어를
new opportunity for Korean bio industry to take the lead in the global market.
수립할 때 그 단어를 부제어로 달고 준비를 해왔었는데요.
I started to
그래서
use the term
이러한
bio industry about 3
트랜스포메이션에는
years
바이오가
ago.
핵심인데
Okay,
오늘
for the
이렇게
transformation,
뉴스원에서
bio, the term
이 바이오
bio
포럼,
is the
키
key
글로벌
word.
바이오 포럼을 준비해 주신 것은 굉장히 의미가 있고
So
시
this is
접제라고
very meaningful. I mean, this event is very meaningful and
대표
timely
이사님을 비롯한
in that sense.
행사 준비하신
So I'd like to
분들
extend once again appreciation to
감사의
Mr. Lee Baek-yu, CEO of News1.
바이오 분야는 저희가 좀 강점이다 생각을 해서 우리
The bio
관련
sector,
정부와, 지난 몇 년간 연구개발 투자를
okay, the
많이
Ministry of
해왔습니다.
Science and ICT have invested a substantial amount of money in the sector of
저희가 1년에
bio.
국책 연구로 이제 우리 연구는 국책 연구하고 이제 기초 연구 두 가지로 나눠
Government-backed R&D and institution-backed R&D,
투자를 하고 있고
about
또
400
기초 연구 쪽으로도
billion
뭐
wons
거의 비슷한 규모를 하고 있어서 저희가 대략 통계를
are
뽑아보니까
spent,
바이오
I mean,
분야로 연구개발
annually
투자가 저희 부처만
to support the bio industry.
8, 9천억 정도 투자가 되고 있었습니다. 그러니까 저희 과기정통부에서 하는 연구개발 비중에서
So the
바이오
portion
분야가
of
가장
bio,
커왔습니다.
in the entire R&D sector, the portion of bio industry is the largest.
우수한 연구 역량의 능력이 이제 좀 나타났다고 생각이 들고
So we have
그게
accumulated
빠르게 그 진단 키트를
so far, I mean, our capabilities and R&D, especially R&D capabilities in the bio sector,
치료제 백신도
thanks to this investment and support by the government. And the therapeutics, today we have a present saw from Sartrian.
축적한 바이오의
I think we are taking the lead in the development of therapeutics.
요즘은 이제 저희가 저희 부처도 이제 우리 서정희 대표님도 아직
Thanks to the support that have been made for a long time by the government.
근데 그 과정에서
So,
식약처하고 저희는 초반부터 같이 하는데
in the course of this
요즘은
journey,
저희 직원들이
we
식약처
collaborated
만나면
with the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, of course. And these days,
이제 준비해나는 규제 끝단에서 해야 될 일들을 미리
the members of the two ministries are very satisfied because of the close and smooth collaboration between the two ministries.
식약처의 변화된 모습에 굉장히 기뻐하고 있습니다. 그래서 그런 의미에서 김광희 차장님께서
So in that sense, I'd like to extend appreciation, Mr. Kim Gang-nim, the Minister of Food and Drug Safety, for your active collaboration.
넘어가서 이제 끝단에 연구 성과로 나가야 되는데
Okay, this is first. Okay, we have provided support to the private sector, and then now it's time to take the lead. I mean, for the private companies to take the lead.
끝단에 사업화될 때까지 이렇게
Because you should play a critical role in the final commercialization process. And now we are seeing a very positive outcomes from the private industry, from the industry. Thank you very much.
저희 이제 코로나19 사태가 생기면서 저희가 집중한
Due to
분야는
COVID-19,
어떻게 보면 정부 출연 연구기관이 가지고든 모든 역량을 동원해서 이러한
okay, to tackle the COVID-19 crisis, we have channeled all our capabilities into the government-backed R&D centers to analyze efficacy and to analyze the toxicity of some therapeutics.
우리 기업이
So these government-backed R&D centers provided support for the private companies so that they can well develop the vaccines and therapeutics.
빠르게 다수의 후보 물질을 신속하게 검증할 수 있는 그 유전자 변형 마우스 모델을 지금 개발해서 치료제 백신 개발이 가속화될 수 있도록 좀
And
지원하고 있고요.
to validate, to fasten the process of analysis of the candidate materials,
우리 복지부하고 저희 부처 또 다른 관련된 부처가
we have also provided support.
코로나 백신 개발 상황을 지금 지속적으로 종합 점검해 가고 있고요.
And we are now taking stock of the progress that has been made in the development of the COVID-19 vaccines.
논의하면서 점검하고 지원해 오고 있습니다.
And by doing so, we will provide more specific support.
임상 시험에
For speed development of vaccines, we need to first have the success in the
검증부 차원의 지원을
trial phases, of course.
논의하고 있고요.
So we are making collaboration in that sense.
파트에서는 이제 파스텔 연구소가 약 25개국 32개
And the
연구소의
Pasteur
글로벌 협력 네트워크를
Research
가지고 있어서
Center,
관련 정보도 제공하고 현지
the research center has a global network that covers about 32 countries worldwide.
하고 있는데요. 그 부분을 좀
And then this R&D center is providing support, of course, as well.
어떻게 보면 종식을 통해서 일상생활의 회복은
By ending the COVID-19,
분명히
we will be able to get back on the normal track in our life.
힘을 합쳐서 향후 또 새롭게 또 다룰 수 있는 그러한 질병에 대해서
And then that will, of course, raise our capabilities, and we will be able to secure the development platform, and that platform will serve as a good force to, cope with next possible viruses.
완전히 성공해서 우리 국민들의 삶이 일상으로 돌아올 수 있도록
By developing
지원을 하고 또 아까 모두에 말씀드렸던
very
것처럼
efficient
위기가 새로운 기회로서
therapeutics and vaccines, I hope that we will be able to return to our life in the pre-COVID-19
산업 및 국민의 삶에 있어서 질을 높이는데
and raise
최선을 다해서
now again the
지원하고
quality of lives of our people.
성과로 나타나면서 국민들께
That will be the outcome that we are expecting now.
협력을 해서 노력을 하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 다시 한번
Once again,
좋은 포럼을 준비해 주신
I'd like to thank my gratitude to News1 who have prepared for today's event. I wish all the best to all of you. Thank you.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a round of applause.
정병성 일차관님 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
다음은
Next,
이병건
we are going to invite
의료산업협의회장님께서
Byung-gun Lee, the chairman,
본인을
News1 Bioleaders
소개해 주시기에
Club,
자리하겠습니다.
chairman, Council for
이병건
Advanced
회장님을
Regenerative
모델로
Medicine,
모시겠습니다.
CEO
큰
at
박수
Sim Life Science. Let me invite him on the stage. Please give him a round of applause.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all.
이 어려운 상황에서
So, despite these difficult conditions, we are having this BioPharma. Let me extend my thanks to the CEO Becky Lee of News1 and also the officers who make this possible, and also thank the Minister Kang Nip Lim and also Byung-sun Jung of the Vice Minister of Ministry of Science and ACT. So there are many bio forums and also meetings, but the News1 Bio Leadership Forum is differentiated because we have the officers and also relevant people from the government sectors and also private sectors. We are having this conference to resolve the timely issues and concerns. So this conference is very helpful. Also, I'd like to extend my thanks to the Jung Jin-seo, the Centurion Chairman, who are going to keynote speech, and also I'd like to thank David Flores, who is going to provide a presentation from the U.S. I think we need a very timely the wind and also change. I think there are certain appropriate change is made in the K-Bio. So taking this opportunity, K-Bio can enter the global stage, and also this will grow further for our future industry. Let me extend my thanks to all of you. Thank you very
큰
much.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Okay, please give him a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Byung-gun.
그럼 지금부터 본격적인
From
세션을
now on,
진행하도록
we will
하겠습니다.
begin the Global BioPharma 2020. The first session is a keynote speech by Mr. 서정진, the chairman of Celltrion. He's going to make a speech on the seeking opportunities in risks K-bio in the world pandemics.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jung Jin-sung. I'm chairman of Celltrion.
우선
First of all,
이 우리 코로나 상황이 점점 이렇게 심각해가는데
so as the COVID-19 situation has been getting serious,
뉴스원에
we have this meaningful occasion thanks to the Baekgyu Lee, CEO of News1. I think having this forum is a difficult choice and decision for him. And also we have the Minister Gangnip Kim from MFDS and also Byung-sun Chung from the Ministry of Science and ICT, and also Byung-gun Lee, the chairman that I am respecting so much. So I was thinking about what kind of topic that I'm going to discuss in this keynote speech.
관심이 높다 보니까
As you already know, that there are heightened interests and concerns over the medical sector. So there are many interviews requests.
하는데 똑같은 얘기를 할 수도 없고
So
바꾸다 보면 우리 홍보팀
whenever I have an interview request,
그런데
I have been just thinking that I'm going to give a same topic and same content of the interviews.
마지막인 것 같아요.
So I believe that the keynote speech is the last one in the series of the interview and also contents that are provided to the public. So I'm going to summarize all the things that I made through the speech today. What about the current situation of COVID-19? In European countries and as well as U.S. States, I believe the situation is more serious than you thought.
미국에서
There have been 10 clinical trials in the U.S. So for 6 clinical trials that we underwent in the U.S., what does that mean?
이제 전 세계가
So globally,
코로나19라는 것이 심각하다 보니까
since COVID-19 is very serious,
조기 치료를 해.
so we need to have a very premature the therapy or treatment. When virus enters the body,
평균적으로
5 days have passed, the patients can feel the symptoms. When patient feels symptoms,
마이너스 2일 전부터 번식을 시작했다.
the virus already propagated the -1 day,
그때부터 일주일 사이에
and the maximum the
번식한다는 거는 바이러스가
increase or production of the virus is spans for about a week.
반복이라는 걸 하는데
So, and when virus enters the body, there is an incubation period, and during the incubation period, this virus use energy sources from the glucose and other the proteins in our body. When this kind of
몸 밖으로 나가는
conditions is fulfilled, the virus do copy and then get out of the body.
복잡한 바이러스가
And the most complicating virus is HIV virus and AIDS virus. So AIDS virus is, I could say, the smartest virus among the viruses. Same the process of entering the body, and it started after entering the body. It started in replication, but it copied the DNA
에이즈 바이러스를 몸
of
안에
its
들어오면
own. It is a reverse transcription. So
면역 세포에만 기생을 하거든요.
the virus only the stays in the immune cells.
에이즈 치료제를
So
지금 미국이나
the virus itself doesn't have any toxicity, but it the stays in the immune cells, so it inhibits the immune effects. So what we can do is that we provide a treatment that inhibit the virus from replicating more.
몸 안에 들어오면
One of the more viruses that the flu virus.
복제를 하고
And flu virus enters the body and then replicate as well. And when it is growing, it is due burning, and after that it get out of the body.
주는 게
So we need to prevent burning. That is that can be done is the Tamiflu.
코로나 바이러스는
And also
그래서 타미플루 메커니즘이 없습니다.
이게.
However,
그러니까 어떻게 보면 바이러스로 봤을 때는 저희 이걸 개발하는 사람은
in our the coronavirus, it has a different mechanism from the flu and also AIDS virus.
타미플루 메커니즘만 있으면
So when you have a Tamiflu mechanism, we can provide an antivirus. So we can provide certain treatment. If there is a burning the mechanism, we know that the enzyme mechanism, so that we can prevent the virus from propagating. So coronavirus is RNA virus. So interferes replicating of the virus is very difficult and very vague. So in animal, we can see the same the mechanism, but we cannot have the same the clinical cases in our human body. So avigan is the treatment for the Ebola virus. So as a person in the pharmaceutical industry, we might find the whole virus vaccine, but it is difficult to undergo the clinical trials. So there is a high risk in producing the whole vaccine virus. So we need to come up with a very innovative drugs and vaccine against COVID-19. When COVID-19 broke out, we came up with some ideas. So we worked on the antibiotics and antibodies at that time. Roche and Genentech and Celltrion were the one who were working on the virus at the time. So flu virus is divided into H and N type. So H has from 1 to 18 and has from 1 to 11. So flu virus is actually 196 types. So right now we are witnessing different flu viruses, H1N1 and others. So in total 4 different types.
이거는 제2의 스페인 독감 되는 거예요. 그래서 제넨텍과 저희가
So Genentech and Celltrion worked on the super antibody project.
뭐 내가 하고 싶어서 했던 게 아니라 이제 바이오 사업 처음 할 때.
So when we started the bio industry, which means there 10 years ago,
이 슈퍼 안티바디 프로젝트를 줬어요.
so we received this super antibody project.
거기 어떻게 껴서 좀 뭐 좀 하려고 갔더니 하버드에서 안 만나주는 거예요.
So we tried to have an interview with the meeting with the Harvard medical staff members, but the meeting was not able to be successful.
그래가지고서는 그동안
So I felt really sorry. So that is the kind of the occasion that I started to do something new. So when virus comes in the body, antibody will be created. Antibody is not something that you always have. So antibody, the genetic information is stored in the B cell. This is a memory device. After virus enters, the memory comes out from the B cell, and then antibody is created in the C cell. So T cell. So there is a T cell and K cell, but normally the virus antibody is generated from the T cell. So some people say that how your immune is spent, lasts. If you have a frequent the diseases, the antibody titers are not high. So your different the previous memory disappeared in your B cell. So if you have a lot of diseases, there are too many information available in the B cell. But if you are healthy, B cell does not have much memory. So you can see that there is a differences in terms of antibody memories from people to people. So we believe that COVID-19 has a high toxicity because there's an incubation in the higher the airway or lower airway.
그거는 다 감염이
So-
병원에서 일어나요. 그거는 환자 수가 늘어나지 않습니다. 그래서 이미 그때도 메르스
So MERS
개발해서
case,
애니멀 임상까지 끝내고
after
지금
incubation,
중국
people
인체 임상을 기획하고 있는데
felt symptoms, so they
메르스라는
went to
바이러스가
the hospitals,
한국에서
and the
없어지는
infections
속도가 더 빨랐어요.
happened in the hospitals.
그래서 이제 야 이거 팬데믹으로 가능성이 개발하자.
So we, at that time in 2015, when MERS outbreak
개발하는 사이 없어지면
happened in Korea, we
개발하는
started
비용만 날리는 건데.
working on the virus.
이 상기도 하기도 어떻게 했냐면
So let me talk about the higher airway and lower airway.
자각 증세를 못 느껴.
So lung doesn't have any, doesn't feel any symptoms, and no neuron, the neural system is available in their lungs.
폐가 좀 아프기 시작해.
So you don't say that I have pain in our lung, but the last, the
근데 발열은
symptoms that you can feel about lung is that the fever. So fever means that there is a certain progress and the infection and disease
폐렴이 진행되면
done in the lung. It means that it is too late.
산소 교환 작용이 안 되기 때문에
So the oxygen exchange is not going to happen in that lung. So the oxygen saturation is really low. So you need to provide oxygen mechanically.
활동을 하시게 돼 있다고요.
So you don't feel that lung symptoms
어떨 때 제일
when it is until it is too late. So you just
전부터 느낀
do certain activities.
가장 바이러스 번식량이
So after the first week after virus entry is the most activated. So we call the person who have the virus period 1 week as a super infection people,
우리 몸 안에 바이러스가 일단 들어오면
super spreader.
항체가
So
생기기 시작해요.
virus enters the body and then antibody will be
일단
created.
바이러스에 감염된 지 2주 내지 3주
2 weeks or
되면
3
웬만한
weeks
사람은 바이러스가
after
몸 안에
virus
없습니다.
comes in, normal people
문제는
doesn't
바로
have
뭐냐?
virus anymore.
이놈이 버닝을 하든 안 하든
Whether the virus do
태어나가려면
burning or
RNA
not,
막을 깨고 나가야 돼요.
you need to block out of the RNA membrane. When it breaks out the membrane, toxic is going to come out. This toxic is a protein.
독식인데 다
And the
단백질이에요.
food toxic is also made up of protein, and also the snakes, the toxin is also made up of the protein. So even though you boil it, the toxin is not going to
그러다
disappear.
보니까 이 독성이 들어오는 거를
So
우리
toxin comes into the body,
면역
and
기능이 싸우는
human body fight against this toxin, but there must be certain trace of this fight that is a inflammation. This is a dead body of the white cell. So if you have too many inflammation, your organ is going to be damaged.
바이러스는
So let me tell you,
어느
virus
바이러스도 똑같습니다.
has the same characteristics. COVID-19 is the same.
바이러스는 조기 진단, 조기 치료를 해요.
Early diagnosis, early treatment
여러분들 감기도
is a
바이러스거든요.
must for virus
여러분
treatment.
이렇게 알고 계시잖아요. 약을 먹든 안 먹든 2주 되면 낫는다.
So you believe, you
그래서
already
병원에
know
가도 2주
that when
걸리고,
you have a
안 가도 2주
flu,
걸리는데 그
2
이유
weeks
딱 하나예요.
is required,
병원에서
whether you
주는
treat or
거는
not. After 2
증세를
weeks, you will recover from the flu.
불편함을 해소해 주는 약이지.
So you go to the hospital, you get the
바이러스를 죽이는
treatment.
약은
It is just ease your symptoms, not killing your virus.
바이러스를 죽이는 약을 인체에 투여한다.
So killing
바이러스를
the
죽여서
medicine to kill the
사람이
virus,
같이 죽습니다.
if you put that in medicine in the
항생제를
body,
집어넣으면
human will be killed as
보니까
well.
제일 중요한
So
게
what is the most important is
이제 이 조기 치료를 해야 되는데
the early intervention,
약이 없을
early
때는
treatment. But there's no
조기
medicine
치료를 할 수가
available.
없잖아요.
You cannot do
그리고
the
때는
early
이런 팬데믹이
treatment.
생기면
So when you have this kind
첫
of
번째는
pandemic,
국가끼리 틀어막아서
the first thing we can do is that the countries, nations should work together and block and prevent the virus from spreading.
그러면
That
약과
has
치료제와 백신이 나올
the
때까지 피해를 극소화시키는
the
거예요.
time is important. So
기다리는
we need to minimize the
그런데
damage
그때는
of
격리
virus
치료를 하는 거예요.
and then wait.
그래서 한국이
And that's why we need a quarantine isolation. That's why the Korea created a residential treatment center.
떨어지고
So when oxygen saturation lows, in that case, these people will suffer from fever, and then you can relocate it to the general hospital.
바이러스가 없을
So
확률이
this
많습니다.
patient is highly likely to
그래서
have no
사실은
virus
그러면 이제
when
갔을
they
때
arrive
해줄 수 있는
in the
게 있냐?
hospital. So is there anything that we can do for this
해열제 주죠.
severely ill patient?
진통제 줘요.
We can provide a
수액
fever
줘요. 산소
medicine and also
이거는
the
치료는
oxygen.
아니에요.
But this is not a treatment.
대중요법을 하는 거예요.
This is just to
그리고
treat
병원에서도
the
할 수 있는 게
symptoms.
어떻게 없냐?
What hospitals can do
기다려주는
is
수밖에
just to wait for this
스스로
patient
회복을 하든지.
to recover naturally.
못 하시든지 이렇게 되는 거예요. 그러면
So
이거를 어떻게 극복해야 되냐?
how
하나예요.
we can overcome this? The only way that we can treat this patient is to provide a early treatment, so prevent any organ from being damaged. So we are doing the clinical trials, first phase, the clinical trials across the world, and we do undergo these clinical trials for the patients as well. So we look at the efficacy and also safety.
나는 돈을 투자해야 되는데.
Why we do that? Because
않을 거를 하면 나는 바보잖아요.
I myself, the one to make investment, so we need to find whether our treatment is
200명만 해도 돼요.
effective or not.
그래서 3분의 1은 물을 주고 3분의 1은
So
키로당 40mg을 주고 3분의 1은
Our
40mg을 주는데
subjects
우리가 원하는 거는
divided into 3 groups,
문제가 없다는 거를 찾으려고 하는 거예요.
and the rest,
그래야지 원가를 낮출 수 있으니까.
last one group
그래야지 생산 캐파를 키울 수 있으니까.
was
그래서
given
이상 결과에서는
the
그거를
treatment.
보고
So we look at the research
700명을 하는데
of this
700명을
in the
이제 좀 더
second phase
다시 한번
trial,
재확인을 하는
and the
거예요.
third trial,
그러면 이제 어떻게
third
하는
phase
거냐?
trial, we are looking, we are confirming the efficacy of the treatment.
데이터의 차이를 보이려면
So in order to make it clear the differences in our data, we need to provide this treatment to the high-risk group, meaning that the subjects with a more than 50 years old.
뚱뚱한 사람 다 고위험.
So high-risk group includes the obese people like me,
일일이 검사할 필요도 없어요.
and you don't have to, provide a certain test to verify whether this person is in the high-risk group or not.
많이 계신데요.
There are many people
근데
who
그러면
could
그분들은
be
되게
in the
당뇨가
high-risk
있거나
group here in
고혈압이 있거나
this conference.
이런
So
기저질환이 있어요.
those with a
그런
diabetes
환자들이
and also
임상
hypertension,
환자들이에요.
those underlying
그것들은
conditions, meaning that they are in the high-risk group.
해야 돼.
So they need to be treated with a treatment within 1 week after the
환자는 많이 들어오는데
virus
이미 다 늦은
infection.
사람들이에요.
But in the US, there are many patients, but they are too late. They don't have any virus.
항체 치료제 임상을 한다는 게 웃기는 거 아니에요.
It's not the right thing to provide the antibody treatment for these patients because they have no virus. So we were able to have 6 people with virus in order to provide a antibody treatment.
집에서 그냥 대기하고 있다.
So virus patients stay at home
다 장기
while the patients in hospital are not the virus patient. They are the patients with organ damage.
백신이 있대. 그래서 제가 그랬어요.
So what we can do for these patients in hospital, I believe the COVID-19 situation is very strange. Every scientist knows this fact, but this is not told yet.
우선 백신은요.
So
무균자고 환자한테 놓으면 안 돼.
So vaccine should not be inoculated to those with the virus and also patients because with the vaccine, there will be accelerated conditions.
무균자인지
So,
환자인지를 찾아내려면
but you don't know whether this person is a virus carrier or not. In order to find this, you need to do the 14 days long of diagnosis.
검사 얘기는 안 하지 않냐?
So vaccine is very cheap, but the diagnosis is very expensive. So I asked about this
그런 거 물어보지 마.
to the officials in the U.S., but officials said that this diagnosis will be paid by the Biden camp. That's all.
물어보지 말라고 그러면서 누구도 지금 그 말을 안 하고 있는 거예요.
So no one is talking
지금
about
나는 이거를 개발하면서 제일 답답한 게
this
뭐냐?
condition, this situation.
얘기를 왜 숨기느냐 이거.
So everybody knows this, but we are not talking loudly.
그다음에 이제 스페인에 가서 임상을 하러
So
갔는데
I went to Spain and tried to do the clinical trial. So same thing. There's no patients we can find for the clinical trial of the antibody treatment.
거기는 인구가 작습니다.
And I went to Albania, and then small population of the people. Neighborhood is very small.
그나마 병상을
But I looked at them,
수가 있었어요.
and we were able to, they allocated the hospital beds with the patients.
부모님 계셔, 할머니 계셔.
So what doctors do is that when young people come,
부모님이 증세가 보이시면 빨리 모셔와.
doctors ask these young people whether they have a grandmothers or the old the relatives, and these the young people bring their relatives come to hospital. So we were able to collect the patients with the virus, 300 patients with the virus in Romania.
이 렘데시비르는요.
So remdesivir, this is an antivirus treatment. This cannot be injected to the severely ill patients because the severely ill patients of COVID-19 are not likely to have the virus. So if you inject remdesivir to the severely ill patients, there will be more. There is likely to have a more the side effects because they have no virus. So remdesivir is very expensive, but injecting it to the severely ill patients has no effect.
서로 할 얘기 안 할 얘기를 구분해서 해야 되는데.
So I believe that we need a very frank and genuine discussion over what is happening. So remdesivir is also the treatment to be injected to those in the earlier the infection. It should be injected with 48 hours of the infection. Tamiflu is the same. It should be injected earlier of the infection. So I just said that remdesivir should be treated earlier stage.
미쳤냐 이렇게 임상을 하게. 그랬더니 약만 줬지 임상은 미국 정부가 했다는 거예요.
So clinical trial protocol was not there at that time. That's why this happened in the U.S.
웃기는 얘기를 하나 해드릴게요.
So let me tell you a fun story about this. The President Trump, he got the virus, the COVID-19, and at first stage, the antibody treatment, the high volume of antibody treatment was injected about 80 milligram, and then vitamin D.
자외선이 없으면 비타민 D는 합성이 안 되니까 보충제로 놔드린 거예요.
As a supplement, because he cannot go outside.
면역 밸런스 잡을 때 쓰는 겁니다.
And to take the balance of immunity,
그건 심장병이 있다는 얘기예요.
he took zinc and he took aspirin because of his kidney problems. And then the second day, the remdesivir injection. The remdesivir is for only serious cases. However, for the president of the U.S., the remdesivir was used for the early treatment, which means that they knew about the remdesivir. The agent was for early treatment, right? So to remove the virus, it will take about 4 to 5 days. However, if we have a fever, which means we have pneumonia, interferon and steroid. Interferon cannot be injected to those with pneumonia. It will exacerbate the fever. Steroid inhibits the hormone secretion, and it may lead to other kind of problems like depression.
그래서 저렇게 막 움직이는 거라서 약물 부작용이라고.
So that they said that it can be a side effect of the drug, and you should not believe this.
매일 온 것 같다. 그 이유가 약값이 스테로이드는 1,000원입니다.
So I asked how many times do you dose? I mean, you injected the steroid, and they said every day because of its cheap price.
국민들한테 뭐를 하겠어요?
So the U.S.
그래서 그러다가 요새는 또 이제
treated the president of the country this way and
저도
what they can do for their people.
내가 제약회사 회장인데
I'm the president of a medicine
모든
company,
언론사가
right?
와서 인터뷰를 하자고 그러거든.
And I frequently have this kind of interview with media
근데
outlets.
안 해도 알 거 아니니.
And then I said that I will not develop vaccines, and then I asked, you will know why. There are about 100 vaccine companies worldwide.
성공하는 회사는 10대 개는
On the second half of next year, about 10 companies will have a success story.
이 기술은 옛날부터 있던 거예요.
The technology, mRNA technology, this is actually existing technology. However, we have not utilized the technology because we
유전자 가위로 잘라가지고
did not have enough kind of safety data about that.
생물학적 합성을 시키는 겁니다.
It is synthesized your mRNA
코팅을 해서 집어넣는 거예요.
and then
근데 왜
they
우리가 안
coat it
썼냐?
and then inject it into the body.
어떤 부작용이 있을지 몰라서 안 썼어요.
Because we did not know about the possible side effects of mRNA, we did not use it. However, currently we do not have much time. That's why we are resorting to this new technology, mRNA. I believe that we will have much safer and safer vaccines down the road.
나왔는데 얘는 영하 70.
Now, Moderna does not require the ultra low temperature for storage and transportation.
동결 건조 안 했기 때문에 영하 70인 거예요. 모더나는 항공장 동한 거예요.
Moderna added one more process.
화이자도 100% 동결 건조해서 분만형으로 나중에 출시할 겁니다.
The Pfizer, I believe the Pfizer will release the product itself as a frozen tablet. Now we don't have much time. That is why they are making this product like this, requiring the ultra low storage temperature.
그런데 그다음에 이제 하는 게
And the next stage,
하는 거예요.
adenovirus.
이게 존슨앤존슨하고 아스트라제네카.
Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca now they are
아데노바이러스도 사실 백신을 잘 안 썼어요.
tapping this. Adenovirus have not used for vaccines. They were for the genetic treatment. However, as I said, we don't have much time. That's why they resorted to adenovirus.
다행스럽게 한국에 이 시설은 SK가 가지고 있어요.
Fortunately, in Korea, SK
여러분들은 워낙 소량을
has a facility to produce
한 배치 돌리면
such
충분히
kind
나와요.
of therapeutics.
그리고 또 이제 하는 게 홀바이러스 거예요.
And the whole virus,
중국이 아데노바이러스도 가지고 있고
China has adenovirus and the whole virus as well.
안전한 백신은
The most
홀바이러스예요.
safest virus vaccine is whole virus.
배양해서 이걸 생균이라고 합니다.
Vaccine
이걸 죽여서 이걸
is
사균이라고 하는 거예요. 이렇게 놔주는 게
for
원래
live cell. Okay.
근데 옛날에는 생균도 놔줬어요.
In the past, we injected live cells as well.
옛날에는
I
근데
mean,
이제 사교를 넣는데
however, these days we only use dead cells.
바이러스는 길르다
So
보면
toxic virus, when you culture the toxic cells, it may lead to contagion to infections of the operators or the community infections.
홀바이러스로 했기 때문에
I think that
자체는 안전할 거예요.
China used the whole viruses, which means that the vaccine itself will be safe and efficacy will be okay. However, the question mark is that the sterile facilities, I'm not sure whether they have sufficient sterile facilities to manufacture the drugs.
그러면 이 헤파 필터를 아무리 다려도
The sterile facility should be about 1/4 of this room, the size itself, and it requires a HEPA filter
그러면 이럴 때
for
충분히
ventilation
거예요.
to keep the sterilized process. The best way is to just monitor all the process. Okay, I mean the best way is to monitor the whole process in the world and just wait and see and just pick the safest one in the future. And many people asks me that whether the government, already bought the insufficient amount of vaccines or therapeutics.
마스크 잘 쓰고 한 6개월 살면 괜찮아요. 네, 그랬거든.
Then I say that if you wear masks as well, and in about 6 months, everything will be okay.
근데
Do not ask those kind of questions to me.
코로나19는 지금 미국과 유럽은
COVID-19.
심각합니다.
Okay, this is a serious problem. Currently, even now in Europe and the US, and the clinical trials are not possible in those areas.
그래서 그거에 비해서 한국은
compared to those areas, Europe and the US,
피해를 최소화시키는 나라로 온 거예요.
Korea managed to
그러면
minimize.
항체 치료제를 가지고 하는데 항체 치료제는 5개 회사가
I mean the cases.
리제놀이라는 게 있고
Regional, Lilly, Jega, and Glaxo, AstraZeneca, the antibody treatment agent, and
기술과 승인보다 더 어려운 게
this kind of R&D cannot be done in a small company because it requires a production capacity. Now the Celltrion has about 7% of the production capacity across the world.
우리 기존 제품 이 항체는 재고가
Next year,
12개월은 가지고 있어야 되거든요.
we should secure about 9 to 12 months inventory
150에서 200만 명분을 생산할 수 있어요.
to produce
그래서
about
공장 하나를
2
내년에
million
통째로
doses.
코로나 항체 치료제 생산용으로 배정하라고
So
했어요.
next year we are going to set a single factory for only for the production of antibiotic treatment agent.
이미 만들어 놨어요.
We already have about 100,000 doses.
진짜 힘들게 어제 새벽
Ready.
4시까지에서
And until 4
이상 환자를 마감했어요.
a.m.
그럼 왜 내가
yesterday,
300명이라고 했냐?
okay, we finalized the subject of the total number of subjects to 327
사이즈 정도로 임상 환자를
for
만들어야
clinical
돼요.
trials.
근데 내 생전 임상하면서 이렇게 힘든 임상은 처음 해봤어요.
Okay, this is I think the most difficult clinical trial in my
바이러스가
life.
있는 환자가 있어야죠.
Okay, because we do not have the enough number of patients with virus. Only those with the organ damage.
그래서 우리 직원
We have only those
40명이
patients with organ damage.
유럽으로 나갔어요.
So I dispatched about 40 the Celltrion workers to Europe.
임원이 전쟁터에 나가는 기분으로 나가겠습니다.
And then one executive told me that it's like he's going to a war site.
제가 기저질환이 있기 때문에 감염되면
He said, I have a pre-existing condition. If I'm infected, then I will die. He said, so he said, I'm going to wear, 2 masks at a time. So it was very difficult, to collect the total required number of subjects for the clinical trial. So we finalized it. Anyway,
플러스 마이너스 10%로 마감을 해야 됩니다.
okay, if the subject number, required subject number is about 300, we need to plus minus about 10%. So.
왜 300명 넘겼냐고 그래요. 330명.
And Europe and US, they asked me that why do you have the more than 300 subjects? Then I should provide my answers, of course.
그런데 나 3상 또 해야 되는데.
Because I needed to prepare for the phase 3 clinical trials, right?
그냥 종료 그러면 그 의사하고 나하고는 왜
I
쓰는
made
거예요?
my promise with the patients. So I cannot just end all the clinical process.
의사 보고 좀 참으라고 그래. 그래서 어제 새벽 4시에
So
327명으로
that's why yesterday
이상적인 숫자를 마감한 거예요.
I finalized the number of subjects to be 327. I think that is the ideal number.
어제 또 나한테 기자들이 그러더라고요.
Yesterday, I got a question from a journalist that will that be successful? I answered that the science is not about willingness; it is about data.
성공할 자신도 없는데 왜 그걸 임상을 하고 있는지.
And then the journalist asked me that why are doing the clinical trials if you are not confident enough?
우리 과학자들이 있지.
Okay, scientists are confident.
실현되는 건 데이터를 봐야 된다.
However, to realize our confidence that we should have a data, we should have data. What if, and someone asked, what if it fails?
국제적으로 개망신을 당하는 거다.
Okay, it will be a big failure. I will lose about 150 billion Korean won.
자신 있냐고. 자신은
Please do not ask whether I'm confident enough because this is about science. This is not a political. This is political issue and this is not about the willingness. Science requires data to prove it.
증명시키기 위한 필요 조건까지 다 해놨어요.
Now we have the required conditions to prove the data. And now we need some time for analysis. We observe
매일매일
the patients
뽑고
for
갑니다.
about 27 days.
14일 날 뽑고 20일 날 뽑고 28일
We
날
take out the blood every 14 in 14 days and 20 days
아무
or so.
나라에서나 또 검사를 안 해줘요.
And the blood with the virus cannot be examined in every country. We need to sell it, freeze it, and pre-process it and send it to the Amsterdam, Netherlands.
비행기가 여객기가
However, this
거의 안
is
가요.
it is not easy to send all those
화물기에다
specimens
보내는 것도 우리 일거리 중에 하나예요.
by air
그래서 여기
because of
계시는 분들,
COVID-19
그리고 유튜브를 보고
regulations.
계시는 많은 분들한테 할게요.
So I'd like
나
to say this.
공부를 하고 이거 치료제 개발하지 않았어요.
I have not developed these therapeutics to earn some money to raise the stock prices of Celltrion.
기자들한테 그래서 이건 공공재다.
I said that this is kind of public good. Okay? I told the journalist that this is a public good. Do not invest in, do not buy the stocks of shares of Celltrions because of this
그래서 근데
therapeutics.
여기까지 왔으면 내가 희망하는 건 뭐냐?
So what I hope is
이제 여기 우리 식약처사님 계신데
we have the Minister of the Food and Drug Safety.
그리고 다른 분들한테 얘기하면 긴급 사용 승인 제도라는 건 우리나라만 가지고 있는 게 아니에요.
So the emergency use authorization is available in any country in the world, not just in Korea. But still, the data should be submitted. It's the same procedure of the official the approval. So, but the people and citizens are waiting. So we need to make it happen earlier. But there's no way for the FDA or MFDS do it earlier than that. So in order to make it quickly and shorter, we need to provide all the required data. So last one we are trying to provide is that the blood test result of the clinical patients, clinical the subjects, and then review
오늘도 여기 오는데
review
모
that
기자가 저한테 전화를 해가지고
and then finish.
식약처가 그거를
So,
얼마나 걸리냐고 그러더라고요.
While I'm on the way
그래서
here,
제가 그랬어요.
I was on the way. This
그건
the
내가
BioPharma
끝내주겠다.
journalist asked, "How long does it take
그런데
for FDA to finish this the
우리도
screening
최소한으로
process?"
땡기려고
I don't
하고
know. I just say that I would like to make it shorter
거기에는
and
나도
quicker,
리스크를 택해야
but this
되고,
requires cooperation,
식약처도
collaboration.
리스크를 하고 있는데
So
이거 하나는
between
확실히 알고 있어요.
the Celltrion and
지지하고
also
있다는 걸 알고
MFDS.
지친
But
국민은 방역이 불가능하다는
You need to
걸 알고
understand that people are
그래서
being
나나
exhausted
우리 정부 방역
due to the
당국이나
COVID-19,
우리한테 남아 있는 시간이 없다는 걸 다
meaning
알고
that we don't have much time.
있어요. 그리고 이 이상 더할 수 없을 정도로
And
열심히 하고
also,
있어요.
At the same time, people are really trying hard to come up with
이
the
사이트
treatment.
다들 왜 회장이 직접 하냐?
So I myself, as a chairman,
리스크가 있는
and
분들은
working
회장이 결정해야
on
돼.
different sides and
그래서
every
그거 하고
the corner of the works,
그럼 우리
the
끝나고
reason is
나가지고
that I really want to
나가서
reduce
그 실무
risks.
미팅해야 돼요.
And after this conference, I
근데
need to have a working level meeting with the
최선을 다하고
MFDS.
있어요.
But I just want you to remember that we are doing our best effort. So objectively saying,
전 세계에서
in Korea,
본 거 아니에요.
we already witnessed all the clinical trials taking place around the world.
못 때려 먹었니 해도 때려 먹을 만큼 먹었어요.
So I believe that Korea has been done everything they can do to prevent the COVID-19 from being spread.
우리나라는 한 달에
And also,
7천만 개를 만듭니다.
Korea produced 70 million diagnostic kits per month.
미국이
No country have done that.
3억 5천만 인구가 세 번 하면
In
10억 개가 필요해요.
If the United States provide vaccines to the people, they need to have a more than
그다음에
350 million the vaccines. And in order to provide twice of the vaccine, the injection.
우리나라 백신 업체들도
But at the same time, they need to diagnose whether the people are the infected or not.
한국에서 환자가 있어야지 백신을 임상을 하죠.
But in Korea,
백신은 이렇게 하는 거예요. 백신을
you can
놔놓고
see
지역
that
감염률이 높은 환경에서 생활을
how
하는 거예요.
vaccine is going to
그리고
work.
백신 맞은 사람이 감염되는 숫자가 얼마고
So how
안
many
맞은 사람이
people
감염된
were
숫자가 얼마가
infected
있어요.
after vaccination
그러니까
and how many are not infected after vaccination? You need to see. So in order to see the vaccine effectiveness, you need to go to the country where the virus infection is high. So in Korea, we do not have much, many the infection. So that's why we're not able to undergo the clinical trials of
어려운
vaccine.
일이 아니에요, 그거.
So vaccine development itself is not very difficult because the technology behind this is available.
대학원생하고 교수님이 3개월
Frankly
만에 개발하는 게
speaking, this technology can be developed
인상의
only in
환경이
agreements
중요한
with the professors
그래서 그렇게
and
하고 있는데
the students, the
그러면
graduate students in university.
마지막으로 내 희망상 기대치를 얘기할게요. 내
But
희망상 기대치를.
But the clinical trials is important. So last thing I would like to say is that my the hopeful message, and also I want you to remember this should be also contained in your news article.
같이
So we need to be very transparent, and also we need to collaborate with each other very effectively. So if treatment get approval in a short period of time, since we have the strong diagnostic ability, we have everything in our country. So if we successfully develop treatment, why don't we undergo the diagnostic test for entire people in Korea? I did say this and asked this in the National Assembly. So decision for that should be done by the government. So
0.5% 보면 25,000명입니다.
when you look at
0.3% 보면
the status,
지금 현재는 지역 확산이 돼 있어서
since we are witnessing the community infection,
0.2에서 0.3%의 환자가
so
있을
I
확률이
believe
있어요.
that 0.2 and 0.3% of the patients and hidden patients are available.
항체 치료제를 인젝션 하는 거예요.
So we can provide antibody treatment to these people.
대개 일주일 이내에
Normally,
증세가 완화되더라고요.
1 week later, after treatment, the symptoms have been eased. That's what I optimist. But if it is not enough, we can also provide one more treatment to these people. So my expectation is that before we have spring next year, we're going to have a COVID-19 free country.
안전한 거 국민들한테 놓으면 되는 거예요.
After then, we can provide a vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine to the people. So COVID-19 is not going to be ended. It has been spreading to African continent. So in order to have the COVID-19 and the virus itself should be mutated into the weaker one.
그러면서 이제 서로
So
백신과 치료제를
before that happened, we need to make our country free from COVID-19.
집단 감염이 안
And
되게끔 하는
progressively, we
데까지
need to prevent countries from being infected in groups, in communities, infection.
센 독감 정도로 가는 거예요.
So later, the COVID-19 will become a very weak flu.
나는 여기서 자신 있게
Like
얘기하는 거는
NS.
코로나19를 진짜
But what I could say is that we, Korea, has all the requirements to become a COVID-19 free country because we have everything in our country.
진단해야 돼요. 진단 키트 부족해서
US
진단해서
has vaccines, but they don't have a diagnostic kits for all the
치료제 놔줘야 되잖아요.
citizens.
릴리하고 리제노널이
Lilly and Regeneron
커버 못해요.
cannot be covered in the US.
그러면 필요하다면 나도 거기 협조 줄 용이 있어요.
So if necessary, maybe the surgeon will provide help to the US. But that's not something that I decide. Rather, this should be decided by the government, Korean government.
세계의 원칙에 맞냐?
So this decision should be made according to the principle, three basic principles, whether it is in the interest of the country.
400만 원 이상이에요.
So
내가 200만 명분을 생산해 버리면
if I develop, they produced 20 million the treatment for the 20 million people. It is worth about 8 trillion Korean won. So meaning that I can generate a lot of revenues, but this also looks like that I am taking advantage of the COVID-19, the pandemic. So that's why it is the decision made by the government and the nation. So what I could say is that I'm going to do my best effort
거리두기 하고
what I can ask you to
저도
do your own work.
여기
So
식약처장님하고
maintain your
복지부
personal
차장님만
hygiene
마스크
and
벗고
wear
스피치 하려고
masks.
그랬는데
So
두 분이 계셔가지고 마스크
since here we have the relevant officials, Ministry of MFDS, and also the Vice Minister, Ministry of Science and ICT. We have a very precious VIPs here, so I needed to wear this mask while I'm providing the speech.
근데 저같이 기저질환하다가 마스크 쓰고 말하기가 얼마나 어려운데.
So for me, as a person who have underlying conditions, it is really difficult to provide speech with
국민한테
masks
드리고 싶은
on.
말씀이 이겁니다.
So
터널 끝에
this
와
is a
있다.
final the message to the
지금까지 우리
people.
잘
We
찾고
are
왔는데
at the end of this
좀
long
우리도
tunnel.
최선을 다하고 있지만 물리적 시간이
We have done very
필요하니
well so far,
이 겨울만
but
그리고 필요하다 그러면
the
내년
developing
초까지
treatment
좀
requires
힘들어도
a certain period of
그리고
time. So please wait
끝없는 고통은
for
힘들지만
treatment to be released to you
유한한 고통은
until
참을 수 있잖아요.
the next spring.
그래서 지역 확산이 더 되지 않은 상태에서
So when we have the
그리고
very
경제가 더 위축되지
the
않는
reduced degree
상태에서
of the community
사실은
infection,
최선을 다해보려고
and also
민관이 하나가
without
돼가지고 최선을 다하고 있어요.
significant
그래서
depressing our
우리
economy,
차장님하고 저하고 여기 있다가 저희 회사 가서 또 미팅해야 돼요.
we
미팅
want to
뭐냐면
provide the best
지금까지 거를
solutions
다 나는
possible to the
레포팅을 해야
people.
되고 식약처는 궁금한 사항들을 우리한테 요구해야 되고
So we need to
이 노력을 하고 있습니다.
provide our data to
그래서
the
희망적인 얘기 하나
MFDS, and also
내년 봄이
MFDS
됐을 때
requires us to provide all the
대한민국이 전 세계에서
answers.
이 위기를 제일 잘
So
극복했다는
let me
걸
give you the promising
확실히 느끼실
message.
수 있을 거예요.
Next year,
그게
you will feel
전 세계의 표준이라는
that
단어가 무슨
Korea
말이었던가를 느낄 거라고 생각해요.
is the one
그래서
which
치료제가
cope
일단
with the
나오면 국민들이
COVID-19
불안감이 없어지잖아요, 그죠?
best,
그렇지 않습니까? 그리고 다행스럽게 환자가 많지 않아서
better than any other country.
환자를 다 조기 치료할 수 있다고 치면
So if we provide an
그러면
earlier treatment,
여유
early
있게
intervention to
백신을
patients,
공급받아도
in that
국민들이
case we can provide a
두려움이 별로 없을
vaccine
거예요. 그래서 여기
and
바이오
without
업계에
any
계신
kind
분들이
of
계십니다.
safety
이
risks.
코로나19와 관련돼서
We
관심
have a
있는
people
분들이
from
계시고
bio industry,
여기에 관련되시는
and
분들이 이
some
행사에서
people
스피치를 하실 거예요.
have interest in COVID-19, and also
제약회사 회장입니다.
the speakers who
비즈니스맨이에요.
are also related to the
그래서
COVID-19.
제가 가지고 있는 생각 딱
So
하나예요.
let me tell you this.
뭐냐면 이 노력이
Our efforts
우리나라가
to develop treatment
강대국하고 싸워서 한 번도 이겨본 적 없었는데
is
이번에
the
한번 이겨보고
proof
싶어요.
as
그래서
will be a
우리가
proof
어떻게
that we
미국을
can
이겨봐요.
win over any
그렇지 않습니까?
other
어떻게 일본을
advanced
하고 막
countries.
해요. 근데 유럽의 많은 국가들도 우리한테 도움을 필요할 거라고 생각하고 미국도 필요하다고 생각해요.
I'm sure that there will be many
그래서
countries
여기
requiring our
계시는
help
우리
and
업계에 있는
assistance.
분들한테는 우리가 그동안 음지에서 힘들게
So, in the
고생했는데
global markets,
우리 한국의 바이오 산업에
we were
위상을 보여줄 수 있는 기회가
the second tier, and
전
now
세계
it's
이
time
위기에서
for
왔다는 게
the
좀
Korean
웃기긴
bio
하지만
industry to
이거를 우리가
take this chance. I mean, to take the
한
lead
명으로 즐거움을
in the
느꼈어요.
market.
그래서 오늘 사실은 우리 직원들이 줬던 원고는 우리 회사 자랑 좀 하고
So
그다음에
the
코로나19
people, I mean, my employees, they gave me some a kind of manuscript for today's keynote speech on the
와서 보니까 그거 다 빼버리고
the history of our background or COVID-19. However, I just focused today. I just focused on the COVID-19 only.
그리고 꼭 기억해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please remember
코로나만이
this.
아니라 모든 바이러스는 조기 진단, 조기 치료를
Every
하는데
virus requires
나는
early
빠른 시간 안에
diagnosis and early
우리나라
treatment.
생활치료센터가 격리
including COVID-19.
대중요법치료센터가 아니라 조기 진단된 바이러스 환자를 조기 치료하는 센터가 되기를 바랍니다.
So the current cure center should be transformed into an early diagnosis and early treatment center.
그래도 불행하게
And that will prevent current kind of paralyzation of the hospital or the medical settings.
더 많은 사람들이 더 비극적인 일이 안 생기도록 하는
That will enable intensive care, I mean, to prevent
이제부터 남은 시간 나도 넘어야 될 호들이 몇 개
the
있는데
victims.
그 호들
We have several
열심히
hurdles
해서
left,
국민들의
and we
기대감에
will try our best
어긋나지 않게
to
넘겠습니다.
surpass
오늘
those hurdles and to meet the expectations of people.
뉴스원에 있는 관계자들한테 또 감사하고 이런 기회를
And
줘서
I truly
또
would like to say
유튜브로
thank you
중계하시니까
to the
여기 있는
officers
분만이 아니라
of the
이
organizer,
이야기를 듣는
News1,
분들한테
for organizing this event.
이런 메시지를 전하게 돼서 고맙습니다.
Thank you for giving me this
그리고 또
opportunity
제가 했던 말
to
중에
send out this
혹시
message
좀 틀린 거
to all the
있으면
audience.
뭐 제약회사 회장이 뭐 의사도 아니고
I may have some error in my
뭐
speech,
나도
and your
명예학
kind
박사인데
understanding on that will be
진짜
appreciated because
박사도
I am
아니고
not a doctor
그러니까
currently.
혹시 좀 잘못된
Okay,
거
I'm the
있으면
president of a private
잘
company.
모르면서 자신 있게 얘기했나 보다
If
이렇게 보고 이해를
there's
해주시기
a kind of
바랍니다.
medical error, please
고맙습니다.
understand it. Thank you very much.
박수
Thank you very much.
부탁드립니다.
Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
기조 발표 진행해 주신 서정진 회장님
Thank you very much,
감사합니다.
Mr. Seo, President of Celtrian. Thank you very much for your
다음
remarkable
세션으로는
keynote speech.
데이비드 플로리스
And the
바이오센츄리
next
회장님께서
speaker
코로나
is
시작부터
Mr.
코로나19 시작에서
David
끝을
Flores,
하여라는
CEO
주제로
of
발표해
BioCentry.
코로나19
He is going to make a
상황에
presentation
데이비드
on the
플로리스
COVID
회장님께서는
vaccines.
실시간
Approaching the end of the
설명들을
beginning,
통해
because of
진행하도록
COVID-19, he
하겠습니다.
is now connected online.
Chairman David Flores, please begin your presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me back at the Global BioPharma for a second year. I'm joining you today. I would like to be with you there in Seoul. Today, I'm in my home office in Nashville, Tennessee. And again, I'm hoping that we can do this again next year together. So let me start my presentation and give you some ideas related to this idea of the end of the beginning of COVID. And for starters, I need to recognize that the News1 and BioCentry have a relationship, and it's now 2 years old. And I do want to thank Mr. Lee Bak-yu, the CEO of News1, for having the insight to recognize that we could work together to share information to his audience in Korea. And what News1 has is an ability to select material from BioCentry that is germane to the audience of public policymakers and the public related to healthcare and innovation. And this is an example of how this relationship works. In October, at the end of October, we started writing about strategies for deploying antibodies to treat COVID, including Celtrion CT-P59. And we wrote our story, and it becomes part of the News1 feed. So I want to thank you all for making this relationship possible. News1 draws from our business intelligence platform, which includes analysis, where we distribute analysis data, and we conduct senior level networking events, mostly strategic and for investors related to innovation in healthcare, specifically for biotechnology, biopharmaceuticals, and the ecosystem that surrounds it, from strategy to public policy to finance and discovery and development. Our audience is primarily not a news audience or public audience, but the C-suite pharma, business development, competitive intelligence, investors, both public, venture, and bankers, and government. I could not do this speech, as the last speaker said. I'm the CEO of a company. I used to be in the news business. I have a wonderful staff, and I'm very proud of the work they've done. And you will see a lot of it today, which enables me to give the kind of talk that we will now see. And I have to tell a little story about this meeting. On November 7th, our Asia Pac account manager, strategic account manager, sent me a message from News1 asking if I could predict on November 7th who would be the first to develop a vaccine in the US. And I thought about that for a day and thought, that's very risky. No matter what I say, it will be out of date in a day. Well, I sent a note back on November 9th to Matt saying that's not a good idea. I think I should try to do something that I won't be out of date. And a few hours later on November 9th, only hours after I sent the note back to Matt, the phase 3 data from BioNTech and Pfizer were announced. November 16th, the phase 3 data from Moderna was announced. Just 2 days ago, Oxford and AstraZeneca announced their data. So it's fortunate that I did not choose to make any predictions because they would have all been wrong, probably. And we still have an event coming up that I don't want to make a prediction about, which is the December 10th FDA advisory panel on the EUA for both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. But what I will do is try to give you a reason why this is titled The End of the Beginning. And it's because the question is not so simple. We have data already that's come in from not only AstraZeneca in the last few days, but there's more data that came in from Russia's Sputnik program. It's very opaque, that program, but there are reasons to think that it is tracking alongside similar approaches. And if you think that it's the US, if you're focused on the US being first, well, the fact of the matter is the UK through Oxford and AstraZeneca, as well as possibly Russia, may be ready to develop vaccines to dose as many as 2 billion people next year. So it's a much more complicated question. So I want to provide a landscape for you to think about what has been accomplished in the last year. And there's 3 pieces. The beginning is I will argue that the biopharmaceutical world has truly stepped up in a remarkable way. The collaborations both within industry and between industry and partners in both public and private and the nonprofit sector, that a pipeline emerged and data emerged. And that's very important. Second, the conclusion as we are today is we now know a vaccine is possible, that we know that antibodies will matter, and that we've received a lot of validation that the innovation model works. This has been a very important validation for the idea that innovation actually matters. The other point is that after the beginning, though, there's a lot left to do. And I'll spend a bunch of time a lot of the talk going through a lot of things that need to happen next. And they'll go through very quickly, but they'll give you some idea of what remains ahead of us. So everything you see, almost everything you see comes out of what we've been accumulating. We built this in 9 days. This COVID-19 Resource Center is publicly available. It's on our website. And we built it partly at the request of the initial members of the COVID R&D Alliance, which is 15 pharmaceutical companies and some venture capital partners. And they wanted access to a lot of information about what they could do to start picking things to intervene with collaboratively. And I think that was important to us to participate on this and to participate with them, because it allowed us all to start accumulating information that everyone could use. And I think it was an example of so many different ways collaboration has been important in the last year to reach the point that the last speaker talked about getting to the end of COVID. So I do have to do, for full disclosure, we have been in meetings in COVID R&D Alliance, but we've not been privy to any any confidential information relates to deals or compound decisions. We published this in August, and this was the beginning of the end from our point of view. This is a map of all the trial readouts that we knew as of August 20, as of the beginning of September, that would take us through the end of November. As you can see, this is quite a lot of activity, and probably not a lot of us realize that all of this was going on, but it's what's underlying it that's really truly important and will carry us through to long beyond where we are today. One is that you can see that how much the industry in just a few months created a pipeline. This is vaccines and therapeutics and preclinical and clinical development starting at the end of April when we opened the portfolio. and through last week. And as you can see, there's more than 800, even though it's slowing, there's more than 800 programs pursuing COVID around the world. It's a very remarkable picture. And if you take out the same picture, but you take out the vaccine, what you see is that about 75% of these programs are focused on things that are not vaccines, which will also be very important. And I want to I will touch on that some more as we get through the presentation. We have vaccines, they have proliferated. You can see that there are 8 modalities that have reached the clinic, at least 8 modalities. And as we are learning, we will need all of these modalities as we go forward. It will not be sufficient to have only 1 or only 2 or only 3 vaccines. So the question is often brought up, well, are all these in the green side, the preclinicals, are they too far behind? Did they start too late? I'm not sure we can answer that question yet. We have a fair number. We have 5 now that have reached regulatory stage, including Sputnik in Russia. But there's a lot behind. And I predict at this point, this is good, and we will need them. We will need this kind of pipeline we may not beat COVID, but we need to put it under control. The other thing we're finding now is that, and initially there was a rush, like COVID, the COVID R&D alliance or coalition. The initial rush was to find compounds that could be repurposed for COVID. And you can see here that there's actually quite a lot of those programs that are in the clinic, but we're now seeing a growing pipeline of novel agents specifically focused on COVID. These all will be, again, as I'm going to argue, necessary to maintain the fight and to go beyond where we are today, which is the beginning of the end. And we also have small molecules that are finally reaching the clinic. They're not a lot, but they're focusing on really essential aspects of the COVID virus that we will want to know how to address in order to sustain our response to COVID. So it's not too late to start these, because they'll be needed once we get past what is now most people call the acute phase. So that's what's been built. It's remarkable that I think, I was impressed by just looking at how much work has been done, how much of a pipeline has been developed globally. These are all global, what we can find, and that's very encouraging. Now, at the end of the beginning starts maybe in July. We start getting phase 1 and phase 2 readouts. We have here, I have to keep moving the screen a little bit for myself, the 5 vaccines that are in the front of the pack. And what I would say here is, I agree, we would agree, BioCentury would agree totally with Celltrion that the only thing that matters is getting data. And in July, people started issuing data, and the thing is, you want to try to read more into the data than you can probably do. And if I spend a moment looking at this chart, you would see that the cohorts that are being tested, some are folk that include elderly, some don't include elderly. We're getting different assays producing different readouts on the kinds of antibody response and titers. So you look at this and you start looking, like, if you were asking me, like, in July, can I come give a talk on who will be first? The answer is there's no data to tell you that in July. So we go to fast forward to September, and then the 3 vaccine makers that were at the time were ready to announce their protocols. The FDA said we needed to demonstrate 50% efficacy at a 30% or above confidence interval. And this is what they plotted. This is what they told the public. This is the path our vaccine clinical trials need to show. So this set expectations for everyone. And this is what happened. Again, this is quite remarkable. If you look at the lines, the dotted lines where it was projected and where the data have come in so far for Pfizer and BioNTech, AstraZeneca, Moderna's interim data, and Sputnik is not as far along in terms of the number of events it's measured. But these are all, if you set the expectations based on the initial curves, this has been quite remarkable, and you can see the result in the response in the stock market. And again, though, I'm going to argue that we still don't have enough data. It's optimistic, but we need more data. We've also reached the point here at the end of the beginning where we know that antibodies matter, and that we have several antibodies that we have 2 that have emergency use authorization in the US and elsewhere. And now the healthcare system has to start deciding and planning and figuring out how to deliver these, how to create safe spaces for patients to come in, have staff treat them, have the material delivered. And as in the prior discussion, we know that this should be done within 3 days of a confirmed test. So we have vaccine data above expectations. We have antibodies we know will be needed to treat patients. And I think probably now a global consensus on the use of diagnostics, which is, I think the consensus is that we all have to agree that screening is good enough, that the kinds of diagnostic tests that would be required to have an absolute or as close to absolute confidence is not sufficient for us to open up the economies. We need rapid tests. We need to give them often. So speed is taking precedence over accuracy in order to reopen economies. It does not, however, and this is a long-standing point of BioCentury that we've always wondered about or argued, is there still needs to be a business model for diagnostics to make this more sustainable. But this shows that there are, at the same time that we've been developing all these therapeutics and vaccines, that we have diagnostics. So we've gotten to the end of the beginning. Now what needs to follow? For starters, we need to continue to follow the data that came out early. So you can see that early in the, when we saw phase 1 data, it wasn't clear whether any of these vaccines how they would perform in the elderly. Now we have only very few data points, but again, those are above expectations. AstraZeneca hasn't revealed what its data is in the 55 plus cohort. But this is encouraging, but we still need to fill the data in, because as we allocate vaccines, once we get past the first responders, we're going to want to know how to treat the elderly populations and other populations at risk. The other thing is we need to determine what's called the correlates of protection, which may be a 25-cent word for saying, does the vaccine work? But what we have, again, in the early slide I showed you, we had the phase 1 and phase 2 data. There was some interesting results here. We could see CD4 helper cells seem to be getting produced in some cases, but CD8 killer cells maybe not, or not so much. But then when we get down to the actually producing, revealing the data, it's hard to know what the result is between what's going on in the immune response and the number of neutralizing antibodies being created and the efficacy data. So those have to be filled in for a couple of reasons. One is we need to know this to create next generation vaccine. The other thing that's a current issue that we're going to see resolved fairly quickly is that, we have 2 EUAs in front of the FDA. There is some question about what will happen when they're approved. Let's assume they're approved. There's more data coming out in between now and the end of the year from Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca, more from Moderna, and then a whole cohort probably in the first 2 quarters of 2021. And the question is whether the authorizations will make it harder to recruit for these studies. And Pfizer has said that it feels like it may have an ethical obligation to unblind its studies, which will make those studies, it'll negate them as formal clinical studies, and instead of having 2 years of study, we'll have a few months. So this little window between now and the end of the second quarter is going to be very important to see what gets done before we start having some issues related to finishing clinical trials. I think this is getting further down the line, but it's something to start thinking about. We haven't talked about it. You don't see a lot talked about it in public, but we're actually talking about turning this pipeline into an armamentarium for COVID. It's not quite built yet, but as AstraZeneca's EVP for biopharmaceuticals says, we need everything. We need as much as possible. And I'll give you some reasons in a couple of minutes about why we need this and what it means going forward. But if you think about vaccines in particular, the vaccines people are immune compromised. It's a large population of people who have immune compromised. They're not going to be indicated. A lot of the vaccines and the immune stimulants aren't going to be probably indicated for those people. We have treatments for late acute stage morbidities that we can see are where people with diabetes and other conditions are responding negatively to the infection. We know that there's resistance emerging in both Lilly and AstraZeneca or Regeneron rather are moving to cocktails and putting cocktail versions into the clinic to anticipate resistance. There will need to be, and this goes back to the other slide I showed about the number of vaccines and the 8 modalities, that the likelihood is that once you're vaccinated once, probably the betting is that there will need to be a second round with a vaccines of different modality. We don't know that yet. And then there's a thing called long COVID syndromes. There's several of them that involve so many different parts of brain, lung, and cardiovascular function that we're barely getting our arms around in terms of what needs to be done once someone encounters these after they've been exposed to COVID. So that's a business opportunity and a public health obligation. We have to deal with it. So the question is, okay, how long does this last? So, Operation Warp Speed his goal is to get this out by the end of the year. COVAX, which is the international effort that's done by WHO and other its partners, is also they're basically saying 2021 is when we should be trying to get past the acute phase. And this chart here is from our Operational Warp Speed. It doesn't predict when vaccination will become routine and commercial, but it does point out that as far as the United States is concerned, we probably can't start talking about that until there's at least 660 million doses available. So if that happens in this year or next year, the question that's been asked by some people in Korea is, well, when will it become commercial? Well, it's downstream from that, and of course, as you go around the world, those places, those dates will change. So looking further out, I would say that it's important, and one of the things that's been pointed out is there's so many similarities between COVID-1 and COV2 in terms of protease and polymerases, enzymes. But we didn't do anything about it as an industry or in the public health space after SARS 2003. And now Jay Bradner, who's president of Novartis, NIBR at Novartis, as he told us in a podcast, shame on us if we didn't organize the community around the innovation of a SARS protease inhibitor, a SARS polymerase inhibitor, a SARS methyltransferase inhibitor. We could have very likely have had an active coronavirus medicines today. So there's an opportunity cost for thinking we beat this and not knowing and not being prepared for the next one. And I think that we're all getting a profound lesson in what has been a 30 or 40-year outcry from the infectious disease community that this was coming, and now it finally has. So that leads to the next stage, which is, okay, how do we prepare? And here's some points that we write a thing every year we call Back to School, and we try to summarize big issues that have transpired in the past year that will carry us into the next year. And here's some points we got from this in terms of our reporting and our analysis. And one is that big pipeline you've seen in my charts here of all these drugs and therapies and vaccines being developed. You know, we can't lose that reservoir. They're developing safety data that we can use to start from scratch be more informed about how virus response we have these tools here. So we need this reservoir. It needs to be on the shelf. We can't forget about it. There are people, including former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb, who believes that it is possible to develop a target product profile for pan-class therapeutics, so we can anticipate the kinds of antiviral therapies we need in the future. One thing we've learned is that the importance of expanding clinical trial networks and globally empowering them digitally. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on digital, but it's been very clear that the pandemic has caused everyone in biopharma to start thinking more creatively and practically about the use of digital, from everything from discovery to the operation of clinical trials and the delivery of healthcare. The next one may be tough. If we could agree globally on predictable regulatory pathways, we'd have a lot more clarity on when these drugs are going to reach what market. As the prior speaker said, some of these things are public goods. We need a social consensus on how to fund them, and that includes next generation diagnostics. There's still no solution for the broken market for antibiotics. We've just had in the last year 3 or 4 companies who have developed antibiotics go out of business because there's not been a market for them. And we have to figure out how to build surge manufacturing capacity and have it on the shelf so when we need it. And then, as we know at the beginning of COVID, surveillance needs to be internationalized with agreement on common screening systems and reporting systems. And we need, on the innovation side, to do some things that we've learned a lot. There were some good practices, and the industry should be proud of them. One of them is there's been a surge of pre-competitive collaboration, which can continue in many diseases. It's not going to have to be limited to the pandemic. More data sharing. Data sharing would be very helpful in this case. On this screen, what I'm showing you is the original assays, the neutralizing antibody assays across this first set of vaccines. Small problem, they all use different assays. It's very hard to determine what's going on and how to compare them. Expanding the use of master protocols and platform and adaptive trials will speed up drug development. They've been used a lot in cancer. Master protocols were actually used by the recovery study in Oxford, the UK, to validate dexamethasone for as a steroidal intervention for COVID, and among other things. And so there's been a lot of work using master protocols in COVID that can be applied to other conditions. The other thing is that COVID has made it very clear that at-risk populations as well as underserved populations are extremely at risk of bad outcomes with COVID. And this has been a wake-up call for the industry to recognize that they have to be prioritized and tested so we know how to treat them, because in the case of a pandemic, if we can't take care of them, that we will be increasing fatalities and actually reducing productivity and stagnating the economy because of the amount of resources it takes to take care of underserved populations. And again, I've said we need to expand the use of digital clinical development, because some of the ability to travel now has taught us, inability to travel now has taught everyone that we can do quite a lot digitally that maybe we didn't have the motivation to do before, but now we know we can, it's time to continue to do that. And finally, this is my sort of call out to the industry as opposed to everybody else who might be there with you in the room. You know, we're already talking among ourselves at BioCentury about when will the biopharma industry start redeploying its resources to non-COVID priorities. And that's a very big decision to make. The industry has lost a lot of goodwill in the last 25 to 30 years based on pricing and other and access to drugs in some cultures and countries. So this is really an opportunity for the industry not only to create solutions, but to behave in a way that they get credit for solutions, which has not happened for a long time. And this is truly an opportunity for the biopharma world to live up to its ability to be a white knight in public health. So that is my talk. I want to shout out to Kitty and the members of the Korea Biotech Roundtable who just supported our 7th annual China Healthcare Summit, which was all digital, I guess last week or barely last week ago. It was a tremendous success. We've never done an all digital meeting before, and we had 20 people from 20 countries and 90 speakers and 50 companies presenting, and it all took place digitally. And we want to thank Kitty for supporting it as a sponsor and for supporting a Korea track. And we want to invite you all in Korea to join us in May when we do BioEquity Europe. And we'll be making some announcements about that in December. So I hope you got value out of this presentation. Again, I'm very happy to have been able to do this for 2 years in a row. If you have more information about how to access these slides, how to access the COVID portal, or anything else we're doing, please contact Matt Krebs. He's our Asia Pacific Strategic Account Manager at this email, and he will help you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman David Flores, about your presentation. Please wait for the next session without disconnecting because of a time difference. 발표를 진행해 주신 데이비드 플로리스 회장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr.
다음
Davis Flores,
세션으로는
the
패널
President
토론을
CEO of
진행하도록
BioCentury. We
하겠습니다.
are going to start the
패널
panel
토론에
discussion.
앞서 잠시 안내 말씀드리자면
Before starting the
김민석
panel
국회
discussion,
보건복지위원장님께서 11시 30분경
I'd
축사를
like
하기
to
위해
make an
현장에
announcement to
방문하실
Mr.
예정입니다.
Kim Min-seok, the
참조하시면
Chairman and
좋겠습니다.
Health and Welfare
다음 세션
Committee is
토론
going
바로
to
준비하도록
visit this
하겠습니다.
place for
조
his remarks
맥너맨은
around
W 메디컬
10:30
전략그룹 부사장님께서
a.m.
모더레이터로 데이비드 플로레스 바이오센츄리 회장님, 카메론 울프 듀크 대학교 교수님,
And we have
그리고
Mr. David
장현
Flores,
스타텍
President of
인베스트먼트
BioCentury,
대표님
and
모시고
Mr. Cameron Orff, the professor at
백신
Duke
치료제
University, and Mr.
파이자,
Joe
모더나 개발
McDominant,
뒷이야기라는 주제로
and the
패널
VP
토론을
of
진행하도록
W Medical Strategy
현장에
Group,
계신 장현
and
대표님,
Andy Chang, co-founder and CEO of Strasat's Investment. We have
해외에 계신 세 분은
these
실시간
four
화상 연결을 통해 진행하도록
people,
하겠습니다.
and due to COVID-19, the foreign guests are connected here online, and Mr. Joseph McMahon will serve as the
Please
moderator.
proceed with the discussion.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for allowing me to join you. I'm Joe McMenamin. As you heard, I'm the Executive Vice President of W Medical Strategy Group. We're very pleased to have with us a very distinguished panel of experts to discuss various aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the vaccines that are available, and other treatments that we hope to develop and see. I will have with me, besides Mr. Flores, whom you already had the pleasure to meet, as you heard, Dr. Andy Jang and Dr. Cameron White. Since you already met Mr. Flores, I will ask Dr. Wolf and then Dr. Jang to spend a moment introducing himself, and then we will proceed to a set of questions that I will pose to the members of the panel. Dr. Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the invitation to speak. I'm Cameron Wolf. I'm an associate professor in the infectious disease division at Duke University. Usually my role is I look after transplant patients and have a research interest in viruses and their clinical management and control within high-risk adults. My other hat is that I look after sort of biopreparedness efforts at the university. So this year in particular, that's meant leading our COVID task force at the university and also the healthcare system. And I also sit on steering committees at the state and university for COVID vaccine deployment, as well as in our vaccine institute. So I appreciate the chance to talk.
Thank you. And Dr. Jang?
I have been working in the industry for 12 years, starting from the Sanofi and lastly at the Boston Scientifics, mainly on the business development side. And after returning from the U.S. in Korea, I'm doing the healthcare investment in Korea and globally. So I really enjoy to meeting all of you and looking forward for the productive discussions.
Thank you. Let me turn then promptly to our first question, and I will ask Dr. Jang to lead the discussion, and our other guests can join in if they wish for a few minutes. There are high expectations for the development, as Mr. Flores was describing, of vaccines to manage the pandemic, from Pfizer and Moderna here in the United States, where I am, from AstraZeneca in the UK. Among those, Pfizer's vaccine has been developed most rapidly. Of these, how likely is it that commercialization of these vaccines will take place?
The simple question is very, very likely. As of today, all three companies released their interim phase 3 data from the trials. And personally, data is very, very impressive compared to when these trials are commenced back in summers. For example, Pfizer and Moderna showed over 90% vaccine efficacy with 43 and 30,000 people with no major safety concerns. AstraZeneca came in third and demonstrated similar efficacy, at least with one of their dosing regimen. So I believe it's enough efficacy given the primary endpoint of the trials was to show at least 50% efficacy. And I believe the front runners set the bar pretty high for the latecomers in terms of efficacy. And for regulatory side of the Pfizer and BioNTech has filed the emergency use authorization with the US FDA, and I believe Moderna will follow the suit in the short period of time. And I think they will all get approved. And there was a report that the UK will start the dosing of the Pfizer vaccine starting December 1st. Of course, as David laid out, there are some caveats with these outcomes, such as the validity of the trial design to identify the asymptomatic patient and duration of the protection with the vaccine, and also degree of the priming T-cell related immunity. However, given the urgency of given the urgency to put a brake on this pandemic, especially with the recent surge of infections numbers, I believe the results are satisfactory and provide the general public not only the medical relief but also the psychological relief. And also, this is really at least 3 to 5 years work fast forwarded into the less than a year, really unprecedented. And also tremendous effort from the various resource and entities such as science, financial, and policymakers, such as Operation Warp Speed and COVAX.
Thank you, sir. Let me turn to Dr. Wolf. Dr. Jiang has just given us reason to think that these 3 candidates will be in fact commercialized. But even if they are, it will take substantial quantities, of course, of these vaccines in order to be able to serve the entire global population. Can you give us some thoughts on your projections for the timeline necessary to provide vaccinations to patients all around the world?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, and I think it sort of comes down a little bit not only to the technology being used in each of them, but frankly, as was described, where they are in their production development. So I think, you know, I'd add to start with what Dr. Jiang had just mentioned, which is to say that I think even if the first perception of the AstraZeneca vaccine is that it would come in third, I think he's absolutely right in saying there's a clear place for that vaccine in a global market, and that we may find that in fact there are intentionally variations in which countries are able to approve and move forward with which vaccines based on their own capacity, their own cost considerations. And to be honest, if you had to ask me 2 months ago, would I be celebrating a vaccine with a 70% efficacy, as they've suggested, I would have thought that would have been outstanding. And so it's really in comparison to what are very, very good efficacies from Pfizer and Moderna that we even consider that as a third step, although I also do that. In terms of timeline, I think that sort of gets into a little bit of again, a bit of background on Operation Warp Speed that David hinted at in his previous talk. I mean, part of what Warp Speed was designed to do, and this is mirrored in other, you know, in European and Asian constituencies as well, was to intentionally support companies moving forward, not just with therapeutic and vaccine research, but also manufacturing and distribution. And they were the 3 sort of major pillars: research, manufacturing, and distribution, such that we've already globally invested an enormous amount in early production of vaccines before we fundamentally even know that they work. And now that we have data that I agree is going to be supportive of these vaccines moving forward fairly quickly, you know, that's money that's going to come back really to prove itself to be a very, very worthwhile investment. I think the challenge is going to be the rollout. So there was suggestion there that the UK will be going in December, and I think the timeline that we're working on now in the United States is that it's likely the CDC's recommendation will come in the start of the 3rd week in December, and we'll be well and truly vaccinating healthcare workers then too. It's one thing to get it rolled out in the United Kingdom and the United States. It's quite a different thing to get vaccines in sufficient number into areas of the world, not just areas of Europe and North America, that will continue to allow perpetuation of the pandemic, and if we can't get vaccine there. And so, you know, in that sort of breath, you're thinking about large swaths of Asia, you're thinking about areas of Africa and the Middle East, or in fact Eastern Europe, that may traditionally not have the access to vaccines that we would typically want. And I think that's actually where, for example, the AstraZeneca vaccine will come in incredibly helpful, because it has less cold chain issues than some of the other ones. It is more cost effective potentially in terms of production. So I think that's, you know, we would expect probably the first quarter of 2021 that we've rolled out perhaps into the hundreds of millions, but that's a far way away from getting to the, frankly, billions that we need to get into the discussion about to really curb this.
Well, thank you. While I have you, let me persist and ask a follow-up to that. If you could say a word or two distinguishing between the mRNA vaccines that have received a great deal of publicity recently and the protein vaccines that perhaps are slightly less revolutionary.
Yeah, it's an important comparison. I mean, I think, as you say, the RNA and frankly DNA vaccines, for that matter, too, are newer technologies. We've never globally approved an mRNA vaccine, and yet here we have two that have profoundly good efficacy, ready to, I believe, be approved likely in the next couple of weeks, at least under emergency use. So they don't compare. They don't have any live components. They're relatively easy to produce, but their stability becomes the problem. And so particularly for a Pfizer vaccine, for example, it needs ultra cold chain storage where it's actually maintained at sort of -70 to -80 deep freezing until within a few hours of administration. So there are logistic issues that clearly are a significant part of that. Not every place has a -80 freezer, for example. The second part is it has needed some sort of pretty novel technology to allow RNA to get into cells where it will self-replicate, and so that involves some technology with lipid nanoparticles to actually allow cells to absorb the product of the vaccine efficiently. But it has broad immunity, and so because of the way that it works, again, as David hinted at, this has really good efficacy so far in generating T and B cell response, which I think will be important in terms of hopefully understanding its durability, which frankly at the moment we don't have any data on. I don't know if this is going to last for 6 months, 12 months, 5 years. We don't know. We haven't been living with these long enough. You compare that to, say, the protein vaccines, and the one that's moving through perhaps the quickest is from Novavax. And, this is a much more established technology. We think about this sort of technology when we think about hepatitis B or some of the meningitis vaccines, for example. Typically, its side effects are minimized because you can very carefully select out the part, the protein subunit, if you will, of the virus that you want to target and present to the immune system. So you reduce side effect potential in that regard. It's also a non-living vaccine, so it doesn't have sort of knock-on side effects that you wouldn't anticipate. It's far more stable than the cold chain issues that come with the RNA vaccines, but a little bit more technical to manufacture, so perhaps on a production en masse perspective, a little slower. But also because it doesn't have an intracellular sort of stimulation in the same way that the RNA vaccines do, you often find that the pattern of immunostimulation is a bit more narrow. And so we often find that these vaccines need to be given with adjuvants or boosters in a way that try and sort of enhance the durability and the breadth of their immune system response that they do. So look, I'll be looking forward to seeing what Novavax come up with, frankly, in terms of an efficacy and a safety profile, because I think, as was mentioned a few minutes ago, the bar's been set really high, and if they can get up anywhere near that, then that'll be just a fantastic effort.
Thank you. And we started a little late, and I don't wish to derail the train, but I also want to invite our colleagues, Dr. Jiang, or for that matter, Mr. Flores, if he wishes to weigh in on this question before I move on to the next. Comments? Questions?
Oh, I would just reinforce the idea that what we don't know means that we need more of them until we do know, and so Novavax and like the 8 modalities I'm talking about, we don't know which ones will work. We don't know if we'll need to dose a second time with a different vaccine. So we need the time. We need to be able to generate the data to know those answers. And it'll be what I meant. It's a little the warp speed and the COVAX and some of the other initiatives. At some point they're going to run out of steam, and we need to get this data before it's left, before these kinds of collaborations start to run out of energy.
Thank you. And actually, since I have you, Mr. Flores, why don't I pose the next question to you regarding Pfizer, which has told us that it anticipates that 2 doses of its vaccine will be necessary. To my understanding, both the other companies have made much the same prediction respecting their vaccines. What is your impression? Do you think that's likely, and what are your views about this approach?
Well, the approach is based, the approach is driven by the outcome, right? So it's not a strategy, it's an outcome. You have to follow the outcome. So I have a couple of points. I think it's probably not known on the AstraZeneca side why why the prime boost on the 2 doses seemed to have such a great effect and the second one didn't. But as I understand the numbers, they're actually going to end up probably being able to get by on 1.5 doses if it works that way, and they'll actually have more capacity to dose if that in fact proves true. The other thing I'm a little bit concerned about is this thing called vaccine hesitancy, which is rampant in the U.S. and I don't know where else, but some of the reactions to the the Pfizer in particular, I have a sort of a concern that we'll want to find out if people take the first shot, don't like the fever and some other things that go along with it, and then don't go back to get the second. So I have a little concern about compliance.
I mean, I might add a little piece to that because I think David raised a really good point. If there was a reassurance that I saw with early phase 1, 2, and maybe phase 3 data, as much as we know it, is that the side effect profile does seem to be dominated, at least for the mRNA vaccines, on the second dose. And so I'm hopeful in a hesitant community that the first dose will actually generally be really well tolerated. But David's absolutely right. Getting that second dose in is actually pretty important. So you can look at the phase 1, 2 data from Pfizer, and there's a really noticeable jump in terms of antibody production based on the second dose. It's pretty crucial that second dose gets given. And the same in fact was published just 2 weeks ago in the New England Journal for Moderna's phase 1 and 2 data as well. So I think that second dose is crucial, but there's a lot that we don't know. They are on a different cadence. Pfizer is on a 3-week cadence, Moderna is on a 4-week cadence. Do we know that that's the right timeline? No. Does it matter if people mix and match? It probably shouldn't be done because we don't have any data on that, but I'm sure some people will miss a dose or come back late and we don't understand yet what that is going to mean. I do think the second dose really enhances your ability to get a durable response. So again, David raised a great point when he said, even though we've got good efficacy data for the 3 that have been coming off the market so far, if they only last a year, but Novavax, for example, comes along and says, hey, we've got a response here that's 5 years long, then that's a profoundly different comparison. And the second dose, I think, for those mRNA vaccines will likely be necessary to maintain durability. And I think, frankly, the importance of that second dose is also pretty well defined by the fact that the side effects were bigger in the second dose. I just think it's a clinical representation of the importance of that second timing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree
Thank you.
with gentlemen. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I just want to say that I couldn't agree more than what the gentleman said. So.
Thank you. I very much hope that the need for the second dose, coupled with the vaccine hesitancy that you've described, won't work collaboratively to diminish the impact that these advances could otherwise promise. Let me turn again to you, David Flores. In Korea, we have biopharmaceutical houses such as Celltrion and Enzochem Life Sciences and others that are currently developing treatments. In the U.S., we have Lilly, we have Regeneron and others. Why is antibody therapy receiving so much attention, and what do you make of the alternatives to it as treatment modalities?
I'm probably less qualified than Cameron to talk about the alternative. But the antibodies clear, you need something, well, because there'll be a lot of patients who don't get vaccinated. Some patients won't be able to be vaccinated. You'll have to have some intervention, especially in communal or close situations where you have outbreaks. And I think that's where the vaccines are really going to be. It's like meatpacking plants or elder care homes. When a hotspot emerges, you have to treat. Just have to treat, and you have to have something to treat with that you know will work. So that's where I think the antibodies are essential. On the other things related to the comorbidities and whatnot, I'm less qualified to, I haven't given as much thought to that.
Well, in view of those remarks, I can hardly resist the temptation to return to you, Cameron Wolfe. Can you weigh in on these issues, the antibody approach and its alternatives, and where you see them playing out as we try to cope with this problem?
Yeah, David's right on the money. I think the antibody response has to be early. So be that as a prophylactic strategy for folks in an outbreak setting or early in someone's infection. And I think the futility of using them in the hospital has already been borne out in some NIH trials. So comparatively, though, I think there's sort of two other strategies that have generally been the way that we've looked at. The first is a direct-acting antivirals. That's clearly where remdesivir fits in, although it's, I don't think anyone would say it's a panacea in terms of its effort. There are other antivirals with better sort of MIC capacity that are coming through early trials, and I would hope will be actually much more efficacious, including tablet options. And I think the second group
Let me just say MIC, in case anyone doesn't.
Yeah, the concentration required to get a good killing effect. Thanks for holding me up there. I think the other area though that's crucial is that we've realized that part of the clinical impact here that these drugs have is a profound dysregulation of the immune system. And so those folk who have the most severe clinical endpoints are those that get a hyperinflammatory state, often sort of a week to 10 days into their illness. And so for them, the question is immunomodulation, and what can I do to dampen down your abnormal immune system's response if you're already sick, or probably more importantly, what can I do now to prevent you having such an abnormal response in the first place? And that's where a number of companies now are trying to either repurpose already produced anti-inflammatory products or frankly come along with other alternatives. And so I think you really end up with three strategies there. There's vaccination or passive infusion of antibodies, clearly I think dependent on the early administration of them either before illness or early on. Antivirals when you know you're early sick, or immunomodulation if you're becoming more unwell. Lots to work on.
Dr. Zhang, would you care to weigh in on this?
Yes, in terms of the alternatives, other than the antibody therapeutics, we haven't gone through a lot of different approaches with a small molecule such as remdesivir and some malaria drugs. But we do know that it has a little effect directly killing this virus. So I don't, and also there's people doing some approach with the cell therapies as well. But the antibody therapeutics is really the key for the treating these people, which is not suitable for the vaccinations.
Thank you. And while I have you, what is your projection? What do you predict when these products will become commercialized?
I think right now we have 3 companies on this front as well. The really monoclonal antibody got the emergency use authorization from the US FDA back in November, and now Regeneron's antibody cocktails just got the same in this week, and also AstraZeneca is on the pivotal trials, claiming that the several advantages of this over these competitors, such as much lower dose in the injection and also the intramuscular injection versus intravenous, and also longer half-life. And AstraZeneca hopes to protect people for 6 to 12 months with a one single injection, so act as like a pseudo vaccination. As a matter of fact, really the antibodies dose is 7-gram IV, which is really high for the general antibody treatment from my perspective. And this morning, locally, the biosimilar giant Celltrion is wrapping up their phase 2 studies. And as you may heard this morning from the chairman, saw that they just complete the 327 people dosing, and they are rolling filing for the emergency use authorization to the at least Korean FDA and here, and then this will wait to see. As a treatment, antibody treatment is a particular interest of the patients non-suitable for the COVID-19 vaccinations, such as ones on the chemotherapy on dialysis. So, as I said, it's a really important protection for that people. But for the business opportunity for the vaccine treatment, for this antibody treatment, this will be all depends on how this first wave of the vaccination is really effective. If the vaccination is really effective, the market size for the antibody treatment will be quite substantially smaller than what we expect.
Well, it sounds as though from a scientific point of view, if I'm understanding what our panelists are saying, that there's room for cautious optimism, but it seems as though you're maybe a little more circumspect, a little more doubtful about the commercial potential and the financial return.
Correct.
Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah.
And gentlemen, does either of you wish to weigh in on this? I asked about commercialization. Any thoughts?
David, I'll let you take away.
I think the number of people who are not going to be, who are contraindicated for any sort of immune stimulation or is not going to be small. At least in the West, they're countable. I don't know outside of the West or Eastern Europe how they're countable, but I think it's a non-trivial number, and so there will be a business opportunity. The thing I think that potentially slows it down is the infrastructure to deliver any of these things is a work in progress. And just I've read through both the playbooks for Lilly and Warp Speed, and there's a lot that the healthcare system has to do to be prepared to actually treat patients. And there's a long way to go there. The science, the drug development, the drug hunting part of it is going faster, probably than the ability of the infrastructure to deliver it.
Yeah, I think that's true. That's been our biggest limitation here, is to find the location to administer them. It's one thing to find a person, it's to get them early enough that you think you're going to make an impact. It's to be able to bring them into a space when you can run an infusion and yet run it safely for all the staff, because you're dealing with an infectious individual by very nature. And those logistics don't fit together very well in the midst of a pandemic when your emergency room's full and you don't have any beds left in your hospital. So there are logistic issues that are not insurmountable, but they're challenging. And I agree that the comment earlier that the market for monoclonals, maybe or biclonals or polyclonals, would be dependent very much on vaccine efficacy. But like, I work in transplant typically, and there's been no solid organ transplant or bone marrow transplant patients enrolled in the first few phases of these trials because they didn't want their abnormal immune system to bias the data that came in early phase studies. So if one of those individuals happened to be vaccinated and still got sick, I would still offer them a monoclonal at that point, because I don't know to what extent their immune system would have mounted a sufficient response.
May I ask what strategies you've used to try to identify and treat patients early? You indicated that's one of the stumbling blocks. So how are you tackling it?
With difficulty, I'll be honest. So we got allocated our first allotment of Lilly's antibody about a week ago, and part of the response has been to put the data in front of frontline physicians who are ordering the COVID tests, set up a separate clinic, which we now have sort of a hot and sort of decompression zone for staff who come out of there, separate to the rest of the hospital, and to try and put that information in front of the public. But it's not straightforward. It's not like being able to prescribe an easy tablet for influenza. It requires a lot of logistics.
Well, since you have the floor, let me persist and ask about alternatives. Should the organism mutate? I've read, and I don't profess to be an expert, that it has mutated to a degree, but it doesn't seem to happen very frequently, very rapidly. What should we do to prepare for the appearance of mutations that may make the virus harder to deal with in the future?
Well, I think the first thing that's important is to even be having this discussion, to expect that that's going to occur, and it's already occurring, and to recognize that. So the first thing is detection and public health awareness. So, it should be our anticipation that viral mutation occurs, viral drift would be anticipated with these sorts of viruses. So having public health capacity with the sequencing that is required to be able to find that en masse, because you're really looking for a needle in a haystack in terms of the types of viruses that have mutated in a clinically relevant fashion in terms of their severity of illness. That's not a straightforward pathway. Like you need essentially ongoing surveillance of viral virion viral particles to recognize when these are occurring. You won't pick them up probably by accident. David hinted at that in his earlier talk. I think the implications then are for diagnostics. The one thing you don't want to find is that your PCR primers for the lab test, for example, that is currently using typically spike protein or different parts of the virus. If that's the part that mutates and suddenly your test is unable to detect it, then you've got an issue. And some laboratory degree of being nimble enough to recognize that and adjust diagnostics is going to be important. And then there's a therapeutic implication to that too. So, broadly active therapeutics in the face of mutations are what are driving companies to consider biclonal or polyclonal antibody cocktails rather than, for example, Lilly's current EUA product is a single drug. And my understanding is that they are not planning to move that forward for further commercialization because they recognize the risk that it will, in fact, have issues with mutations down the road, whereas Regeneron is already a cocktail product. Ideally we would have antiviral therapies that don't need to be, that can act on parts of the virus that are conserved. I don't know that we know which parts are conserved yet, to be totally frank, so that's easier said than done. And perhaps this is the one thing that gives me some optimism, is that at least for people who are the most sick, I don't think a different viral drift necessarily affects the immune system modulation drugs or immunosuppression drugs that we currently use to treat COVID patients as much. And so that part may not be such a big issue. But at the end of the day, if you're not aware that it's going to be happening and you're trying hard to look for it in a systemic and frankly international way, we're going to miss that, and that can have its costs. So far, mutations don't appear to have had a clinical gain in significance, as best I'm aware. Others may know otherwise, but we've got to keep looking.
Dr. Zhang, any thoughts on the mutation problem?
I think just what Wolf said is correct. Really, the close monitoring and orchestrated effort to try to detect, how it's got mutated, whether or not that mutation has a clinical implication, needs to be really monitored not just locally, throughout the globally, and so that we can, once it happens and provide a clinical implication, we can attack fairly quickly.
You know, we did a great job early on. We did a great job early on at sharing the data on the genome of the virus. If there's ever a call for action to continue to be open in our international sharing of mutations when they occur, this is exactly the reason why that needs to be there.
Right, right.
And are you optimistic that'll, sorry, go ahead.
A part of it is we're going to need to do that, and the other half of the equation there is we have not yet started a real discussion about how societies are going to I vacillate between endemic and seasonal, but I don't think any of us expects COVID to go away. So we have these structures for financing and the original cohort of interventions, getting them manufactured and getting them distributed. But you know, the business and public policy model going forward, we're not there yet. There's not really a discussion about what to do. So you get to the end of 2021, yeah, we'll know more about mutations, but I don't know if we'll know more about who's going to be responsible for intervening and how we're going to collectively do that. That's going to be a big issue as we get into the end of next year.
We may at least be in a better position in the United States to have an administration that actually thinks about international collaboration. I'll put that forward. Not meaning to be too political, but I think that's been a struggle for the last 4 years that may be about to change.
Thank you. We'll have to see. In these last, say, 5 minutes or so, I'd like to pose a question to all of you collectively, and that is, and I think in a way Dr. Wolf has sort of telegraphed this, do you think the world can return to the way it was before all this happened next year? And I'd welcome any of you to begin, but I'd like to hear from each of you.
No one's going to volunteer first, so
Someone needs to be brave.
I think if we expect that we'll look exactly the same as we used to look in 2021, we're going to be disappointed. And that's okay, because I think we've learned a lot about what the virus does. We've learned how to respond to the virus. We've learned public health and sort of mitigation strategies in order to maintain and minimize infection. One of my colleagues here isn't sitting in front of a plexiglass and wearing a mask. This is becoming far more standard, even in a recalcitrant United States and elsewhere. And so, will it look like it did in 2019? No, and I'm okay if that's true. Will we find ways of getting back to many of the activities that we used to do that may be more congregate, for example, than what we used to do? Yeah, I think that's true, because I think you'll see a larger vaccine rollout. Will it be perfect? Probably not, but it'll be far better than where we are now.
And I totally agree. Of course, I don't think that we will return to like a 2019 as of today. I mean, wearing the mask. I mean, dealing with this virus. It's not gonna be the same as what we used to be. But this very unfortunate opportunity provides us great chance to learn how to respond this kind of pandemics down the road. So that's I think the positive side.
Great.
But we can learn from this experience, so that if this happens again, we'll be better prepared.
Yeah.
I have two slightly different points of view, but they're not incompatible. I think we expect a lot to come from healthcare system and political leadership, and in terms of like congregating and whatnot. I think people, societies, the person on the street is ahead of the political leadership in many places in the world. Congregation, people will make decisions about congregation regardless, and we're seeing that. that will make the experiment that we're running about like how to deal with it more complicated. It's basically a large uncontrolled experiment, and we'll see how it comes out. It'll make real world evidence really a meaningful term as opposed to an academic discussion. And then I have one other comment that you know, at BioCentury, our business is to think about innovation in the life sciences, and one of the things I'm mulling over and I think about a lot is you know, we have a record amount of money raised for new companies and existing companies this year, and a lot of probably those deals and those companies were known and were able to raise money. What I'm concerned about now is the next generation of innovators, because so much of this is based on personal relationships, not slide decks and things like that. So finding the next generation of innovation, finding the people who are behind it, putting them together with the finance is something that I'm going to be, and BioEssentials is going to be following, because, you know, part of it because our business is based on these companies being formed because they become our customers. But, you know, beyond that, it just, we need to see these things get flourish, and you know, like, I can't go to this meeting now. Right? I was there last year, met new people, made new friends, in addition to the friends I already have there. That has it builds its own momentum. But we can build on the momentum of the people we knew before. The question the thing I'm a little bit concerned about now is, like, 1 or 2 years from now, we're going to see that start to, that sort of energy sort of plateau, because we just can't build the relationships that we need to build.
Well, thank you. I will take the privilege of offering a thought of my own as we wrap up here. And that is, I do believe that the biopharma industry deserves considerable credit. And David Flores alluded to this briefly in some of his remarks, that despite the reputational damage that's been inflicted upon it in recent years, some of it perhaps arguably self-inflicted, it took genuine courage and a true public spirit for these companies to take a chance on ramping up for mass-scale production of products that, at the time they made those decisions, might not ever have been able to be produced lawfully or productively anywhere in the world. And I think it's a tribute to their farsightedness and their willingness to take risks for the sake of mankind. That we should keep that in mind next time we are inclined to criticize them for this or that. I'd like to thank, on behalf of the audience and everyone, I'd like to thank Dr. Cameron Wolf, Mr. David Flores, and Dr. Andy Jang for their expertise, for their time to see this today, and in sharing their knowledge and their insights with us. And I thank our hosts as well. And with advanced apologies for my poor pronunciation, 감사합니다.
Thank you to all the speakers for the discussion. 열띤 토론 진행해 주신 연사분들 모두 감사드립니다.
Thank you very
다음
much
순서를
for
진행하기에
your
앞서
active
네,
discussion.
장면을 잠시 정돈하고 있는데요.
Before we
글로벌
move on to the next session, I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Min-seok, Chairman of House and Welfare Committee, National Assembly. I'd like to invite Mr. Kim. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. He's going to deliver a congratulatory remarks. Hello everyone, it's great to see you all. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late because we had a confirmed case in the National Assembly, and that's why I needed to get the test, and now I found that I am negative. I was tested negative. I'd like to extend my appreciation and congratulations on the news to the organizer, News1. Thank you very much. Now we are living in a time of reflection. The root cause of current COVID-19 pandemic is probably the environmental destruction. Now, thanks to the COVID-19, we realized that what is important is that to abide by the general rules. And now the general rules is wearing a mask or the keeping the social distancing. And because of COVID-19, we realized that we need the public good to protect even the isolated people, and we need to make an effort, a multilateral effort, the worldwide. Recently, I made a keynote speech in an international forum. Now they said that now we need like a housekeeping core, like a peacekeeping core of the UN. I made this kind of suggestion actually. I hope that today's discussion is very fruitful and will bring about a required outcome for the big picture of the Korean bioindustry. The Health and Welfare Committee of National Assembly are now dealing with many matters related to the Korean bioindustry. And I will also refer to the outcome of this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Min-seok, Chairman of the Health and Welfare Committee of National Assembly. Thank you for being tested negative. And now we will continue. And next is the corporate IR session. It is about the first session is about COVID-19 cure and vaccine. I'd like to invite the director of BioPharma on the plasma therapy. I'd like to invite Mr. Lee.
Good morning. I am Jae Lee. I'm head of corporate development of BioPharma. So I need to wear a mask and then I keep presenting. So today I'm going to introduce the hyperimmunoglobulin therapy against SARS-CoV-2 that we are developing. So this HIG has been known as the plasma therapy as well. So this data has been extracted from the WHO site. This was available as a dashboard in the WHO. As you can see that there are high number of infection as well as the death of the people. So the worrisome trend is that the number of infections is increasing. So our ultimate the purpose is to develop the vaccine, and also we need to develop the treatment as well. However, we need to secure the active substance and then prove the safety and effectiveness. That requires clinical trials. It will consume a lot of resources and also time. So let me explain the concept of the plasma therapeutics. So in recovered patients from the COVID-19 have antibodies which can neutralize the viruses, and from this plasma we extract the immunoglobulin Ig and then make this as a therapy. So this will be injected to the patients or the patients with exposed to the COVID-19. So this the plasma therapy is equal to the HIG therapy. So I think this plasma therapy is a very effective alternative to the vaccine because it can be quickly applied to the patient. For the flu patients, in the past, the transfusion was also used for the flu patients in the past. So let me provide the data. So when it was injected earlier in stage, the effectiveness was great. And And for H5N1, the new influenza, you can see the effectiveness is greater. This is a proven data, as you can see. And next one is that not just the SARS and new influenza and MERS, we also extracted the cases of COVID-19. So for 20,000 patients, there was no safety issue in the plasma therapy. In terms of plasma comparison, you can see that the mortality was decreased for the severely ill patient, as well as the antibody increased. And the other one is that the article. So the convalescent plasma has some antibodies, this antibody titers, and also the severity of the disease have something to do with each other. If you can see the data, so 72 hours later, after the transfusion, and also titer is low, the mortality is very high. However, if you are injected with a therapy plasma within 72 hours after infection, you can see the mortality can be significantly decreased. So this has been already reported through the media. So plasma transfusion was approved in FDA August 23 through the emergency use authorization, and also this plasma therapy already available in the market. So let me explain about the HIG, the therapy that we are developing in GC Pharma. So BioPharma products, normally you can see that the protein, the based products. So we extracted active ingredients from the plasma that has been used as a general product, including the albumin. And immunoglobulin is also 35% of the plasma. So from this plasma, we separated the immunoglobulin. So before this separation, extraction, you also extracted a lot of active the substances, including albumin. So like the refinery, the process, we have a lot of a process which allows us to control the pH and also alcohol concentration. With that, we can extract the IG. This IG has been used in many different medical sites. It helps the viral infection treatment, and also ease the immune infection diseases and other different conditions. So let me summarize what I told you. So we collected the convalescent plasma that will be injected to the patients. That is a plasma therapy. So what GC Pharma is doing is that we are extracting the IG from the plasma and then inject it to the patients. So let me just explain our backgrounds behind this plasma therapy development. As you all know, GC, the pharma is a leading pharmaceutical company in Korea. In particular, plasma products as well as the iconic vaccine products, we all developed these. I don't have to mention the specific vaccine products. Since the establishment of the company in 1967, the GC Pharma first to construct plasma manufacturing plant. And also IG, we started the produce IG in 1982. So this is Ulchang plant, which produce the IG products. So 1400 liter of the plasma can be extracted here. And also with the same platform, we also develop or produce the IV globulin product is for the normal patients. And
그리고 하이퍼 이뮤노글로불린이라고 저희가 명명을 하는데요.
so the special
수루,
plasma product, which is a HIG,
테타누스 파상풍
is also the one that we are producing from this plant. So this has been already produced and available in the market. So let me summarize what I told you. From the general plasma, we are also producing a normal plasma products, also as well as a special plasma products. And from the convalescent, the patient, convalescent plasma, from that we are coming up with a plasma therapy. HIG products. If there is a more emerging pandemic such as a COVID-14 or COVID-21, we can also provide a plasma therapy using our the HIG. So with our production facility, we are able to reduce the development period and also continuously develop for our patients. And the biggest difference between the transfusion and plasma therapy is that we are collecting the convalescent plasma and then processing them. So in theory, this is a polyclonal, the antibody therapy, because we remove all the bacteria or the microbials available in the blood. So this the plasma therapy is available for the long-term the storage, and also in our plant is a GMP plant. So 3-phase the production process is available, and blood typing is not required for the plasma therapy. And this one, so convalescent plasma has the antibodies. This antibody profile is available here. You can see that first one is that the comparison between male and female. For male, the antibody is a little bit higher. And what about the age? You can see that the age differences and also the severity. For the hospitalized patient, antibody is likely to be higher. And how long is going to be maintained? I mean, duration. This antibody can be maintained for 60 days.
그래서 구체적으로 이제는 저희가 개발하고 있는 저 코드명이 GC513인데요.
Our code name is GC513. So let me just share our progress and also the development direction. Of course, our ingredient is coming from plasma, so we need to secure the plasma and then process the product. And right now, the second phase of clinical trial is underway. So IND application was done in August. We received the IND approval in 1 month. And therapeutic purpose approval was done, was obtained in October, and also so after the clinical second and we're going to also apply this product to the patients in a second and third the clinical trials, which will be initiated in next month, late this year and early next year. So that when you apply this to the patients, how many the neutralized antibodies are available? This is very important. And so we can provide a 500 cc plasma to patient on average. This is our plasma status. So we designated 4 different institutions and then applied the plasma therapies. Now we are receiving the application online from the different groups, and also we also received a lot of support from the religious institutions and groups. And some of the people were not able to be part of this group because of the certain reasons. So right now we divided into 4 groups: placebo and low dose, high dose groups, and blind groups. And so we look at the progress. So we use a 9-ordinal this point. Stage 9 is the death, and the highest one is that the discharge from the hospital. This ordinal the points is the standard. The selection criteria is that those 7 days after the COVID-19 symptoms, and pneumonia patients is 10 days after the clinical symptoms. So, simply speaking, from the moderate to the medium severe cases are the one for the clinical trials. So 32 institutions are already registered. The specific recruiting details were not available because it's confidential. So this is our production volume expected. So we are not able to collect sufficient plasma in the beginning. So the minimum working volume is 65 liter, and second and third 240 liter. That is our plan. And therapeutic use approval. Let me show you. So what is the therapeutic use authorization? Even though it is not permitted, if it is under clinical trial, the doctors in the field can apply this to patients who are threatened in their life. So before that, there is a screening by the FDA, and then after the approval from the FDA, the doctors actually can use these therapies. So we already received 10 approvals, and continuously the applications are coming from different healthcare institutions. We have other global institutions in alliance. So those are the global top players. Since developing the plasma therapy is difficult, so we are having this alliance. So we are having a scientific discussion with people, not a clinical trial collaboration. This is a U.S. situation, so the selling blood is possible in the U.S., so we pay the money and they get their blood. So through this global alliance, we collected some blood. So also we collecting our blood in our blood bank and then share this with our global alliance in Korea. And this is global protocol. Is they use 500 people, and the placebo, there are placebo group and active group, only 2 groups, 250 people respectively. This one is the last one, let me tell you. So the raw material of COVID-19 IG is plasma from recovered patients, and also the IG, unlike other developed drugs, IG drug therapies have a clear predictive effect and no special side effects. And vaccines take a long time to develop, whereas IG are the only therapeutic alternative available right away. And also it can be applied to the mutation mutated COVID-19 coronavirus. So for the rapid and successful development and continuous supply of this formulation, a national campaign for blood donation of recovered patients led by the government is urgent. And also Green Cross GC, which has accumulated experience in developing various blood products, has been supplying them to home and abroad for a long time and for free. Thank you very much.
And next, I'd like to invite Mr. Park Kyung-woo, CEO of Y Biologics. He is going to make a presentation on the antibodies. Hello everyone, I am Park Kyung-woo, CEO of Biologics.
제가 오늘 코로나 바이러스 치료용 항체에 대해서
the antibody treatment to cure COVID-19. Okay, I'm going to make a presentation. This including the immuno-oncology that we have developed so far.
저희 회사는 이제 코스닥 상장을 위해서 지금 준비하고 있고.
Now, Y Biologics, my company, is now preparing for to be listed on the Costa market. I mean, we are preparing for IPO on the Costa market, and the next year we'll be able to be listed.
지금은 이제 9월 1일부터 9월 30일까지 3개월 동안
Currently, we are a private company.
저를 살려주는데 제가 많은 수혜를 받고 있는데 제가 앞니가 빠졌습니다.
Mask.
마스크를
Today, I think my
있어야
mask is
됩니다.
helping me because I have a little problem with my teeth, so I should
저희
keep wearing this
회사는
mask for this session.
그 항체 라이브러리를 플랫폼으로 이제 하고 있는 회사고요.
We have
뭐
anti-library
아시는
platform,
것처럼 신약을
as you
개발하기
know,
위해서는
to develop a new medicine,
천연의학이든 케미칼 합성의학
whether that is the kind of a natural ingredient or the antibiotic
약물을
treatment.
뽑아낼 수 있는 어떤 소스가
You
있어야 되는
need a
거죠.
source to take out
그런데 이제
some kind
저희는
of
이제
drug
항체
or
신약을
the medicine.
개발하는 회사고 그래서
So we are
당연히
developing antibody
저희는 이제
treatment.
항체 라이브러리.
So
그런데 항체는
antibody platform,
단백질이기 때문에 이제
antibody library,
면역성이 굉장히 중요한 그렇기
and
때문에
antibody is a
저희는 이제
protein.
인간 항체 라이브러리를 이제
So we need
구축하고 그거를
first
플랫폼으로
to
해서
build the antibody
사업을 하고
library, and
있습니다.
that should serve
신약개발을.
a platform for our
거기에
business.
플러스로 해서 저희가 그 최근에
Recently,
그 각광받고 있는 기술 중에 하나인 이제 T-셀
one of the
인게이저,
emerging technologies is T-cell
T-셀
engager.
위한 플랫폼 기술도 이제 확보하고
We have also secured a
그래서
platform
그거
technology for
위주로
T-cell
설명을
engager,
드리도록
so I'm going to
하겠습니다.
focus these during the given time.
슬라이드가 복잡한데 뭐
My slide
간단히
is rather complicated.
말씀드리면은
Let me just focus some key parts. We set the targets and then we develop the antibody and optimize it
개발 후보까지 만드는
to make it as a candidate material.
경쟁력을
And in that sense, in that sector, we are very competitive in the global market.
그래서 저희가 이제 처음으로 찾은 항체는
So first antibody that we have developed is to validate our library PD-1. Okay, we target first started with the PD-1.
항체가 직접 나오는지 그래서 저희가 이제 처음 시작한 게 이제 PD-1에 대한 항체를
So we screened the antibodies on PD-1. Now it is in the stage of phase 2 clinical trials to explain the immuno-oncology and
잘 아시는 것처럼 항암제
this technology. Okay, I have prepared some papers here.
항암제 또 그 이후에 나온
The immuno-oncology and the CAR-T treatment
유의미하게 올려
will be the game changer, of course, to cure cancers.
면역 항암제 같은 경우는 2, 3년
In terms of immuno-oncology, and about 2 to 3 years ago, it was awarded the Nobel Prize. And so now immuno-oncology is a essential part in terms of in the sector of curing cancer.
있고 그 이후에 나온
And then other technologies like CAR-T, the response rate is good, almost 90% in the blood cancer.
이거를 설명하기 위해서
To explain this,
그 암을 죽이는 게 우리 몸에서 암을 죽이는 게 이제 T셀이고
T cells kills
항체를 만드는 거거든요.
cancer.
보시면은 두 가지 장치가 있습니다.
When you see T cells, there are two kind of device. One is brake. PD-1 serves as brake,
또 다른 하나는 가속기 페달이 있는데
and the other one serves as an accelerator. CG3 molecule. It is on the surface of the cell.
브레이크는 제가 파란색으로
So brake I colored
빨간색으로
blue, and the accelerator I colored red here on the slide.
항암제 같은 경우에는
For those with cancers, okay, you have a brake. That is why I the colored blue, the small one.
이거를 보통 상태에서 더 활성화시키는 전략을
In the normal state, okay, this is more activated with CAR-T.
생존율을 유의미하게 올려주고
So with the immuno-oncology to survive, to raise, the survival rate, and then good responses of CAR-T. This is to validate
를 어떤 식으로든지 활성화를 시켜야 됩니다.
that the T cells should be activated in any way in the immuno-oncology.
그런데 T셀을 활성화시키기 위해서는
To activate T cells,
브레이크를 풀어줘야
we first release the brake. right?
많은 연구들이 면역 항암제를
So many researchers have been made on the immuno-oncology to release the brakes and to activate the T cells. This is main strategy, of course. So today I'd like to talk, what I'd like to talk about is that immuno-oncology and the T cell activation strategy. So one of the representative strategies is CAR-T. CAR-T is a tailored treatment. You may make an approach as a protein treatment. That is a T cell engager. CD3 is the strongest T cell engager. So this company, Wild Biologics, T cell engager requires immuno-oncology. So immuno-oncology and T cell engager are the main parts that we are focusing on. So to release a brake and to activate T cells for this job, we need a kind of co-treatment. So PD-1 antibody, Australia, Korea, Malaysia, and the 4 countries. In the 4 countries, we are now the clinical trials, under clinical trials, and the T cell engager. We have Alice platform, antibody-like cell engager. Alice is the abbreviation of this. So we have developed the platform Alice, and we have applied for a patent for this platform in the US. Using this platform, we utilize antibodies we have found, and then now we are taking advantage of T cell engager. One of the representative T cell engager is BITE. BITE and CD19 BITE. Compared to BITE, Alice looks like this. BITE is a small fragment. Ours is hidden in the antibodies, dual antibodies. Dual, double normal antibodies are coordinated for T cell activation. It is restructured to activate the T cells. So it looks like antibody. The BITE in one BITE in cancer and one BITE in T cell. However, in our case, it is 2-to-1, not 1-to-1. We designed it this way to raise for high affinity to cancel. So Alice double antibody. When we inject double antibodies into the body, we do not activate the T cells in the blood. First, it is attached to the cancer, and it activates T cells surrounding the cancer. That is our strategy. Can you help me? I'm not sure how can I click this. Okay, now it works. This is a video clip. The left one is without the T cell engager, and the right one with the T cell engager. The circular one is the T cell engager, and then you can see the T cells are gathered near the cancer. You can see this visually to kill the cancer. YBAC 013 is PD-L1 Alice. About COVID-19 therapeutics.
저희는 항체 개발 전문 회사이기 때문에
No, we are a professional antibody development company. We have been a little bit late to the market. However,
중점적으로 저희가
we can focus on the part that have been elected by the first comers.
스파이크 단백질인데 S1하고
This is S spike protein S1 and S2, and in S1 in RBD receptor binding domain,
한 200개 정도.
amino acid, about 200 amino acids are included, and within the RBD,
아미노산이 한 8, 90, 70개 정도, 7, 80개 되는.
about 70 to 80 amino acids are here.
IBM을 통해서
COVID-19 interacts with the receptor through RVM, and it is internalized.
IBM에 없는 걸 집중적으로.
So we screen the antibodies being attached to RVM.
전략은 저희 라이브러리에서
That is our strategy.
먼저 시작을 했고
In our library, we started screening,
완치된 환자의
and for
B셀을 얻어서
we got the B cells from the cured patients to screen the antibodies. After creating a library, we found 252 from our library, and then we found 40 from the patient, and then we made a cocktail approach.
신기한 게
Here, what is amazing is that when you see the RVM, you can divide the sector. The most of are on the right side, as you can see on the graph. But however, we found some from the left side, and they became the candidates. As you can see, on the right side, the antibodies are here on the right side. The number 21 is here. They are not exclusive.
그다음에 이제 지금까지 밝혀진 여러 그 변이체들을 저희가 다 합성해서
And we synthesized other mutants.
바인딩을 봤을 때 전부
And we observed the binding with the antibodies, and we confirmed the binding of the older antibodies.
이제 조만간에 완료되고 어렵겠지만은
And then
시청을 해서
we will be able to develop all the cell strains, and we are going to apply for the clinical trials soon. These are the pipelines. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide because you may refer to the program book. The main product pipeline, PD-1 and LAX3, T-cell engager, and co-development with the ADC company. Okay, that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Park Kyung-woo, CEO of Y Biologics. And the next session will be for next section, presentation on the hepatitis C, the story of developing a cure by Mr. Dmitry Semizharov, Director of Global Medical Affairs, Hepatology, AVI, and Mr. Matthew Kriwas, Associate Scientific Director of Global Medical Affairs, the AVIV. And due to their other schedules, they are here with they are connected online. Please enjoy the video clip.
Hello and welcome. Today, my colleague Matthew and I will be discussing AbbVie's path toward elimination for the global BioPharma. To get things started, we wanted to provide you with a brief overview of HCV and the effect that this virus has had across the globe, and especially within Korea. So 71 million people live with chronic HCV today. This is a severely underdiagnosed disease, and it's a global epidemic, but by estimates, 71 million people are sick today. And there are also almost 2 million estimated new HCV infections per year. So if we look at the data, existing data for Korea, approximately 385,000 people live with chronic HCV in Korea today, and 75% of them are unaware of their infection. Next slide, please. HCV imposes a substantial burden on the healthcare system in Korea and globally. First of all, HCV is a major cause of liver disease. It leads to liver scarring, cirrhosis, liver cancer, and liver-related deaths in Korea and globally. In fact, it has been estimated that 15 to 20% of all chronic liver disease in South Korea is caused by HCV. In addition to that, patients living with HCV have lower mental and physical quality of life and lower productivity due to extrahepatic manifestations of HCV. 74% of patients develop other organ-related or systemic health issues during their illness, further underscoring the negative impact of HCV on the healthcare systems in the world. Next slide, please. Because of this substantial health burden, the World Health Organization set the goal back in 2016 to eliminate viral hepatitis by 2030. This goal has not only pushed us to work harder to bring our life-saving treatments to patients, but also to join forces with other pharmaceutical organizations and other partners in the fight to eliminate viral hepatitis.
Thank you, Dimitri. Now that is a very ambitious plan. But how about we shift gears and discuss how we got to where we are at in the present day?
Sure, let's do it. Next slide, please.
Now, back in 1989, HCV was discovered, and very recently, the Nobel Prize was awarded to these three scientists who discovered the virus. Now, Dimitri, can you tell me what impact this had for the HCV community?
Yeah, we were all really thrilled to see the Nobel Prize this year awarded to scientists who discovered and identified HCV. By discovering the virus, they actually paved the way towards HCV elimination for patients around the globe. Unfortunately, HCV patients still face unwarranted stigmas about their disease, and there are multiple issues existing with diagnosis and linking patients to care. And that explains why such a small percentage of patients are diagnosed today. But we hope that this discovery will eventually help raise awareness about the disease. And the Nobel Prize announcement is really going to help move things forward. So we hope this will lead to more people being cured.
I couldn't agree more there, Dimitri. Now, let's dive deeper into the discovery of HCV. Next slide, please.
Sure. Very quickly after the discovery of the virus, new treatments were developed. But unfortunately, the first treatments for HCV were very burdensome on the patient. These were interferon-based treatments, and the treatment courses were as long as 6 to 12 months. And unfortunately, the cure rates were very low, anywhere from 7 to 46%. So the therapies had very significant side effects. And they were injectable. So this was a tough era for patients. Next slide, please.
I can't imagine how difficult that early treatment era must have been for patients. But as we made our way to the 21st century, there have been several advancements to cure HCV. Now, Dimitri, can you tell me more about how AbbVie started the discovery of our HCV treatment?
Yeah, let's talk about direct-acting antivirals, or DAAs. So our current treatment on the market, Mavyret, is a DAA. And moving from the interferon-based era on the left to the right on this slide, we're looking at the first DAA treatment. So because of the limited effectiveness and the side effect profile, there was a significant unmet need, and that's where DAAs came into play. So we and other companies, we harnessed our expertise in virology to develop better solutions. We first launched our first generation treatment, Viekira, in 2014. And then very soon thereafter, about 2 years later, we launched Mavyret.
Now, there certainly was a remarkable need for better HCV treatment. But can you tell me more about AbbVie's journey with MAVERIT specifically?
Yeah, AbbVie has played an instrumental role in supporting the World Health Organization's goal of eliminating HCV by 2030. We have created, led, and sponsored programs in 70 countries and conducted more than 50 clinical studies at 1,300 trial sites, and we engaged approximately 10,000 patients. So the result of this massive scientific and clinical effort is that we have developed a treatment, MAVERIT, that can cure HCV and can also cure it in the shortest amount of time possible today, 8 weeks. This is, however, only half a battle. Many people with HCV live on the margins of the society, and they have no idea they even have the disease. They're not diagnosed, and they're not linked to care. So we've also played a leading role in helping find HCV patients and link them to the appropriate care so they can get rid of their disease.
Thank you for that thorough explanation there, Dimitri. I just have one more question for you here on the MAVERIT journey. How did the idea of 8 weeks treatment duration come out in the development process?
For us at AbbVie, the people living with HCV, the patients, are at the center of everything we do. And we are, therefore, always looking for new ways to address the most pressing unmet medical needs. With this in mind, to really further the elimination of HCV, we know we have to remove as many barriers to care as possible. And that also means making the treatment regimen itself as short as possible, as simple as possible, and as effective as possible across all the genotypes known today. And so largely removing the need for genotype testing and simplifying the treatment dramatically. So shortening the duration of treatment to 8 weeks has played an important role in that.
Thank you for that, Dimitri. Let's move on. Next slide, please. So as we inch closer to the 2030 elimination goal, there have been several advancements AbbVie has made in recent years. Now, Dimitri, can you tell me more about the impact AbbVie and MAVERIT have made to cure and eliminate HCV around the world?
Yeah, before MAVERIT, HCV treatments were based on a 12-week regimen, and they required some additional tests to determine which HCV genotype a given patient had. This meant, amongst other things, that there were multiple opportunities for patients to drop out of the so-called care cascade prior to completing their full treatment course. So linkage to care and retention in care was not optimal. So now MAVERIT is the only 8-week treatment regimen for all treatment-naive patients, cirrhotic and non-cirrhotic, and regardless of the HCV genotype. So MAVERIT has shortened the process for treating HCV and importantly removed the need for genotype testing for the majority of the HCV population. So we hope that this will ultimately mean more people can link patients with treatment and care. Now that we have a cure, a real cure, it's important to help people get access to it. So that's why AbbVie sponsors more than 300 microelimination projects around the world, so we can find and help as many people with HCV as possible.
Now, with elimination as one of our main focal points, Dimitri, can you tell us more about the pillars of HCV elimination?
Sure, the critical 3 pillars for us are commitment to raising disease awareness so that more patients would be aware of the disease and more patients would seek diagnosis, and ongoing HCV medical education so we can expand the provider base and support the efforts in linking more patients to care. The second important pillar is facilitating the simplification of the HCV care cascade or the patient journey, so that treatment can be initiated immediately after diagnosis and completed in a simple, a short manner as possible. And finally, the third pillar is supporting HCV elimination programs. These are the examples that really set the stage for the more global objective of HCV elimination. Next slide, please. So to add to those pillars of HCV elimination, we wanted to highlight a little bit more specific progress that we have been making towards HCV elimination. We as a company have created, led, and sponsored programs worldwide in 70 countries. We have conducted more than 50 clinical trials in the area of hepatitis C. We used approximately 1,300 clinical trial sites and engaged approximately 10,000 patients. So on the elimination side, we supported approximately 300 elimination projects worldwide to elevate and prioritize HCV elimination globally. AbbVie has partnered with healthcare professionals and external stakeholders on HCV-related research and elimination projects that would support the WHO 2030 goal. And finally, AbbVie is actively supporting HCV data collection systems that monitor progress to HCV elimination. We only can progress if we have the most up-to-date data for the global community. Next slide, please.
Now, in the midst of our fight against the HCV epidemic, we have also lended our support in tackling the COVID-19 pandemic. Dimitri, can you share with us more about AbbVie's R&D and innovation to develop treatment to fight against COVID?
Sure. AbbVie has decades of experience and a very significant expertise in virology. So now we're bringing our significant antiviral expertise to the COVID-19 battle. In fact, some of the same scientists at AbbVie who helped discover and develop antiviral therapies for both HCV and HIV are now working to find therapies for COVID-19. Building on our expertise in antibody drug discovery, virology, small molecule discovery, AbbVie is now collaborating with leading global research institutions to investigate and unlock the potential of fully humanized monoclonal antibodies, so-called neutralizing therapeutic antibodies that might help fight COVID-19. AbbVie is also looking for at the potential of human blood cells to naturally produce the best possible antibodies against the COVID-19 virus. And to date, AbbVie also has donated $35 million to the fight against COVID-19. So it's our scientific, clinical contribution, and also financial support to this fight. Next slide, please. Additionally, AbbVie has forged several partnerships recently to help address the medical impact of COVID-19. Some examples are accelerating COVID-19 therapeutic interventions and vaccines initiative, and that is to develop a coordinated international approach to development of therapeutics and vaccines against COVID-19. We have entered the COVID-19 R&D Alliance. We have forged partnerships with top research institutions such as Harvard University, and we're actually launching a collaboration with Harvard, a $30 million research alliance to study and develop new therapies against this virus. Next slide, please. So to summarize everything we've discussed, AbbVie has been committed to developing and optimizing innovative treatments toward the fight against HCV. And we have invested enormous resources, intellectual and financial, into clinical research over the past 10 years. Since the World Health Organization set the goal of eliminating viral hepatitis by 2030, AbbVie has been dedicated to moving fast and working hard to help eliminate HCV and achieve that WHO goal. We have engaged and partnered with key stakeholders that will accelerate elimination efforts, and we continue to support a vast number of elimination projects worldwide. We're also committed to addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, and AbbVie's extensive expertise in virology in terms of discovery and clinical development, as well as small molecule and antibody therapeutics expertise. All of this has been a significant asset to our efforts in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. With that, Matthew, I think we can conclude. Thank you for a good discussion.
Thank you, Dimitri.
예, 발표 영상을 준비해 주신 에브비 글로벌 측에 감사합니다. 이상으로 오전에
I'd like
준비된
to
세션을
extend to
마무리하도록
thank you for preparing this video clip. This ends the morning session, and the afternoon session will begin at 1:30 p.m. Various sessions are prepared for this afternoon. Please be seated until 1:30 for the afternoon session. And then the YouTube video streaming will begin again at 1:30 p.m. as well. Okay, for those who are participating in this event physically, please wear your mask after your lunch. All the audience, YouTube audience, please enjoy your meal. Thank you very much.
네, 점심 식사는 맛있게들 하셨습니까? 이제 오후 세션을 이어가도록
So now we're going to
하겠습니다.
start the afternoon session. In the online, we also have a lot of audience. So let's start the afternoon session. First speaker for the afternoon session is the Dr. Wan-gu Hwang, Managing Director of Samsung Biologics. He's going to talk about CRO, CDO, CMO, end-to-end service provider. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
이렇게 많은 분들 앞에서 발표하는 게 거의 처음이라.
For me, it's the first time to speak before this lot of audience. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So here, the topic is that the leading the paradigm shift in bioindustry, and also we provide CDMO, CRO end-to-end service. So when you look at this topic, you might wonder what is going to be talked about. So the Samsung Biologics is famous as a CDMO company, but CRO sounds strange to you. So let me explain it. So we have many people working in the bio industry, and then you have a lot of concerns in the market. So how have you been? I mean, do you think it's getting better for you to work in the industry or not? So when you think about this regulation has been getting more and more, and also building up the right services and providing the right medicine that we are thinking is reaching to patient. That itself has been getting harder and harder because more challenges are coming along with the regulation. So how Samsung Biologics has been growing as a CDMO so far. So how it can also provide services of CRO in a bioindustry, how Samsung Biologics makes the contribution to the bioindustry. Let me explain. So you know that the Samsung Biologics started as a CMO company in 2010, and as of 2020, we have a PCB plant building. So we are going to we're going to open our fourth plant in 2023 after groundbreaking ceremony this year. So we are going to transform ourselves from the flagship plant to jumbo plant and dream plant. And as you can see that by side, and also we are going to become a super plant with a plant 4. So each plant has a different capacity. So as you can see, the flagship plant provides 30,000 liter, and jumbo 454K, and dream 180K, and super plant is going to provide a 256K later. So please watch our video clip.
자세한 사공장에 대한 프레젠테이션은 별도의 12월 이후에 진행될 거고요.
So the detailed plan for the fourth plan is going to be unveiled after December. So let me explain what is the significance in the plan 4. So we have a largest capacity in the world, which is 300,000 liter. So our competitors are also expanding their capacity. So the fourth plan that we are going to expand by 2023, we will add 620 kiloliter. Even though other competitors are trying to follow up, we will be also the number 1 in the world. What is the significance behind this? So all CMO bioproducts, out of all CMO bioproducts, quite a large portion is going to be produced in Korea. So the significance of the becoming champion and the CMO of Samsung Biologics is not just about the size, but also Samsung Biologics received the CMO Leadership Awards organized by the life science leaders, and also the projects recently outsourced is also based on our the customers' empirical feedbacks. And also Samsung Biologics has been selected as the leader awardee 7 years consecutively. So why we have the number one? We have a unique strength points. First one, we are providing one-stop service, meaning the fully integrated service provided at a single site. And also we have a flexible capacity from pilot study to large-scale production. And also we are providing excellent quality, not just a quantity. And also we have a successful regulatory track records and highest compliance. We can the capacity spans from the small capacity to largest capacity. And also we are providing on-time delivery, so with a top priority of the client's timeline. And also we are providing a competitive cost, so best-in-class cost and competitiveness. So we started the CDO the services in 2017, and so far we received 21 different projects, starting from the cell line development to the IND filings support. We are providing all the full-scale support to our customers. So the biggest driving force behind our awarding the 21 projects is that our ability to provide a one-stop service, and also supporting to our customers, customized support, and also we provide a very high titers, and also our the very unique cell line. So combining all of this, we have a good titers and quality products. But the most important in terms of manufacturing development is that the on-time delivery. So Samsung Biologics can complete until the BP in 7 months. So we're going to become a champion in CDO as well. It's not that I'm going to boost my company's ability here in this occasion. Rather, let me tell you the topic of this presentation. In the COVID-19 era, what kind of contributions Samsung Biologics can make? That's the main topic that I'm going to talk. So when you look at our history and flow of our business, what are the most important themes, not just for Samsung Biologics, but also the bio industry? The biggest concerns and also the biggest lagging point, what are they? So you look at the biopharmaceutical development stage. First, started with the discoveries, finding and the candidate substance, and then next project is a CDO. So CDO covers cell line development, process development, and also creating the CMC data and reaching to the licensing stage. And in order to proceed with the licensing stage, every step requires certification from a third party, independent organization, and then receiving the data and then submit it to the relevant authorities. But there are not many the company or organization to provide this kind of one-stop services. The final objective is to provide our new innovative drug into the body. So viruses and mycoplasma, and the microbiota should be removed, and there should be no substance like this in our final product. So due to this, there have been a lot of delays. I mean, finding those kind of materials in the products become a hindrance for many pharmaceutical products. And companies available in working in the Asia Pacific region feel that there are not many facilities to provide this kind of services. Infrastructure is not there. So if you want to receive this kind of service, you need to fly over to the United States. Originally, even before the COVID-19, was difficult, but post-COVID-19, this is much harder than before. And even though you want to send your sample for test, the COVID-19 products and also vaccines are occupying all the slots available for those CDO companies. So they were these pharmaceutical companies or bioindustry companies are not able to find the right partner. So how Samsung Biologics can fill that slot? So let me tell you. So currently, what we can make contribution to the bioindustry is that the biosynthetic testing, this has been already in service. Microbial testing is also available right now. Batchley tests, the assay test is also underway. These services will be available for you. The companies available in Asia Pacific region. So let me take an example of this one. So the substance we develop and produce should be tested in order to sell these products to overseas, or you want to test your developed substance in order to see whether there is a virus is available or not. So you need to test this. So currently in Korea, there is no globally recognized test available. So your developed substance should be in order to send this the substance to be tested overseas. You need to recruit the carriers and then send out this to the U.S. and the U.S. agency or institution is going to do the test. So before actual test happens, it takes 10 days on average. And before this test application, also it is difficult to obtain any test lot from the agencies available overseas. And also during the test, failures also can happen. So if you use Samsung Biologics service, you can reduce time. Not just that, but also you can check test status real time. And also, the key and essence of lot release test is that letting people and applicant to know checking the status real time. Even though you are far from Korea, you can send the sample to Korea within 5 years. So it's not 10 days, never be, rather 5 hours. As soon as sample arrives in Samsung Biologics, this will be registered in our system. And each step, you can check the test status and whether there is any kind of the problems or issues during the process. You can check through the system. You don't have to make a phone call to us. System allows you to check. So you might ask question, you might be concerned whether our capacity is enough to cover them. So let me share our capacity. So you can do the release test this much, and loneliness tests can be done 600 batches per year, and also viral clearance as 104 projects per year. And also cell banking and cell line characterization are this much. So if you are in this industry, you know that this capacity is enough.
So that's okay. We can do provide this kind of test services, as you can see here. A mycoplasma and virus in the cell lines in Songdo. So, regardless of species of mycoplasma and virus, okay, the customer, you may ask whether the other types of testing is possible. Okay, we will be able to provide more proactive service, okay, which means that we'll be able to add new types of testing. As mentioned earlier, we can provide top quality testing service to the customers. We started this service December of last year. We launched this service, and we passed the annual inspection by FDA and the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety in Korea. And we are providing the service to 14 global biological companies and 2 domestic biopharma clients. Up to now, we have conducted 100 plus batches, for testing. Testing with 100 plus batches. We have had a time delay up to the 40%. And then buyer clearance. This is the service that we have in our plan. In the process of permission or approval, the manufacturing system inactivation of a virus or removal of a virus. It is to confirm whether the manufacturing facility is designed for the removal or inactivation of the virus. So, some clients ask me when the viral clearance service will be available by Samsung Biologics. Because of COVID-19 in the U.S., no U.S. company provides this kind of service now. Because of COVID pandemic, most of the bio companies in the U.S. they just focus on the vaccines or therapeutics to cure COVID-19. To get approval on the therapeutics to cure cancers. Okay, those therapeutics or vaccines, now that those are the priorities for most of the U.S. bio companies. So they cannot provide this kind of viral clearance service. However, in our case, we are doing our best to provide this service around the second half of next year. Because you do not need to send the samples to the U.S., it will save the costs, of course, by utilizing this service by Samsung Biologics, and then we have secured the enough capacity. Cell banking and the cell line. The same goes for the cell banking as well. I do not think that you are developing or researching your the product just for the sake of development. You want to commercialize your outcomes, right? To sell and marketing, for sales and marketing of your products in the global markets, cell banking is needed. And the cells should be characterized, and you should secure such kind of characterization data to verify which cell line is which the cell lines. And then you should also prove the safety of those cell lines for commercialization. So by securing all the data, and the data can be used as the SIMS data. most of the big CROs, providing this kind of viral clearance service are European or the US companies. So which means now this service is available by us. So Samsung Biologics for the industry, bioindustry in Korea. I have explained so far how Samsung Biologics can contribute to enhancing your global competitiveness. You will not need to rely on other European or the US global bio companies anymore for this kind of testing, because we will provide these services to you. I promise. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please give him a big round of applause once again.
발표 진행해 주신 황항구
Thank you very much, Mr. Hwang Hang-gu, Director of Samsung Biologics. Thank you.
IR 세션입니다.
And
the next one is the corporate IR session. The second IR session is about COVID-19 diagnosis. For the first time, the CEO Lee Do-young of Upland is going to provide a presentation. So let me invite the CEO of Upland. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
저는 옵토레인의 이도영 대표입니다.
So my name is Doyoung Lee. I am CEO of Optolane. So the video clip you just watched it is providing the last of introduction of our company. So what we do is that we innovate the way you manage your health. So it's very innovative company. So in general, when you look at the healthcare industry, for example, in the US, how much is spent in the healthcare for personal healthcare? I mean, it's about $4 trillion per year. When you look at the age group, by age group, you can see the different the pattern of spending. So post 40s and 50s, the spending is exponentially grows. So what we do is reduce the spending. If you can reduce by 20%, we can reduce the 200 trillion Korean won. So that's why we paid attention to this trend and then started to work. What is the best way to do is that to provide the tools to do monitoring at home. And that's what we have to do. But what kind of healthcare monitoring device available at home? Mostly, it is about the physically testing. For example, they measure the temperature or measuring the blood pressure. But without the biological test, it's difficult to provide the medical solutions in the end. So what we do domestically is this protein and DNA RNA screening. How we can make this possible at home? Simple and smart screening. So smart means that the machine can cover what human can do in terms of screening, and then collecting data and then interpreting data for laymen to understand. This is the best solution that we can provide. So with that, we started the work and focusing on the ultimate objective. So this is P4, the movement. That's the main principles of the paradigm shift. First one is a personalized. So we need to shift our paradigm, focusing on personalized care and personalized medicine. And also we need to provide preventive and predictive care. And also, a patient will be the center of the movement or active participation. So that's behind this. With this background, our company is positioned. So here, our products covered from cartridge and reagent and readers. So one unique thing is that we put chips in this machine. So why we put chips? So in diagnostic industry, chips, the introducing chips in our machine is difficult to be understood. So when you have this kind of smart and simple device at your home, there must be certain conflicting the items. So in order to make them compromise to each other, we need to have chips. So using chips, we can reader system can be available at the affordable price and delivered to each individual. Being affordable doesn't mean that we have the low quality outcome. So better quality than the existing system and easy to use. And also the system for diagnosis should cover the diagnosis for protein, RNA, and DNA. So that's why we were started to build with the chips. Our platform spectrum covers like this. So gene screening, the quantitative and qualitative items, as you can see. Not just that, The paradigm is the decentralized the diagnostic tools. So we try to make the best use of data available in the network and then utilize these communication tools, PCs and mobile phones. So the relevant people, you can access through the server with a relevant device. This is an example of the real-time PCR. So gene screening and gene quantification have done through this real-time PCR. This is a gene quantification. It's different from the normal quantification. We use digital scheme. It's absolute quantification. And normal digital PCR use endpoint PCR, meaning that using the final outcome, they diagnose whether it's negative or positive, but we are not. If it is a 20,000, we run real-time PCR for each 20,000. So we can separate false negative and false positive. Digital PCR and real-time PCR differences are like this, as you can see. So we are reaching this much a good quality and 64 times as sensitive, and digital 24, but we can have 8 copies here. So we can extend this to the protein diagnosis. So we do the prenup in the antibodies. So tools attached to antibodies are going to be taken off, and then using gene sequence and then counting it. So that's how we can count the protein, covering the protein. So as you can see that we are also providing the PCR for COVID-19 as a solution for the airport. So from sampling to diagnosis at the airport takes only 1 hour. So you can just pass the airport with this diagnosis, simple diagnostic tools. This is a swab sample, and we also changed into the saliva sampling. So we already applied for the emergency use authorization to FDA. So in a very short period of time, you can diagnose there's so many the cases. Through the network, we can the healthcare workers, healthcare providers check their data remotely. So this, we are strongly pushing our platform, not just for PCR, but also for the immune screening. So we almost reached the more than half point until the completion. So we can open the platform, and then content providers can enjoy our platform as well. With that significant progress, we're going to increase our sales revenue. That started from this year. The successful platform requires a stable cost. So the advantage of using the chips have been already explained, but disadvantage is that the high price, because chips are consumables, and so we already made an innovation with these tools. So in order to compete against a general tube, we are doing this much effort. So currently our market value is that 90,000 million, and So our publishing market value is going to be 400,000 million. And you're working on the desired market value for IPO. This is all about my company. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lee Do-young, the CEO of Optorain. Now I'd like to invite the CEO of PCL, Mr. Kim So-yeon. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I'm CEO of PCL, Kim So-yeon. It's great to see you all. Okay, I also have enjoyed the great presentations made by the great speakers from home and abroad. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to the organizer, News1, and the CEO of News1. News1 is one of my favorite journals. Whenever I develop a new product, News1 helps us to release very in-depth scientific kind of news about our product. Thank you for your cooperation in that. And it was News1 as well that who released a good news about our product, and that on that day our share actually hit the highest price in the stock market. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to share today the progress that we have made so far about my company, PCL. We have original technology of the multiple immunodiagnosis. And then we listed with the IPO of company back in 2007. And then the company, back in 2017, and the company is located in Songpa, Seoul, and Kumcheon. And recently, we have increased our capacity. We doubled our capacity. Regarding the multiple immunodiagnosis, and many people have tried this one. However, they failed because of the lowered sensitivity. So that we have thought. So do we use 3D biomarker to maintain the sensitivity and then to enable multiple immunodiagnosis? And we developed a new material that is called SGCAP technology. So SGCAP technology, for this we have applied for, we have registered patents in almost 30 countries worldwide. And for the first time in the world, we have received approval on the multiple immunodiagnosis. When I worked in the LG, I was also involved in the diagnosis technology, and I have researched the high-risk viruses as well. Let me first talk about the virus. Today, we have talked a lot about the virus. The virus itself, it has RNA and DNA, and it has antigen like the protein, the covered protein, and the RNA. Okay, we may divide the analysis method as molecular diagnosis and the immunodiagnosis. Because immunodiagnosis, the diagnose the antigen and antibody, the protein, while the molecular diagnosis, the diagnosis the genetic materials. Utilizing our original technologies, we developed the market, we pioneered the market with our own original technology. So the diagnosis kit, and when we have the diagnostic kit, we need to kind of operational system. First, this one is the large scale screening platform. Currently, there are big companies having this system like Roche and Abbott and Grifols. Now, utilizing this platform, we can diagnose up to about 500 patients at a time. And then And our products were selected as the innovative kind of procurement products, and we have provided this to the government-backed agencies like Red Cross. The same technology was applied for this product on the slide, but for a faster diagnosis. And for the on-site rapid inspection platform, it is called PCRK. PCRK. It uses cartridges, and then it can diagnose up to 6 patients. And the arm screen products have been launched in the Indonesian market. And the blood screening system is also available. There are some countries who centralize the blood samples. However, in some African countries, they conduct this kind of diagnosis for up to 100 patients a day. For such kind of application, this PCRK is very suitable. And then we started to sell this product in Europe and other countries. Because we have spent a lot of R&D, a lot of investment in R&D. Most recently, we have made successfully the turning point in our revenue successfully very recently thanks to the COVID-19 diagnosis kit. Currently, the antigen diagnosis kit that is kind of a cash cow for our company. These are the characteristics of the diagnosis kits that we are providing to the market. In a matter of 40 to 50 minutes, that you will be able to get the results. And for antibody, the diagnosis kit, in a matter of 10 minutes, you will get the results. So the on-site diagnosis is possible with high sensitivity with this product. We have our RT-PCR kit as well. And as you can see on the slide, in a matter of 45 minutes, you will get the result using this kit. And influenza A and B and COVID-19. And the diagnosis for these viruses is possible, and now we are exporting this product to the European countries. And these products should be available. I mean, should be used at airport or other sites. And we started to provide such kind of this one for that kind of applications. And this is an antigen diagnosis kit to raise sensitivity. We used this equipment to raise the sensitivity to more than 90%. If we use the fresh sample at site, then we can expect higher sensitivity. Currently, we are exporting this product to 18 countries, not currently, up to now, about 40 countries worldwide. Those countries who cannot use the RT-PCR, they prefer this AG rapid FIA. And this one is PCR OKI2 ABC. You can use this one to diagnose COVID-19 and the flu A and B. We started to provide this one to the market as well. And this, we hope that this product can be another cash cow for us. We developed these kits utilizing equipment. However, some customers wanted to have some kits that can be used without any equipment. using saliva, for instance. So this kit can be used to diagnose the virus using saliva. One line is negative and the two lines means positive. Okay, this product is being sold in European countries by drugstores, and then, however, this is not approved not yet in the domestic market, and this is not being sold by the drugstores. So if you think you need this product, you may request a sample or testing. This is very easy to use. So this one is gaining attention worldwide. Not only in Europe, in other countries, but in other countries. So we plan to increase the sales volume of this one next year. And this one is kind of YouTube commercial to promote this product, PCL Speed. And the antibody kit is not widely used at the moment. The reason is that because antibodies, you can check the antibodies about 7 to 10 days after the infection. IgG is neutralizing antibody. It comes with fever, and even if we have such kind of a symptom, it doesn't last long. That is not neutralizing antibody. So, efficacy of antibody regarding the COVID-19, I think further studies needed. Antibody, rather than just for diagnosis, it can be used just for checkup, to check the infection route, or to check when your isolation period will end, I think. For such kind of purposes, the antibody diagnosis kits can be used. After development of vaccines or therapeutics, you will be able to use this kit to verify whether your body has antibody, actually. Yes, for such kind of personal purposes, this kit can be used. So efficacy of antibody, the cycle of antibody is about 8 months or 1 year. So it's been about 8 months since we produced this product. So I think we'll be able to accumulate more necessary data. So this antibody kit is very sensitive to those with the antibodies. However, there are various types of antibodies, including the neutralizing antibodies. So we are going to develop a kit that can differentiate different types of antibodies. So further researches will be made on this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give her a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. Ms. Kim So-yeon, CEO of PCL. We are going to take a break. And the last cooperation IR session will begin at 3:50, around 3:30 p.m. Please keep wearing your mask and use sanitizer. Thank you.
곧 금일 마지막 기업 IR 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 로비에 계신 분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시지만 편안한 휴식 되셨습니까? 그럼 마지막 기업 IR 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 본 세션에서는 항암 그리고 희귀질환 치료제에 관련된 내용으로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 처음으로 배지수 지노맨 컴퍼니 대표님께서 지노맨 컴퍼니 비전과 성공 전략에 대해서 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 배지수 대표님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
안녕하세요. 지노맨 컴퍼니 배지수 대표입니다. 또 이렇게 또 오늘 또 이렇게 저희 초대해 주셔서 이렇게 회사 소개를 하게 해주셔서 감사드립니다. 저희 회사 좀 소개를 좀 드리면 저는 이제 배지수라고 하고요. 제 친구가 이제 박한수 박사하고 둘이서 이렇게 같이 창업을 했습니다. 둘 다 서울대 의대에서 같이 공부했던 사이고요. 친구죠. 저는 그리고 이제 의사를 그만두고 MBA도 하고 뭐 경영 컨설팅 회사에서도 있고 이러면서 비즈니스 쪽으로 경력을 쌓다가 한 15년 정도 지나서 이제 한참 뭐 비즈니스 하고 있을 때 그 박한수라는 친구가 연락이 왔어요. 그래서 자기가 15년 동안 이제 뭐 미국에 박사학위도 하고 미국 가서 이제 하버드에서 또 연구도 하고 하면서 보스턴 쪽에 마이크로바이옴이라는 새로운 인더스트리가 막 태동하고 있다. 이게 아직 우리나라에서는 별로 좀 잘 안 알려져 있는 것 같은데 이게 좀 해볼 만한 것 같다 이러면서 저하고 이제 맥주집에서 막 설명을 했어요. 처음에는 뭐 야구르트 만들자는 거냐, 뭐 미생물로 뭘 그런 거 하려면은 우리가 하는 것보다 야구르트 하는 애들 뭐 아니면 프로바이오틱스 하는 회사들이 더 잘하지 않겠냐, 우리가 왜 해야 되지? 막 이렇게 챌린지를 하다가 계속해서 그 설명을 듣다 보니까 이거 하나 의료라는 큰 산업 안에서 어떤 새로운 산업이 또 작은 산업이 하나가 태동하는 거 아닌가 하는 생각을 하게 됐고 둘이서 이제 그 다음 날부터 사업 계획서를 같이 쓰고 투자자들을 이제 만나고 돌아다니기 시작을 했죠. 그게 이제 2015년 한 5년 됐었고요. 그리고 이제 좀 어느 정도 또 좋은 투자 기관에서 뭐 한투파, 뭐 DSC 이런 데서 투자를 받게 되고 그러면서 이제 좀 돈도 모이고 어느 정도 작업도 진행이 되다 보니까 팀들이 좀 많이 생기게 됐습니다. 그래서 여기 보면 서영진이라는 친구가 또 저보다 의사인데 한 10년 후배인데 이 친구도 이제 듀크에서 MBA를 하고 경영 컨설팅 회사에 있다가 제가 이제 좀 초대를 해가지고 저희 회사에 조인을 하게 됐고요. 또 그 박경미 부사장님이라고 또 한미 종근당 이렇게 차바이오 이쪽에서 또 임상 개발 쪽에 또 많은 경력을 갖고 계신 분인데 제가 상고초려해가지고 저희 회사를 모시게 됐어요. 그렇게 하다 보니까 저희 박경미 부사장님이 들어오시고 나서 최영일 부사장, 최영일 전무님, 그다음에 차미영 소장님, 윤경광 이런 친구들, 그러니까 이렇게 그 개발 임상 개발 쪽으로 인력들을 이렇게 좀 많이 확보를 하게 됐고요. 저희가 이제 저희 수준의 벤처, 저희 규모의 벤처치고는 임상 개발팀이 상당히 좀 그 강하게 좀 셋업이 돼 있는 것 같습니다. 이게 이제 또 혹자는 저희가 이제 뭐 나중에 뭐 임상, 2상, 3상 할 때 이렇게 좀 팀을 구성하지 지금 너무 과한 거 아니야 이런 생각을 하는데 저희가 생각할 때는 임상이라는 그 개념을 가지고 전임상 단계부터 초기 임상 단계부터 임상이라는 개념을 가지고 어떤 실험을 설계하고 프로젝트를 설계를 할 때 나중에 임상에서의 성공률이 훨씬 더 높아지는 거 아닌가 이런 생각을 하면서 저희 회사 그래서 의사들이 좀 많고 또 임상 개발팀들이 좀 이렇게 탄탄하게 구성이 돼 있고 임상의 개념을 가지면서 초반부터 임상을 염두에 두고 프로젝트를 고르고 프로젝트를 또 설계를 하고 그런 회사로 특징을 갖고 있다 이렇게 생각을 할 수 있겠습니다. 저희 회사는 그래서 마이크로바이옴으로 001이라고 면역항암제를 개발을 하고 있는 게 가장 진도가 많이 나간 프로젝트고요. 이 프로젝트로 머크, 그러니까 독일 머크하고 파이자하고 이제 그 아벨로맙, 면역항암제죠. 그쪽하고 같이 공동으로 임상 개발을 하고 있는 게 지금 가장 진도가 많이 나가 있는 프로젝트입니다. 지금 이제 그 임상 1상이 막 시작이 돼서 미국에서 지금 현재 환자들이 막 인롤이 되고 있고 그래서 저희 약을 이제 환자들한테 막 투여하면서 이분들한테 어떤 결과가 나오는지를 또 이렇게 가슴 설레면서 기다리고 있습니다. 그리고 또 하나가 저희들 중요한 프로젝트 중에 하나가 신규 타겟, 노블 타겟으로 면역항암제를 개발을 하고 있고요. 이 부분도 지금 퍼스트인 클래스로 좋은 타겟을 찾게 됐고 그것으로 좀 항체를 만들고 또 진행을 하고 있습니다. 최근에 이제 미국 사이오토라는 회사를 이제 하나를 인수를 하게 되면서 자폐증 쪽으로, 그러니까 면역항암제를 또 자폐증 쪽으로 치료제를 마이크로바이옴으로 개발을 하고 있는 프로젝트가 있고요. 또 피부과 쪽으로도 이제 마이크로바이옴으로 개발을 하고 있는 게 저희 회사의 프로젝트가 되겠습니다. 그래서 저희 회사의 그 기본 전략이라고 하면은 이제 면역항암제들이 이제 기존에 여러 가지들이 있죠. 근데 거기에다가 마이크로바이옴으로 면역항암제를 개발을 해서 병용 치료로 암 환자들을 치료하는 게 하나의 또 저희의 전략이 되겠고 또 하나는 기존의 면역항암제로 해결할 수 없었던 그런 분들에 대해서 노블 타겟을 찾아서 거기 항체를 개발을 하고 또 그쪽을 치료를 하는 그런 식으로 그러니까 두 가지 그 병행하는 전략을 쓰고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 이제 면역항암제 처음에 001을 가지고 제가 그 처음에 그러니까 회사가 시작된 지 한 2년 차 정도 될 때 저희 에피커시 데이터가 좀 나와서 그걸 들고 미국에 가서 파이자를 만났어요. 파이자를 만났는데 파이자 사람들이 무슨 얘기를 했었냐면 그 당시에 마이크로바이옴이 상당히 이제 신규로 이렇게 떠오르는 산업이고 그래서 자기네가 관심을 갖고 있긴 한데 모드 오브 액션, 그러니까 기전이 명확하지 않으면 다국적 제약회사 입장에서 좀 투자하기가 어렵다 그런 얘기를 했었어요. 1년 동안 저희가 이제 모드 오브 액션을 좀 모드 오브 액션을 규명을 하려고 상당히 많은 노력을 했었고요. 그 과정에서 멀티오믹스, 그러니까 저희 박한수 박사가 지노믹스를 연구하던 친구다 보니까 멀티오믹스, 그래서 메타볼로믹스 이런 방법들을 써서 이러한 이제 하나하나의 기전들을 찾게 됐었는데 나중에 이제 다국적 회사들하고 이렇게 딜을 했던 회사들, 다른 회사들을 보니까 이렇게 마이크로바이옴으로 기전을 찾는 게 좀 케미칼을 해서 기전 찾는 것보다는 좀 상당히 복잡하고 다른 방법을 써야 되거든요. 다른 회사들이 별로 이런 노력 없이 그냥 또 이렇게 다들 다국적 회사들하고 딜을 했더라고요. 저희는 이제 아시아에서 좀 다국적 회사에서 봤을 때는 좀 듣보잡 같은, 그러니까 좀 어떤 보스턴이나 이쪽에 중심으로 있는 메이저 집단들이 아니다 보니까 이런 것들을 하나하나 증명을 하면서 이제 설득을 해나가게 됐는데 이런 과정을 거치다 보니까 저희 회사의 역량이 다른 경쟁사들에 비해서 좀 더 올라가지 않았나 이런 생각을 하게 됩니다. 어쨌든 그래서 면역항암제 001 이걸 가지고 그러니까 이제 다국적 회사들하고 그러니까 머크하고 파이자하고 딜을 하게 됐고 그러면서 이제 저희 지금에서 같이 공동으로 임상 개발을 하고 있는 그런 상태입니다. 여기 좀 저희가 이제 몇 가지 그 데이터들을 보여드리면 여기가 이제 쥐 뒷다리에다가 암세포를 심은 거고요. 컨트롤에서 이렇게 잘 자라죠, 암이. 근데 이제 저희 면역항암 001을 투여를 했을 때 암 사이즈가 이렇게 줄어드는 걸 볼 수 있고요. 001에다가 저희 안티 PD-1을 같이 병용했을 때는 상당히 줄어드는 것을 볼 수 있죠. 그래서 이렇고 저희가 또 이제 이거를 서울대학병원에서 인체 적용 시험을 했을 때 별다른 부작용 없이 이렇게 또 진행이 되는 많은 강점이 있는 그런 약이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그래서 전 세계에 이게 이제 뉴한 인더스트리다 보니까 마이크로바이옴을 하는 업체들을 따져보면요, 한 500개 정도 되는 것 같아요. 500개 정도 되는데 그 중에서 이제 많은 회사들 저희가 이제 쭉 찾아보면서 보면은 많은 회사들 중에 이제 임상 연구가 좀 가능하게 되고 IND 파일링을 받고 이렇게 좀 의미 있는 임상 연구를 들어가게 된 그런 회사들이 한 30여 개 정도 되는 것 같아요. 그 중에서 이제 멀티내셔널 빅파마들하고 의미 있는 딜을 한 회사들이 한 9개 정도 되는 것 같고요. 이 9개 정도 되는 회사들 중에 대부분이 보면은 보스턴에 있는 그 하버드 중심의 아주 바이오 메카거나 샌프란시스코에 있거나 아니면 대부분 또 유럽에 있어요. 유럽에서도 이제 그 프로바이오틱스가 한 100년 이상 된 나라들, 예를 들면은 덴마크나 뭐 프랑스나 네덜란드나 이런 나라들이죠. 다 그런 나라에 있는 애들이 한 9개 정도 8개가 되고요. 그 이외에 아시아에서 있는, 그러니까 아시아 제3세계 쪽에서 있는 회사는 저희 회사가 유일합니다. 그래서 저희 회사가 이 면역 항암제를 개발하는 이런 이제 이게 에벨로는 MSD하고 이제 같이 공동 연구를 하고 있고, 베단타는 BMS하고 개발을 하고 있고, 포디파마 MSD, 뭐 시노직 로시하고 이제 하고 있는데, 이런 그 면역 항암제를 갖고 있는 어떤 회사들한테 같이 이제 파트너십을 맺고 딜을 하는 게 치열한 경쟁이었었고요. 저희가 이제 거기서 여기를 한 자리를 잡아서 그러니까 그 글로벌 회사들하고 치열하게 경쟁을 하고 있는 중이고요. 그래서 이 마이크로바이옴 학회를 가보면 초반에는 제가 이제 가보면은 그러니까 좀 이렇게 그냥 그러니까 발표를 하려고 그래도 그 발표 시간도 이렇게 학회 마지막 날 이렇게 발표 시간을 줬다면은 요즘은 이제 저희들한테도 키노 스피커도 하라 그러고 나와서 패널 토의도 하라 그러고, 그래서 마이크로바이옴 이 업계에서 저희 회사가 글로벌리 리딩 그룹으로 자리매김을 할 수 있게 됐다, 이렇게 생각을 할 수 있겠습니다. 그래서 신규 타겟 면역 항암제를 또 저희가 이제 개발을 하고 있고요. 그래서 104라는 노블 타겟을 지금 찾았고 거기에 대한 항체를 지금 개발을 해서 또 개발을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 지금 동물 실험 결과들을 좀 보시면, 그러니까 여기 이제 신규 타겟에 대한 항체들을 개발하는데 도스 디펜던트하게 암세포 사이즈가 이렇게 줄어드는 걸 볼 수 있죠. 그래서 104와 105 자체를 가지고 지금 또 이렇게 전인상을 한참 진행을 하고 있고요. 이 뇌질환 쪽 이제 마이크로바이옴이 장내 세균을 건드려서 뇌를 건드린다는 게 좀 생소할 수도 있는데요. 이게 겉 브레인 액시스라 그래가지고 장내 세균, 장에서의 세균이 미주신경을 타고 뇌를 이제 움직이는 그런 기전들이 상당히 많이 알려져 있고 마이크로바이옴 쪽에서 상당히 이제 중요한 분야라고 할 수 있습니다. 저희 회사가 이제 그러니까 어느 정도 위상이 좀 되면서 파이프라인을 좀 어느 정도 좀 그러니까 좀 머추어되어 있는 파이프라인을 좀 가져오자 전 세계의 회사들을 쭉 서치를 해봤어요. 지난 1월에 저희 회사가 JP 모건에서 한 19개 회사를 미팅을 했고, 그 중에 이제 그 인디애나폴리스에 있는 사이오토라는 회사를 이제 저희가 이제 딜을 하게 됐죠. 이 회사는 저희가 그 인디애나폴리스에 릴리가 이제 본사가 있고, 릴리가 전통적으로 CNS 쪽에 상당히 강자였던 회사였는데 거기서 나온 분들이 이제 만든 회사고요. 그래서 모유에서 유래한 락토바실러스 루텔이라는 세균을 가지고 이제 그 미주신경을 쭉 거쳐서 이제 뇌에 올라가게 되면은 옥시토신을 분비를 하면서 이게 이제 자폐증의 효과가 있을 거라고 기대를 하고 그렇게 만들어지는 프로젝트입니다. 그래서 이 세균을 그러니까 집어넣어주면 옥시토신이 이게 쫙 분비가 되면서, 그리고 쥐 실험을 해보면 자폐증 쥐도 이제 사람 자폐증 비슷하게 사회적으로 이렇게 어울리지 않고 친구 사귀지 않고 혼자서 외톨이로 지내고 있거든요. 근데 그 쥐가 이렇게 좀 나와가지고 또 다른 친구들도 사귀고 이런 모습들이 보이는 그런 장면이고요. 그래서 이게 또 최근에 또 미국에서 IND 승인을 받고 지금 임상 1상을 진입하려고 지금 한참 준비 중입니다. 제가 이제 정신과 의사고요. 저는 이제 레지던트 할 때 자폐증 환자, 그러니까 이제 ADHD라는 환자들을 많이 봤어요. 근데 제가 이제 기억이 나는 건데 ADHD라는 것도 이제 우리는 교과서에서만 봤었고 실제로 환자를 많이 못 보다가 얀센에서 콘서트라는 약이 나오고 릴리에서 스트라테라라는 약이 나오면서 갑자기 이제 ADHD가 시장에 없다가 약이 개발이 되면서 시장이 폭발적으로 성장하는 걸 이제 경험을 한 적이 있거든요. 근데 ADHD가 인구의 7%, 자폐증이 인구의 한 4% 정도 되는데 자폐증도 치료제가 없어요. 지금 그래서 현재 자폐증 아이들을 치료를 할 때 보면은 정신분열병 약이나 우울증 약이나 이런 다른 질환의 약을 갖다 차용해서 쓰고 있는 상황인데 저희가 이제 옥시토신으로 자폐증의 근본 원인을 좀 건드리게 되면은 이 시장 역시 상당히 큰 시장이 열리지 않을까. 그래서 그렇게 기대를 하고 약을 개발을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희 회사의 여태까지 프로젝트들을 쭉 보면은 모든 파이프라인 하나하나가 다 이게 퍼스트 인 클래스를 도전을 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 저희가 여태까지 해왔던 게 아직까지 좀 이렇게 검증이 좀 인더스트리가 좀 뉴해서 검증이 되지는 않았지만 만약에 이것이 성공이 됐을 때는 먹을 게 많은 포텐셜이 큰 그런 시장을 좀 타겟팅을 하려고 노력을 했었고 저희가 그것을 DNA를 잃지 않고 계속해서 좀 가져갈 수 있는 그런 회사로 키워나갔으면 하는 생각을 하고 있고요. 그래서 저희 회사가 2018년 12월에 코넥스에 상장을 했어요. 그 당시에 한 400억 정도의 밸류로 상장을 했는데 상장하자마자 8연속 상한가를 치고 지금 현재 한 코넥스 시장에서 한 5천억 정도의 밸류로 이제 거래를 되고 있어요. 저희가 이제 최근에 코스닥으로 이전 상장을 하기 위해서 좀 이제 기술 평가를 했었고, 그래서 이제 최종적으로 코스닥 이전 상장 승인을 받은 상태고, 이제 지금 수요 예측하고 뭐 이런 것들을 지금 남겨놓고 있습니다. 이 과정이 잘 또 순조롭게 진행이 되면은 아마 저희 기대상으로는 연내에 코스닥에서 거래가 되지 않을까 이렇게 기대를 하고 있고요. 그래서 좀 잘 지켜봐 주시고 주식도 많이 사주시고 좀 이렇게 기대해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 여기까지입니다.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 발표 진행해 주신 배지수 대표님 감사합니다. 이어서 최학배 하플사이언스 대표님께서 노화 관련 질환 치료제 개발이라는 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 최학배 대표님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 하플사이언스의 최학배입니다. 오늘 이렇게 좋은 자리에서 저희 회사 소개를 드릴 수 있게 돼서 대단히 기쁩니다. 저희 회사는 2018년도에 18년도 11월 달에 김대경 교수하고 저하고 같이 이제 창업을 했는데, 좀 전에 우리 배지수 대표님도 친구랑 또 창업을 했다는데 저도 대학 동기 친구랑 창업을 했습니다. 그래서 저거 했는데 김대경 교수가 한 10여 년간 노화 관련된 어떤 질환을 치료하는 그러한 관련된 연구를 해온 결과물 갖고 이제 저희들이 회사를 갖다가 세웠습니다. 그래서 저희는 여기 보이는 바와 같이 하플사이언스는 노화로 인한 조직 태아를 정상적으로 회복시키는 조직 재생 치료제를 개발하는 회사에 있습니다. 지금 파이프라인은 4개의 파이프라인 갖고 하는데 그 중에 2개는 비임상 시험 단계로 들어가 있고 2개는 이제 POC 단계에 있는 그런 조금 얼리 스테이지에 있는 그런 회사입니다. 저희는 2019년도에 일단 시리즈 J를 해서 약 100억 정도를 투자 유치를 했고 지금 올해 시리즈 B를 거의 이제 마무리 짓고 있는 그런 단계에 있습니다. 이 노화라는 질병 치료에 있어서 우리나라는 노화 관련된 질병 치료제 개발 전문 회사가 사실 별로 없고 하플사이언스가 어떻게 보면 한국에선 처음으로 노화 관련 질병 치료제의 전문 회사라고 말씀드릴 수가 있는데, 여기 보시는 바와 같이 미국에는 상당히 노화에 대한 많은 관심을 갖고 전문 회사들이 많이 이렇게 나와 있습니다. 근데 이 전문 회사들이 보면 구글이나 아마존, 페이팔처럼 이 바이오 쪽의 기업이 아닌 IT나 다른 쪽에 있는 기업들이 이런 노화에 의한 질병 치료 개발을 하는 그런 회사를 세우고 이쪽에 뛰어들고 있는 그런 모습을 볼 수가 있습니다. 노화에 있어서는 지금 한 30여 질환에 대해서 이 연구가 전 세계적으로 진행이 되고 있는데, 그 중에서 하플사이언스는 피부 노화, 골관절염, 탈모, 그다음에 만성 폐쇄성 폐질환 이 4개의 그 분야에 대해서 지금 연구 개발을 하고 있고 저희의 이 제품에 있어서 하나의 플랫폼 테크놀로지라 말씀드릴 수 있는 하프 안에 있어서 보시면은 노화 세포의 증식을 재개시킴으로 인해서 퇴화된 조직을 다시 재생시키는 그러한 기존의 약물을 개발하고 있습니다. 잠깐 이해를 돕기 위해서 말씀드리면요. 이런 걸 플랫폼인 하프란을 갖다가 저희들이 도출하게 된 배경을 잠깐 말씀드리면은 노화된 그런 동물과 젊은 동물을 병체 결합시켜 갖고 서로 피를 통하게 이렇게 만들었더니 젊은 동물하고 같이 붙어 있던 늙은 동물이 젊은 동물처럼 조직의 일부가 변하는 현상이 일어나더라 하는 걸 갖다 관찰을 하고 그것이 왜 일어나느냐에 대해서 이제 연구를 해서 그것은 이제 젊은 그 동물의 피로부터 피해서 늙은 동물로 이제 이전된 어떤 물질이 이거에 관여했을 거라 그래서 그런 거에 대한 물질 분석을 쭉 한 결과 하프란이 그러한 작용을 했다라는 걸 이제 입증을 한 것이죠. 그래서 하프란은 그 전에 알려져 있기는 히알루론산과 프로테오글라이칸을 연결시키는 단백질이다 이렇게 이제 알려져 있는데 그 외에 다른 어떤 이 노화를 갖다가 하나의 그 개선시키는 이런 거에 대한 기능은 알려진 바가 없습니다. 그런 거를 이제 저희들이 처음으로 이걸 갖다 발견하고 이걸 이용해서 그 이제 제품 개발 쪽으로 이제 나가게 되는데 좀 더 연구를 해보다 보니까 하프라는 조직 노화 시 감소되는 수용체, 그 조직에서 가장 중요한 수용체를 증가시키는, 그러니까 노화 시 감소되는 수용체를 다시 증가시키는 그런 효과가 있고 수용체가 증가됨으로 인해서 수용체가 활성화했을 때 일어나는 그 시그널링이 활성화되고 그래서 그 시그널링에 의해서 변화가 일어나는 그러한 것들을 갖다 하고 있다는 걸 갖다 저희들이 알 수가 있었고요. 그리고 이제 이러한 효과가 한번 일어나면은 그 시그널링에 의해서 그 생성되는 단백질들이 다시금 그러한 그 시그널링을 일으키는데 좀 더 그 효과를 갖다가 일으키게 됨으로써 자극을 하게 됨으로써 그것이 다시금 이제 그 포지티브 피드백 루프식으로 돼서 이러한 현상이 증폭돼서 일어나는 그런 걸 볼 수 있었고요. 그러다 보니까 이제 한번 효과가 발휘되면 1 내지 수개월이 지속되는 그런 특징을 갖고 있는 것을 알 수가 있었습니다. 그래서 이런 걸 이제 피부를 통해서 맨 처음 알았는데 이런 물질을 갖고 어떠한 질병 치료에 응용을 할 것인가라고 생각하면서 보다 보니까 골관절의 그 연골 재생이라든지 그다음에 그 폐질환의 그 폐 조직, 폐포 조직 같은 거의 재생이라든지 아니면 그 퇴화된 모낭의 재생이라든지 이런 쪽에 그걸 갖다 언맷 니드가 상당히 크다는 걸 발견하고 이제 그쪽 쪽으로 저희들이 연구를 갖다 들어가고 있습니다. 그래서 골관절 쪽은 지금 보면 이 증상 개선이나 그다음에 수술요법 외에 실제적으로 질병을 치료할 수 있는 것들이 없어서 있는데 그 저희들의 그 하나의 그 메커니즘이라면 2017년 그 네이처지에서 이제 그 저거 됐습니다만은 골관절염이 개선되고 연골이 재생되려면 TGF 베타 스메드2/3 시그널링이 선택적으로 활성화돼야 된다라는 것들이 이제 밝혀져서 네이처지에 실렸습니다. 그런데 이쪽만을 선택적으로 이제 그 업레귤레이션 시키는 활성화시키는 그런 제재가 아직까지 없었는데 저희들이 이러한 작용을 갖고 있다. 여기만 선택적으로 저거 시키는 그런 작용을 갖고 있어서 이쪽 방향으로 이제 가는데요. 연골이 이제 재생이 되고 연골이 재생된 것이 유지가 되고 또 어떠한 그 조성의 연골이 그 재생이 되느냐 이것이 하이어린 카틀리지냐 파이브로틱 카틀리지냐 이거에 따라서 상당히 연골의 질이 틀립니다. 근데 거기서 이제 우리의 좋은 하이알린 카탈리지 이런 쪽으로 저희들이 이제 생성된다는 것도 확인하고, 그 다음에 관절염이 있을 때 있잖아요. 증상, 염증이라든지 통증 이런 것들도 같이 개선이 된다는 것들, 이런 것 저희들이 확인할 수가 있었습니다. 그래서 그러한 것들을 인비트로, 인비보 실험을 통해서 확인해놨고, 마우스라든지 그다음에 레트, 그다음에 고트 이런 쪽에서 했는데요. 이건 이제 레트에 대한 시험 결과인데 보면은 그 미국 머클에서 개발 중인 스프리페민이라는 게 있는데, 그거랑 이제 동일한 시험 조건으로 한번 비교를 갖다가 해볼 수 있는 식으로 실험을 진행시켰더니 44배 낮은 용량에서 우리께 한 번 투여로 효과가 있었고, 그것은 3번을 투여해야지만 효과가 있는 그런 쪽이었습니다. 그래서 상당히 그 강한 효과를 보였고요. 실제적으로 여기에 이제 그 보면은 메니스커스를 갖다 찢어갖고 이렇게 실험을 하는데, 인대를 끊고 이 찢은 부분이 어떻게 보면 다시 이렇게 재생이 돼갖고 이렇게 되는 것들을 갖다 뚜렷이 볼 수가 있었습니다. 또 이 고트 염소 시험에 있어서는 보면은 이 오해를 갖다 형성시키고 방치한 쪽은 이렇게 악화가 되는데, 약물을 투여한 곳에서 이제 다시 이런 그 연골들이 다시 재생이 돼 갖고 이렇게 좋아지는 것들도 이제 저희들이 확인할 수가 있었고요. 그래서 이러한 것들에 대해서 이제 많은 회사들이 관심을 나타내고 있습니다. 그런데 사실 이런 연골 재생 효과를 가지고 골관절염 치료 효과를 갖고 있는 것들을 개발하기 위해서 많은 회사들이 지금 트라이 중에 있는데요. 이렇게 뚜렷하게 임상에서 좋은 효과를 갖다가 갖고 나가는 데는 아직까지 이렇게 뚜렷하게 나오고 있지 않습니다. 그것을 어떻게 보면은 이렇게 손상된 연골이 동물 실험에서 좀 좋아졌는데, 그것이 임상시험은 그 손상된 게 아니라 노화에서 퇴화된 이 연골이 좋아지느냐 하는 거에 있어서는 역시 좀 차이가 있지 않냐라는 그런 생각을 갖게 됐고요. 근데 저희들은 사실 보면은 이 올드 마우스, 늙은 쥐의 퇴화된 성장판, 이 연골하고 같은 퇴화된 성장판이 다시 우리 약물의 투여로 인해서 다시 이것이 재생되고 이렇게 하는 것들이 저희들은 동물 실험에서 나온 바가 있습니다. 그래서 기존에 개발 중이던 다른 것들하고 틀린 그 임상 효과가 나올 수 있지 않나 기대하면서 저희들이 이에 대한 확인 시험들을 더 해나가고 있습니다. 그 다음에 이제 COPD라서 이제 폐성 폐질환 쪽에 보면 이쪽도 상당히 환자는 많은데, 실제적인 거는 지금은 이제 그 기관지 확장제나 아니면 점액분지 억제제처럼 해서 임시적으로 증상 개선을 갖다 치료시키는 그런 제들밖에 없어 왔고요. 망가진 폐 조직이 다시 이렇게 좀 복원되는 이런 거에 대한 언메니드는 상당히 크고, 그래야지 본질적으로 질병을 치료할 수 있는 건데 하는 그런 언메니드는 상당히 큽니다. 그래서 그런 거에 있어서 저희들이 이제 지금 하고 있는데, 시간 관계상 그렇게 아주 조금 건너뛰어서 동물 실험에서 이제 마우스에서 보시면은 실제적으로 이런 게 정상적인 그 폐 조직인데, 여기에다가 이제 이런 폐 조직을 갖다 엘라스타를 쳐갖고 좀 망가뜨리면은 이러한 공동 기종이 이렇게 생기게 됩니다. 거기에 이제 그렇게 생기게 된 다음에 저희 약물을 쳤을 때 다시 이것이 이제 폐 조직이 형성되면서 회복되는 것들을 볼 수 있죠. 이게 회복되는 정도가 약 95% 정도로 나타나서 어떤 다른 것들보다도 이제 유사한 그 실험에서도 강력한 효과를 나타내는 것을 갖다 볼 수가 있었습니다. 그래서 이쪽을 갖다 저희들이 이제 개발을 갖다 해나가고 있고요. 기존에 있는 이제 기관지 기능 개선제들하고 우리의 그 폐포 기능 개선제하고 같이 이렇게 콤비네이션 테라피를 한다면은 이런 COPD 같은 질환의 정복은 가능하지 않겠느냐라고 이렇게 저희들이 보고 있습니다. 저희들은 이제 지금 IND 들어가는 것을 골관절염 쪽은 이제 내년 말, 그 다음에 COPD 폐쇄성 폐지장치로는 2020년 초로 잡고 있고요. 그때 라이센스 아웃이 될 수 있도록 그렇게 이제 추진하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희는 그 개발에 성공하려면은 약효 안전성, 그다음에 경제성의 3박자를 갖춰야 되는데 그런 면에 있어서 상당히 우수한 약효와 뛰어난 안전성 그리고 경제성을 갖추고 있다고 이제 말씀드릴 수가 있겠습니다. 그래서 지금 2023년도에 이제 기술 기평을 들어가서 2024년도에 이제 저희들이 이 IP에 가는 것을 목적으로 하면서 지금 나가고 있습니다. 좀 전에 그 말씀드렸던 그 저희 김대경 대표 프로필이고요. 그 다음에 저희의 그 자문위원들의 프로필입니다. 이상입니다.
네, 큰
감사합니다.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 발표를 진행해 주신 최학배 대표님 감사드립니다. 다음으로는 이병화 툴젠 대표이사님께서 올해 노벨 화학상 유전자 교정 기술과 주식회사 툴젠의 사업 전략이라는 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 이병화 대표이사님을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 죄송합니다. 네, 다음 세션 티움바이오 대표님 모시고 세션 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 순서에 착오가 있어서 죄송합니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
반갑습니다. 저 티움바이오의 김훈택입니다. 이렇게 어려운 환경에 있어도 이렇게 좋은 기회를 만들어 주신 관계자 여러분들에게 감사드립니다. 오늘 제가 말씀드릴 내용은 저희 티움바이오의 그 파이프라인에 대한 그런 소개보다도 저희가 저희 회사는 실제적으로 희귀 난치 질환 치료제 개발 전문 그런 연구 개발 회사입니다. 그래서 왜 우리가 그러한 티움이 이러한 영역에서의 사업을 하는가, 또 어떻게 사업을 잘 할 것인가, 또 저희가 작년 11월 1주년이 됐는데요. 상장을 했는데 그런 부분에서 저희가 앞으로 향후에 어떻게 성장할 것인가에 대해서 오늘 간략하게 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 희귀의약품은 이러한 치료제 영역에서 보면 블루오션이라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그 이유가 첫째로는 현재 7,000여 개의 그러한 희귀 질환이 있는데 그 중에서 400개 정도의 그러한 치료제밖에 없고, 또 그 400개의 치료제들 자체도 굉장히 잘 안 듣는 그러한 좀 언맷 니드가 굉장히 큰 그런 분야고요. 또 중요한 것은 계속적인 그러한 질환의 진단에 기술이 발전을 함으로써 환자 수가 증가한다는 그러한 부분에서 굉장히 좋은 그러한 치료제 개발 영역입니다. 또 한 가지는 희귀 의약품을 개발을 할 때 가장 중요한 점이 글로벌 선진 국가에서 굉장히 많은 지원 프로그램이 있어서 임상시험을 굉장히 빠르게 진행할 수가 있고, 또 보시다시피 보시다시피 이러한 올판 드럭, 희귀의약품 같은 경우에는 다른 기존 약제에 대비해서 한 60%의 임상시험 기간이 걸리는 그러한 점을 볼 때는 저희가 이제 임상시험의 효율성, 또 사업화, 연구개발의 효율성 부분에서 굉장히 우수한 그런 면이 있고요. 저희가 티움에서 개발한 국내 최초의 바이오 신약인 앱실라 같은 경우에도 보면 임상시험 기간이 4년 정도밖에 소요 안 돼 있습니다. 이 약품은 글로벌 제약의 라이센싱 아웃을 통해 가지고 미국이나 또 유럽에서 승인을 받고 현재 40여 개국에서 환자의 치료를 위해서 사용을 하고 있는데, 이러한 부분에서 보면 5년, 10년 뭐 이렇게 걸리는 임상시험을 통해 가지고 개발할 수 있는 의약품보다는 이러한 희귀의약품을 개발을 하는 것이 어떻게 보면 저희 나라 그 연구개발 실정에 가장 잘 맞는 그러한 영역이라고 생각을 하고요. 또 미국 FDA에서 승인을 받은 작년에 그러한 혁신의약품의 40% 정도가 희귀의약품, 희귀질환 치료제로서 차지하고 있다는 점이 굉장히 중요합니다. 희귀 질환 같은 경우에는 굉장히 그 원인이 명확합니다. 그래서 그 원인 자체를 잘 컨트롤할 수 있으면 임상시험 성공 가능성이 굉장히 높기 때문에 신약 성공 가능성이 일반 의약품 다른 그러한 질환에 대비해서 2배 이상의 임상시험 성공 가능성이 있다는 점이 굉장히 매력적인 그런 부분입니다. 시장 매력 또는 희귀 질환이라서 굉장히 시장 자체가 좀 작지 않느냐라고 생각을 하시는 분들이 많이 있는데, 보시다시피 앞으로의 그러한 성장률을 보면 실제적으로 기존 의약품, 일반 의약품 대비해서 2배 이상의 그러한 높은 성장률을 가지고 있고, 그 시장 규모 자체도 242빌리언 US 달러라고 하는 굉장히 거대한 시장으로서 지금 자리매김을 하고 있어서 앞으로는 몇 년 전부터 희귀 의약품 자체가 대세로 저희는 자리매김을 하고 있다고 생각을 합니다. 또 약가에 대한 부분을 이렇게 비교를 해봤는데요. 저희가 이 부분을 보시면 일반 희귀질환 이외의 그러한 일반 의약품 대비 1인당 치료 비용 자체도 3배 이상의 높은 그러한 약가를 받을 수 있는 점이 시장 매력도는 굉장히 높고요. 이러한 희귀 의약품이 시장에 출시되어 있을 때 경우에는 굉장히 오랜 기간 독점 기간을 주기 때문에 시장에서 굉장히 선점을 하면서 오랫동안 인조이할 수 있다는 점이 이 희귀의약품 개발 시장의 매력입니다. 글로벌 많은 제약사들의 그러한 매출 비중을 보시면 보시는 바와 같이 시장에 출시된 이후에 10년 이상이 된 제품의 매출 비중이 굉장히 늘어나고 있습니다. 이 점이 무엇을 시사를 하는가 보면 현재 제네릭이나 또 바이오시밀라 제품들의 시장이 출시함으로써 기존 글로벌 제약사의 그러한 매출 비중을 차지하고 있는 제품의 그러한 매출액 자체를 굉장히 떨어뜨릴 것이다. 따라서 이러한 글로벌 제약사들의 그러한 전략을 보면 희귀의약품 또는 굉장히 특징적인 그런 의약품을 가지고 자기네 파이프라인을 갖추고 자기네 매출을 유지하려고 하는 전략을 사용을 하고 있습니다. 따라서 2017년부터 올해까지 많은 그러한 글로벌 라이센싱 아웃 딜, 또 M&A 그런 부분을 보면 많은 희귀의약품 개발을 하는 그런 회사 또는 그런 파이프라인이 주요 대상이었습니다. 저희는 지난 20년간 이러한 희귀의약품 쪽에서의 전문성을 갖추었다라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 3가지 분야에서 전문성을 갖췄는데, 첫째가 앱실라라고 해서 혈우병 치료제를 개발했던 그러한 연구 경험을 가지고 있습니다. 두 번째로는 TGF-베타 계열의 그러한 저해제를 가지고 저희는 섬유증과 또 면역항암제로 개발을 하고 있는데, IPF 같은 경우에는 2018년에 글로벌 제약사인 KG사의 라이센싱 아웃을 한 그런 경험을 가지고 있고, 올해에는 내시 치료제로서의 정부과제에 선정이 돼 있어 굉장히 이쪽 파이브로시스 쪽 분야에서는 저희 티움이 그래서 국내에서는 가장 잘하는 그런 기업으로 저는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 다음은 우리가 어떻게 이러한 희귀질환 치료제 영역에서 과연 좋은 그러한 물질들 또 좋은 의약품을 개발을 할까에 대해서 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 첫째로 저희는 3가지가 가지고 있는데, 첫째가 이제 합성 신약 창출 시스템입니다. 간단히 말씀을 드리면 실제적으로 이러한 단백질의 구조 기반을 해서 가장 이 단백질을 제어할 수 있는 합성 물질을 만들어내고, 이 중에서 약으로 사용이 될 수 있는 물질을 평가하고 그러한 부분에서 가장 최적의 캔디데이트를 도출하는 그러한 기술을 저희 티움 내에서는 지난 30년간의 신약 개발의 그러한 프로세스로 확보를 하였습니다. 이런 여러 가지 그런 시스템을 통해 가지고 저희가 도출해낸 그런 캔디데이트를 보면 알카5 이니비터, 또 자궁내막증에 사용되는 GnRH 안타고니스트, 또 GPR4 애고니스트로 내시 치료제로 개발하고 있는 현재 저희 파이프라인으로 구성이 되어 있는 그런 것들을 도출해낼 수 있었습니다. 다음으로는 저희가 유전자 제조합 기술을 정말 좋은 기술을 가지고 있습니다. 유전자 제조합 기술이라고 하면 저희가 생각을 하고 있는 기능을 가지고 있는 단백질을 저희는 설계를 하고, 이 단백질 자체를 유전자를 제조합을 함으로써 가장 최적의 그런 단백질을 저희는 선별을 해서 그 단백질 생산부터 최종 정제까지 해서 환자한테 투여할 수 있는 그런 시스템을 가지고 있는데, 현재로는 저희가 가지고 있는 트랜스페린이라고 하는 이러한 생체 내에 있는 단백질 자체를 저희의 목표 단백질이랑 연결함으로써 실제적으로는 생체 내 방광기를 3배 이상 증가시키는 그러한 플랫폼 기술을 가지고 있어서요. 이런 부분 자체는 저희가 향후 여러 가지 단백질의 방광기를 증가시킨 그러한 치료용 의약품을 만들 수 있는 기반 기술이고요. 이러한 기반 기술 자체는 저희가 좋다라고 자부하지만 실제적으로 글로벌 바이오 신약인 앱실라를 만들 때 저희가 사용했던 기술로서 저희가 듀 딜리전스를 받았는데, 그런 부분에서 정말 글로벌 제약사의 평가를 받은 그런 기술로서 자부합니다. 세 번째로는 저희가 항체 치료제를 개발하기 위해서 항체 플랫폼을 좀 갖춰야 되겠다라고 해서 올해 7월에 실제적으로 보스턴에 항체를 개발하는 전문 기업인 100% 자회사인 이니티움이라는 회사를 설립을 했습니다. 많은 국내 항체 개발 회사가 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 저희가 그렇다라고 하면 과연 무엇이 다른가에 대한 부분에서 굉장히 궁금할 텐데요. 기존의 항체로서는 접근이 굉장히 어려운 그런 타깃에 대한 접근과, 또 저희가 이렇게 구축한 기술, 또 활용할 기술들은 기존의 그러한 항체 개발 프로세스를 10분의 1로 단축해서 굉장히 빠르게 진행할 수 있는 그러한 기술들을 저희가 내재화한 그러한 회사를 현재 보스턴에서 운영을 하고 있습니다. 이 장표는 저희가 현재 가지고 있는 여러 파이프라인들을 좀 이렇게 아우터라인에 대해서 말씀을 드리겠는데요. 보시는 바와 같이 맨 위에 있는 그러한 자궁내막증 치료제 같은 경우에는 어제도 이제 유럽 어느 국가에서 임상 2상 시험 승인의 그러한 통보를 저희가 받았는데요. 실제적으로 유럽에서 임상 1상을 진행을 하고, 현재는 유럽에서 2A 2상을 진행을 하기 위해서 저희가 승인 신청을 여러 국가에서 하고 있고요. 나머지 뭐 이태리라든가 여러 국가의 승인 절차가 필요합니다. 그 다음으로는 IPF 특발성 폐섬유증의 그러한 기술 이전을 한 그 파이프라인 자체가 그쪽 회사에서 잘 개발해서 2021년 유럽에서 임상 1상에 진행할 단계가 돼 있고요. 또 바이오 의약품 쪽에서 현재 혈액병 인자 같은 경우에는 유럽에서 그러니까 호주에서 생산을 해서 그쪽에서 임상 1상을 진행을 할 계획으로 현재 추진을 하고 있습니다. 가장 저희가 포텐셜이 크다라고 생각하는 면역 항암제 같은 경우에는 현재 임상 시료를 다 만들었고, 그 시료 자체를 가지고 이제 미국 IND 파일링을 하기 위해서 현재 프리 IND 미팅과 IND 프로세스를 진행할 예정입니다. 또한 저희가 이제 대원제약이라고 하는 국내 중견 회사에 자궁 근종으로서 저희가 기술 이전을 했는데, 이런 부분에서 이제 국내에서 임상을 계속적으로 잘 진행을 하고 있습니다. 다음으로는 저희가 어떻게 이제 앞으로 성장할 것이냐. 상장 1년이 지났는데 저희는 기존에 있는 파이프라인 자체에 대해서는 개발을 계속적으로 함으로써 저희가 가지고 있는 그런 에셋 자체의 밸류를 높이는 반면에, 저희가 가지고 있는 기술 자체를 정말 고도화시키고 다음엔 확장하려고 하는 그러한 전략을 사용을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 3가지의 플랫폼 기술을 저희가 도입을 했는데요. 첫 번째 기술은 올가노 칩이라고 해서 실제적으로 많은 의약품이 임상에서 실패한 이유는 동물에서 효과가 좋았는데 사람에서 효과가 떨어지는 그런 부분이 굉장히 많이 있고요. 사람에서 여러 가지 독성들이 나타난 그런 부분에서 전임상 시험을 통해 가지고 그것을 그러니까 배제하지 못하는 그런 부분이 있어서 인체 조직을 어떠한 칩에 놓고 그 자체를 가지고 마지막 캔디데이트에 대한 여러 캔디데이트 중에 베스트 캔디데이트를 선별하려고 하는 그러한 전략을 저희가 사용을 하고 있고요. 그 다음의 기술은 항체 약물 접합제라고 해서 ADC라는 그런 표현으로서 국내에 굉장히 유명한 그러한 업체도 있는데, 저희가 이제 방금 전에 말씀드렸듯이 저희는 유전자 제조를 할 수 있는 기술도 굉장히 탁월하고 있고요. 탁월하고 항체를 개발하는 그런 기술도 현재 구축을 했고, 또 페이로드라고 하는 이러한 화학 물질을 이렇게 합성할 수 있는 기술도 있습니다. 다만 저희가 가지고 있지 못하는 링커의 그러한 부분에 대한 기술은 외부의 그러한 업체와 협력을 해서 저희가 생각을 하는 그러한 디자인한 그러한 항체 플러스 스몰 몰레큘의 그러한 복합체를 개발하려고 합니다. 그 다음으로는 방금 전에 말씀드렸듯이 여기에 항체 개발하시는 분이 아마 들어보셨을 것 같은데 버클리 라이시라고 하는 이 비컨 플랫폼 같은 경우에는 기존에 있는 일반 그러한 항체 개발 프로세스보다는 굉장히 단축된 그러한 기간을 가지고 항체를 개발을 하고 있고요. 또 말씀드렸듯이 기존 항체로서는 접근이 못하는 그러한 타깃에 대해서도 저희는 접근을 할 수 있는 그러한 플랫폼을 가지고 보슨에서 열심히 그런 쪽 타깃을 가지고 일을 하고 있습니다. 저희의 그러한 미션, 비전은 글로벌에서 인지도를 갖는 그러한 희귀 난치 질환 치료제 전문 회사로서 자리매김을 하는 것입니다. 현재로는 저희가 이제 대한민국에서 그 싹을 키웠는데 실제적으로 이니티움이라고 하는 새로운 씨앗을 또 미국 보스턴 지역에 저희가 뿌렸고요. 호주 쪽에서는 임상시험 시료 생산과 그 다음에는 임상시험을 진행할 그러한 자회사를 현재 갖추고 있습니다. 현재는 세 개 지역에서 저희가 글로벌 제약사로서 자리매김을 한다라고 하기에는 어렵지만 앞으로도 계속적으로 저희가 대한민국의 대표 주자로서 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 마지막으로는 저희가 개발을 하는 그러한 치료제 자체가 환자들한테 정말 새로운 삶을 가져다 줄 수 있는 그런 회사로서 자리매김을 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 발표해 주신 김은택 티움바이오 대표님 감사합니다. 제가 2017년에도 글로벌 바이오 포럼을 사회로 보았었는데 그때도 발표를 하셨었는데 이런 성장세를 모습을 보니까 감회가 저도 좀 새로운 것 같습니다. 네, 다음 순서로 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 다음은 이병화 툴젠 대표이사님께서 올해 노벨 화학상 유전자 교정 기술과 주식회사 툴젠의 사업 전략이라는 주제로 발표하시겠습니다. 이병화 대표이사님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 툴젠 대표이사 이병화입니다. 3시가 넘어가다 보니까 이제 약간 집중력도 떨어지고 저희들이 수혜를 본 것 같습니다. 아까 미리 또 소개를 2번 받게 돼가지고 툴젠을 또 PR할 수 있는 기회를 주셨는데 어쨌든 툴젠을 투자자들을 위한 IR 미팅이기 때문에 투자자들에 대한 관점에서 이렇게 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 사실은 저희들이 제목을 아까 전에 노벨 화학상 유전자 교정 기술이라고 했는데 여러분 아시다시피 올해 노벨 화학상에 UC 버클리의 제니퍼 다우드나 교수하고 그다음에 막스 프랑크 연구소의 임마누엘 샤르팡티에 교수가 공동 수상을 하는 영광을 누렸는데요. 그만큼 이 유전자 교정 기술이 예전에 이제 학문적 수준에서 이 산업적으로 또 의학적으로 굉장히 각광받는 기대되는 그런 플랫폼 테크놀로지로서 인정받는 아주 중요한 전환점이 되는 한 해였다고 생각이 됩니다. 아시다시피 저희들 툴젠은 지놈을 이노베이트하라는 관점에서 질병 없는 건강한 삶 그리고 개량된 식물이나 동물을 이용한 풍요로운 삶을 비전으로 삼고 있습니다. 툴젠을 투자자적인 관점에서 보면 툴젠의 가치를 형성하고 있는 것을 저희들은 이 4가지 정도로 이렇게 설명을 드리고 있는데요. 유전자 교정 기술 개발 전문성을 가지고 있고 다양한 세포와 유전자 치료제 파이프라인을 보유하고 있고 그다음에 농업 분야의 기회로 확장하고 있으면서 유전자 교정에 관련된 지적재산권을 보유하고 있다는 측면에서 저희들 툴젠의 기업 가치를 설명을 드리고 있습니다. 잘 아시다시피 유전자 가위라는 것은 지놈 에디팅 기술의 핵심이고요. 효율적인 유전자 교정을 위해 유전자를 절단하는 분자 도구로 설명을 드리고 있고요. 이 유전자 절단을 통해서 유전자를 제거하고 복원하고 삽입을 하게 될 수가 있고요. 이런 걸 통해서 치료제라든가 그다음에 농업, 그다음에 신약 R&D 쪽 산업화에 의해서 다양한 방면을 이용이 되고 있습니다. 요 장표는 지금 현재 여기 보면은 빌리어스 유니버시티나 UC 버클리, 그다음에 툴젠, 시그마 알드리치, 브로드, 이 크리스퍼 카스9을 가지고 경쟁하고 있는 메이저 그룹들을 지금 기재를 해놓은 겁니다. 그리고 이 박스 안에 들어가 있는 것들이 주로 그 플레이어들이 가지고 있는 기술적 특성, 그 다음에 저 밑에가 이제 시계열적으로 특허를 출원한 시기입니다. 보다시피 저희들 툴제는 세계적으로 경쟁하고 있는 4-5개 그룹의 그런 원천 기술 보유자들과 함께 경쟁을 하고 있고, 보시다시피 지금 브로드나 시그마보다도 더 앞선 시기에 저희들 특허 출원을 해서 특허 IP 경쟁력을 지금 경쟁을 하고 있습니다. 이 장표는 굉장히 중요한 장표라고 저희들은 생각을 하고 있는데요. 아까 저희들이 특허의 툴젠의 가치를 형성하고 있는 IP에 대한 말씀을 드렸었는데, 이건 사실은 언론에서도 많이 나와 있습니다. 2012년에 툴젠이 지금 특허를 출원해가지고 지금 우리가 2020년에 와 있지 않습니까? 그런데 아직까지도 이 특허에 대한 정리가 지금 안 된 상태란 말이죠. 그렇지만 굉장히 오랜 시간 동안 지나오면서 툴젠이 그래도 많은 성과들이 있었습니다. 여기 보면 오스트레일리아라든가 한국, 유럽, 싱가포르, 일본, 차이나, 그다음에 홍콩, 올해 10월 달에 이제 중요한 특허 중에 하나인 저희 568 특허인데, 처음에 원천 특허보다는 조금 범위가 좁혀진 특허이긴 하지만 결국 등록이 되었습니다. 그런데 지금 아직 여러분들 아시다시피 UC 버클리하고 브로드가 특허 싸움이 끝나지 않았지 않습니까? 예전에는 제일 처음에 이제 브로드가 특허를 취득을 했고, 그 다음에 UC 버클리가 승인을 받은 다음에 인터피어런스가 일어났죠. 그래서 UC하고 브로드가 싸웠는데, 결국은 UC 특허와 브로드 특허는 원핵생물이나 진핵생물에서 이렇게 특허를 시행한 것이기 때문에 서로 다른 특허다라는 판결을 내줬었습니다. 그런데 어디에도 툴젠이 그렇게 메이저하게 다뤄지지 않았었거든요. 그런데 왜 그러냐면 올해 저희 6월까지만 해도 미국 특허청에서 툴젠의 특허를 이러저러한 이유로 자국 지적재산권 보호 정책도 있을 거고 등등 여러 가지 이유로 거절해왔었는데, 그런 것들이 피탭에서 이제 툴젠에 손을 들어줌으로써 툴젠이 드디어 이제 이런 메이저 세계적인 플레이들과 함께 경쟁할 수 있는 기반을 마련됐다고 볼 수 있고요. 현재 상태는 UC와 브로드 간의 인터피어런스, 저촉 심사가 다시 시작이 됐어요. 작년에. 그리고 툴젠은 지금 이런 브로드라든가 시그마와 그런 인터피어런스, 저촉 심사에 들어갈 가능성이 있는지를 검토하는, 그런 여부를 검토하는 단계에 지금 와 있습니다. 그래서 저희들이 올해 인터피어런스가 만약 개시가 된다고 그러면은 툴젠이 바야흐로 이런 세계적인 플랫폼 테크놀로지의 IP를 보유하고 있는 그룹들과 진짜 본 라운드에서 경쟁할 수 있는 그런 모멘텀이 되는 중요한 전환점이 될 것으로 예측을 하고 있습니다. 아시다시피 툴젠이 보유하고 있는 유전자 교정 기술은 진급빈 거라든가 탈렌, 그 다음에 크리스퍼 카스9으로 해서 이렇게 3세대까지 진전하고 있고요. 이런 각자의 기술에 기반해서 예를 들어 에디타스라든가 크리스퍼 테라피틱스, 인텔리아 등 같은 회사들이 지금 나스닥에 상장이 되어 있습니다. 왜냐면 죄송합니다. 크리스퍼 테라피틱스 같은 경우는 지금 시가총액이 한 8조 정도에 이르고 있고요. 나머지 에디타스나 인텔리아도 2조 정도의 그런 시가총액을 보여주고 있습니다. 툴젠이 지금 집중하고 있는 사업 전략은 크게 4가지 분야입니다. 첫째는 이런 플랫폼 테크놀로지를 업그레이드 시키는 부분, 그 다음에 크리스터 기반으로 해서 유전자 치료제를 개발하는 부분, 그 다음에 동식물 유전자 교정을 통해서 산업적으로 이용하는 부분, 그 다음에 유전자 교정 세포치료제 카티라든가 면역세포치료제 쪽에 사업 전략들을 구사를 하고 있습니다. 뒤에 상세하게 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 플랫폼 확장의 전략은 기존에 있는 그 크리스퍼 카스9에서 예를 들어서 스나이퍼 카스9과 같이 우수한 특이성과 높은 기능성을 가진 카스9을 개발한다든가 아니면 전달체인 AAV 유전자 전달 기술과의 뛰어난 접합성을 가지고 있는 CJ 카스9처럼 이 적은 크기의 카스9을 개발하는 전략이 되겠습니다. 툴젠이 집중하고 있는 메인 프로그램으로서의 치료제 쪽에는 여기 보면 사르코마리투스를 포함하는 신경 쪽 분야, 그리고 헤모필리아 B 같은 간 프로그램들, 그리고 카티를 포함하고 있는 면역세포 같은 분야가 있을 수 있겠습니다. 저희들이 제일 리딩 프로그램으로 지금 운영하고 있는 사르코마리투스라고 하는 질병에 대해서 잠깐 소개를 드리겠습니다. 이 사르코마리투스는 세계에서 가장 어떻게 보면 흔한 유전병 중에 하나인데요. 140만 명 정도의 환자를 보유하고 있고요. 저희들이 집중하고 있는 사르코마리투스 병은 PMP22 그 유전적인 원인에 의해서 발생하는, 원래 정상인은 2가닥의 유전자를 가지고 있는데 이렇게 3가닥으로 됨으로 인해서 느린 손상된 마이엘린으로 인해 가지고 신호 전달이 느리게 됨으로 인해서 여러 가지 장애가 발생하는 사르코마리병인데, 여기에서 이제 저희들이 카스9 유전자 교정 기술을 이용해서 치료를 하게 되면 여기 마우스 실험에서 보는 것처럼 근육이 정상적으로 이렇게 회복되는 모습을 관찰할 수가 있습니다. 그래서 저희들이 뉴클레이크 애시드 리서치라고 하는 논문에 게재해서 지금 저희들의 대표적인 리딩 파이프라인으로 포지셔닝을 하고 있습니다. 그다음에 또 한 가지는 간에서 이제 그 B형 혈우병과 같이 기존의 단백질이라든가 효소 치료제를 대체하는 완치형 유전 교정자 치료제입니다. 사실 이런 단백질 효소 치료제는 어떤 기능에 의해서 문제가 생긴 장기의 어떤 결과물들을 치료제로서 넣어주는 개념인데, 저희들은 이런 기능을 제대로 할 수 있도록 유전자 교정을 통해서 완전히 그 기능을 회복시켜주는, 어떻게 보면 패러다임이 완전히 바뀐 그런 치료제의 개념이라고 보실 수 있겠습니다. 그 다음에 이제 저희들이 집중하고 있는 것 하나가 넥스트 제너레이션 카티입니다. 이것은 DGK라는 유전자가 있는데, 이게 저희들이 그 항암 기능을 저해하는 유전자로 규명을 했습니다. 그래서 만약 DGK를 유전자 교정을 통해 가서 낙하웃을 시켰을 때 암세포 기능이 이렇게 정상으로 향상되는 그런 결과를 확인할 수 있었고요. 이것도 캔서 리서치라는 논문을 게재하고 지금 개발 활동을 하고 있습니다. 또 다른 프로그램 중 하나가 이제 넥스트 제너레이션 카티인데요. 이 개념은 뭐냐면은 지금 카티 치료제를 하는 회사들이 많은데 생각보다 굉장히 비용도 비싸고, 그 다음에 환자에 있는 곳에서 생산해야 되는, 왜냐하면 자가 치료를 해야 되기 때문에 그런 여러 가지 문제점이 있는데, 이런 거 TCR 낙아웃을 통해 가지고 오프 더 쉘프 카티를 생산하는 개념으로 접근하면은 그런 고비용의 문제라든가 그다음에 범용적으로 쓸 수 있는 그런 문제, 대량 생산, 이런 생산성 향상을 할 수 있는 넥스트 제너레이션 카티를 개발할 수가 있겠습니다. 다음에 저희들이 추가적으로 이제 신규 론칭시킨 프로젝트의 하나가 이제 그 종자 개발 쪽입니다. 사실 이 종자 개발은 보통 이렇게 타겟 디스커리부터 상업화까지 이렇게 5 내지 7년 동안의 어떤 단계를 거쳐서 개발을 하게 되는데요. 이런 단계를 거쳐서 개발된 종자들을 가지고 라이센싱 아웃을 하거나 아니면 마지막 엔드 프로덕트까지 생산을 해서 가공을 해서 파는 비즈니스 모델을 생각해 볼 수 있겠습니다. 그래서 대표적으로 이제 그 첫 번째 비즈니스 모델인 감자인데요. 감자 같은 경우에는 여러분들 아시다시피 이런 갈변 현상이라든가 아니면 솔라닌 독소라든가 아크릴아마이드 같은 이런 물질들이 가공 과정에서 인간의 그 건강에 해로운 물질들로 작용하고 있다는 것을 알 수 있습니다. 이런 것들을 제거한 감자 품종을 개발해서 이걸 가지고 이제 글로벌 빅 컴퍼니들한테 라이센싱 아웃을 통해 가지고 수익을 실현하는 그런 비즈니스 전략이 되겠습니다. 다음 대표적인 그 또 하나의 그 품종이 콩입니다. 이 콩 같은 경우에는 이제 저희들이 지금 개발하고 있는 것이 하이 올레익 애시드를 포함하고 있는 그런 HO 대두 콩인데, 요거는 지금 몸에 인간의 건강에 굉장히 유익한 올레익산 콩, 올레익산을 많이 함유하고 있는 콩을 개발하는 것인데요. 이것은 저희들이 지금 품종을 개발을 해서 키르기스탄에서 지금 현지 테스트를 가지고 있고요. 이런 걸 통해서 이제 기름을 짜서 그 건강에 유익한 기름을 함유하고 있는 기름을 짜서 기름을 팔 수도 있고, 거기서 생산되는 대두박 같은 부산물을 또 파는 그런 비즈니스 모델로 지금 작용을 하고 있습니다. 이 콩이나 감자 이외에도 저희들이 여러 가지 그 식물의 어떤 트레이트를 변형시킨 여러 가지 파이프라인을 운영을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 예를 들어서 뭐 기능성 양파, 눈 맵지 않은 거라든가 아니면 제초 저항성 콩이라든가 뭐 여러 가지 그 가뭄 내성 고추라든가 이런 프로젝트를 론칭시켜 가지고 지금 R&D 개발 사업을 하고 있습니다. 정리를 해보면은 저희 IR적으로 보면 투자자들에게 툴젠의 경쟁력을 한번 정리를 해드리고 싶은데요. 사실 좋은 기업을 평가하는 기준이 여러 가지가 있겠지만 저는 어떤 전문 기술을 보유하고 있는가, 그리고 전문 기술을 IP로서 특허적으로 확보하고 있는가, 그런 특허들을 IP로 확보하고 있는 특허들을 기반으로 해서 경쟁력 있는 파이프라인을 운영을 하고 있는가, 그리고 이 파이프라인들이 굉장히 장기가 소요되기 때문에 이런 파이프라인들을 재정적으로 지원해 줄 수 있는 뭐 SIU치라든가 FIU치라든가 하는 그런 대처 능력이 있는가, 그리고 IPO를 포함해 가지고 장기적 성장 전략을 가지고 있고 그런 것들을 구체적으로 실현해 나가고 있는가 하는 그런 여러 가지 기업 가치를 고려할 수 있는 요소들을 감안해서 투자 결정을 해야 된다고 생각합니다. 저는 오늘 발표드린 자료가 뭐 충분하지는 않겠지만 지금 여러 가지 기술이라든가 IP라든가 그다음에 자본력이라든가 IPO를 포함한 지속 가능한 성장 전략이라든가 이런 것 측면에서 툴젠이 충분히 투자할 만한 가치가 있다고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 발표해 주신 이병화 대표님께 다시 한번 감사 말씀드립니다. 네, 마지막으로 신영기 에비온 바이오 대표님께서 정밀의료 기반 항암제 개발 기업 에비온이라는 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 신영기 대표님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
일단 이런 발표 기회를 주셔서 뉴스원에 감사드립니다. 저희 그 회사에 대해서 설명드리는데, 저희 회사는 그 정밀 그 의료, 특히 정밀 의료가 그 oncollogy 파트에서는 굉장히 중요합니다. 그래서 그 프리시전 oncollogy라는 그 컨셉을 가지고 신약을 개발하는 기업이라고 말씀드릴 수 있습니다. 저희 그 회사 설명을 위해서 한 그 다음과 같은 내용으로 발표를 드리겠습니다. 그 첫 번째, 이제 저희 회사에 대해서 소개를 드리겠습니다. 그 저희 회사는 글로벌 프리시전 oncollogy 신약 개발 기업으로, 그 프리시전 oncollogy라는 것은 환자 맞춤형 표적 치료제를 개발한다는 뜻입니다. 환자 맞춤형이라는 것은 환자에게 맞춤형으로 약을 개발한다는 의미를 많은 사람들이 이제 그 개별화돼서 된다고 생각하는데 그런 개념은 아니고요. 실질적으로는 스트래티피케이션, 환자를 어떤 약을 쓸 수 있는지를 카테고라이제이션 할 수 있다는 의미입니다. 그래서 사람들이 이 개념을 자꾸 헷갈려 했기 때문에 이 2000년대 중반에 그 퍼스널라이즈드 메디슨, 그러니까 개별 맞춤형 의학이라는 표현을 이 오바마 행정부에 와서 이제 그 프리시즌 메디신이라는 표현을 쓰기 시작했습니다. 그래서 이 프리시즌 메디신에서 이제 중요한 컨셉은 약물의 타겟티드 세라피와 그리고 그 프리딕티브 바이오마커의 컨셉이 주로 증단하게 된 것입니다. 그래서 약물을 투여하기 전에 그 원인이 되는 특정 요인 유무를 반영하고 약물 반응이 높을 거라고 추정하는 환자군에게 약물을 투여하는 방법입니다. 이렇게 되기 위해서는 근본적으로 이제 임상 시험 방법이 변하게 됐고요. 그러기 위해서 이제 여러 가지 그 임상 개발 방법론이 등장하게 됐습니다. 그리고 이 프리시즌 oncology는 신약 개발 기간을 단축하고 연구 개발 비용을 절감시키는 효과가 있기 때문에 실질적으로는 초기에는 예전보다 더 돈이 많이 들 수 있지만 결국은 그 토탈 비용은 감소된다는 그런 의미입니다. 저희는 프리시즌 oncology 컨셉을 이용해서 ABN401 CMET 이니비터를 개발하고 있습니다. 그 CMET이라는 단백은 그 HGF라는 그 리간드에 바인딩을 해서 세포 내에 시그널링을 전달하고 있습니다. 대표적인 온코진 중에 하나입니다. 온코진이라는 건 암을 유발하는 유전자이고요. 이러한 CMET이 그 증폭되거나 돌연변이를 일으켜서 암이 되는 케이스가 여러 가지 종류의 암에서 관찰되고 있습니다. 가장 이제 그 저희가 치료하기 힘든 암 중에 하나인 이 폐암만 하더라도 한 2에서 5%, 한 6%까지 이제 증폭되거나 변이들이 관찰되는 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 그 다양한 암종에서 과발현되기도 하고요. 암이 말기가 되면 대부분 그 CMET이라는 단백질이 발현되는 것으로 알려져 있고 실제 점점 악성화되는 것과 큰 그 관련이 있는 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 저희 물질은 그 여기 보시면 이 CMET 단백질 구조가 이와 같은데 여기 그 세포막 밑에 그 사이토졸에 있는 그 포스포릴레이션 사이트를 타겟팅하는 아주 그 스페시픽한 이니비터입니다. 이번 슬라이드는 저희 그 이니비터가 매우 셀렉티브하다는, 그러니까 매우 높은 선택성을 보여주고 있는 데이터이고요. 그리고 이제 저희가 이 스몰 몰레큘을 가지고 이제 약물을 개발해야 된다고 생각했던 거는 이제 기존에 그 2000년대 말부터 CMET 이니비터 개발하는 그 회사들이 대부분 실패를 했습니다. 그 실패했던 원인은 그 특정 잔기가 있었고 이 잔기가 동물 실험에서는 그 검증이 안 됐지만 휴먼으로 들어갔을 때 메타볼라이트가 생기고 그 메타볼라이트가 그 레날 톡시티를 일으켰기 때문입니다. 그래서 그 메타볼릭 패스웨이가 밝혀져 있는데요. 알데하이드 옥시데이즈라는 엔자임입니다. 그래서 알데하이드 옥시데이즈에 의해서 그 저희는 메타볼릭 컬리 이제 스테이블하다는 걸 입증하고 약을 개발하기 시작했습니다. 실제 그 CMET 이니비터 글로벌 컴피티션은 굉장히 그 치열하다고 볼 수 있습니다. 근데 그 2000년대 이제 저희 나라 같은 경우 2012년부터 한 15년까지의 경우에는 하도 많은 회사들이 실패를 하니까 CMET 이니비터는 그 개발할 수 없는 약이거나 아니면 그 좋은 타겟이 아니다라는 견해가 그 다수 지배하기도 했습니다. 하지만 이제 최근에는 그 특히 작년에 노바티스의 캔마티닙이라는 약물, 머크의 테포티닙이라는 약물이 미국에서 허가를 받습니다. 테포티닙은 일본에서도 허가를 받습니다. 노바티스의 이 캔마티닙이라는 약물은 원래 인사이트라는 회사에서 개발하다가 임상에서 실패했지만 다시 재임상을 해서 최근에 엑선 14 딜리션의 non-small-cell lung cancer에서 허가를 받습니다. 그래서 작년 여름까지는 c-MET 이니비터 시장이 존재하지 않았다가 갑자기 이제 연말부터 주요한 약물 타겟으로 이제 다시 재등장하게 됩니다. 그리고 이 아스트라제네카에서 현재 사볼레티닙이라는 약물을 개발하고 있고, 이 사볼레티닙이라는 약물은 EGFR 이니비터와 더불어서 컨비네이션을 현재 하고 있는데요. 약물 독성과 그다음에 컨비네이션 세라피의 여러 가지 이점들을 다 검토해야 하는 상황이고, 저희는 이제 후발주자로서 진행을 하고 있습니다. 특히 요즘 존슨앤존슨에서 c-MET 항체와 EGFR 바이스페시픽 항체를 개발해서 잘 임상을 순조롭게 가고 있고, 요 최근에는 이제 리제네론에서 c-MET의 다른 부위를 인지하는 바이스페시픽 항체를 현재 개발하고 있습니다. 실제 저희 c-MET의 시장은 굉장히 이제 광범해질 거라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 전체 non-small-cell lung cancer 시장의 한 6% 정도가 c-MET addicted 캔서입니다. 그리고 이 EGFR 이니비터를 사용할 수 있는 환자가 아시아에는 한 30%, 서양에는 한 15% 정도인데요. 이 환자들을 이제 약물을 처방하고 타그리소까지 세컨 라인으로 투여하게 되면 결국은 리지스턴스 메커니즘이 15% 그리고 20% 아니 30% 정도 이제 나와서 결국은 이 환자들을 다 대상으로 할 때 상당히 많은 숫자의 환자들이 인디케이션이 될 수 있습니다. 그래서 실제 저희가 계산을 해보면 c-MET 타겟 군의 환자가 적지 않음을 알 수 있습니다. 실제 타겟 시장 자체도 비소세포암 시장뿐만 아니라 위암 시장도 c-MET 환자가 어딕션 된 환자가 한 1% 미만이긴 하지만 글로벌리 앞으로 임상이 진행됨에 따라 시장이 열릴 거라고 저희는 기대하고 있습니다. 두 번째는 저희 약물에 대해서 이제 좀 더 디테일하게 말씀드리면, 다양한 동물 실험에서 유효성을 확인하였습니다. 실제 약물이 듣는 마우스 모델과 약물이 듣지 않는 약물의 모델은 c-MET의 증폭이라든지 엑손 14번의 결실들이 관련돼 있어서 c-MET 어딕티드 캔서에서는 저희 약물이 굉장히 잘 듣는 것을 확인할 수 있었고, 이 인비보에서 도즈 리스판스 릴레이션십을 아주 잘 보여주는 것을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 저희가 현재 저희는 이제 호주 및 한국에서 임상 1-2A를 진행하고 있고, 그리고 시각적 팝나비 내비게이터로 지정받은 바 있습니다. ABN401 임상 디자인에 대해서 말씀드리면, 저희가 현재 코호트 5단계입니다. 코호트 5단계이고, 이 코호트 5단계까지 저희가 별 무리 없이 임상이 진행되었고, 현재까지는 도즈 리미팅 톡시티가 안 나타나고 있습니다. 그리고 환자 한 명이 지금 파셜 리스판스를 보이고 있습니다. 저희 디자인 자체는 환자를 아직 인리치먼트 하지 않고 있었고, 전체 암 환자를 인롤먼트 하고 있습니다. 이 온콜로지 임상의 특징상 굉장히 임상 일상이 중요합니다. 그래서 그 다음 페이지로 저희는 이제 익스펜전 코호트를 현재 준비하고 있고, 익스펜전 페이지를 준비하고 있고, 몰라도 그 CMET 어딕티드 캔서를 중심으로 해서 환자를 인롤먼트 할 거고 그 에스컬레이션 페이즈가 지나고 나면 굉장히 빠른 속도로 임상이 진행될 것으로 기대되고 있습니다. 프리시즌 온콜로지에 필요한 이제 여러 가지 동반 진단이 필요한데요. 이 동반 진단이 필요하면 이 동반 진단에 따라서 이제 개발 성공률과 임상 비용이 굉장히 개발 성공률은 높아지고 임상 비용이 굉장히 낮아집니다. 그리고 이러한 것들을 활용해서 저희는 다양한 제약회사들과 지금 현재 커뮤니케이션을 하고 있습니다. 특히나 이제 그 CMET 이니비터가 파이프라인에 없는 회사들을 중심으로 저희가 커뮤니케이션을 현재 하고 있고요. 다음번에 이제 간단하게 ABN101에 대해서 말씀을 드리겠습니다. ABN101은 그 인터페론 베타의 바이오 베터 버전이라고 생각하시면 됩니다. 27번째 알지닌을 스레오닌으로 변화시킴으로써 글라이코실레이션이 하나 증가됩니다. 그리고 이 글라이코실레이션이 하나 증가됨으로에 따라서 굉장히 물성이 변하는데요. 인터페론 베타는 전통적으로 굉장히 하이드로포빅하고 생산하기에 굉장히 어려운 단백질입니다. 그래서 생산 단가도 무지 비싸고 많은 그 제약회사들이 바이오시밀러 개발하려고 했지만 실패했고 심지어는 2000년대 말에 유럽에서 그 바이오파트너라는 회사가 그 바이오시밀러 개발하다가 임상 3상에서 실패하였습니다. 인터페론 베타의 물성을 계산해서 저희가 생산 수율을 향상시켰는데 셀컬처랩에서 한 22배 정도 향상을 시켰고, 그리고 저희가 최근에 이제 제3 공정을 도입함으로써 한 4배 정도 수율을 증가시켜서 토탈리 기존의 인터페론 베타에 비하면 한 88배 정도의 그 프로덕티비티를 저희가 얻게 됐고, 그다음에 이 상태로 지금 그 클리니컬 트라이 할 그 머티리얼을 생산할 예정입니다. 실제 저희 바이오 베터 버전은 그 인터페론 리셉터 1,2에 대한 어피니티가 크게 증가하고, 그리고 그 시그널링도 그 좀 더 지속되어 있는 것을 확인할 수 있었고, PK도 개선되는 것을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 이 바이러스 치료제 입장에서 보면 그 ABN101은 인터페론 베타는 아주 획기적으로 잘 듣습니다. 이 렘데시비르와 비교가 되지 않습니다. 그리고 그 실제 그 다른 치료제와 이제 컨비네이션 해도 굉장히 효과가 좋습니다. 거의 그 바이러스를 다 죽인다고 저희는 보여지고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 타겟팅하는 질환군을 그 고위험군이라든지 그 비입원 재택 진료 가는군, 그러니까 무증상 확진자라든지 가변 증상의 확진자, 그다음에 전파력이 높은 가변 증상의 확진자, 즉 병원에 가기 전에 환자들에게 그 투여하는 인헤일러블 인터페론 베타를 지금 개발하고 있습니다. 그 저희 회사의 이 파이프라인이고요. 그 이외에도 여러 가지 항체 치료제, 그 항암제, 그리고 항체에 그 인터페론을 붙은 그 항체 인터페론 퓨전 프로틴과 같은 것도 개발을 하고 있습니다. 다음 저희 앞으로 개발 방향이고, 저희는 이제 그 여러 가지 약물을 동반 진단과 엮어서 향후 개발할 예정입니다. 이상입니다.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 발표를 진행해 주신 신영기 대표님 감사합니다. 네, 이상으로 글로벌 바이오 포럼 2020이 준비한 모든 세션을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 짧지 않은 시간이었지만 유익한 정보 공유가 많았던 것 같고, 더 자세한 내용은 저희가 송고하는 기사를 통해 참조해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 참가자 여러분들께 유익한 시간이 되셨길 바라며 내년에는 더 나은 모습으로 찾아뵙겠습니다. 내년에는 코로나19가 종식돼서 마스크 없이 웃는 모습으로 뵐 수 있었으면 더욱 좋겠습니다. 긴 시간 함께해 주셔서 감사합니다.